Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Look, I changed the name to Latina Expo 2020.
nice.
All right, so let me cancel out. Good morning, Gustavo.
Good morning. Good morning, Lourdes. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. We're just waiting a few more minutes to just get everything up and running and waiting for a few more guests. So we haven't forgotten about you.
Thank you. Don't worry about it. I'm just kind of looking through the notes and stuff like that.
Okay, good. How's the baby?
Oh, espérate. She's awesome. She's upstairs, so my husband's working from home today, so we were able to kind of tag team it a little bit.
Oh my gosh, she's so big. Mira ese pelo. She has big eyes, right?
She does, yeah.
Oh my gosh, she's beautiful. That's so awesome.
She's the best. She's being really good this morning. While my husband was on a call, she's watching her cartoon, and she's like,
Oh, she's
like,
learning early on what it means to work from home.
oh my gosh, it is so tough, but she's been good today. Hopefully it stays that way. I got to go on a shoot at 11, so.
Oh wow. Well, she'll be a good girl. Good. Hey, Gustavo, how many minutes? I'm good. Hanging in there. Hanging in there. Gustavo.
Yes.
How long before showtime? Showtime. We're gonna wait a few more minutes.
Yes, a few more minutes.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So we'll see you in a few more minutes, Lourdes.
Okay, and then you guys will give me a cue on when to start.
Yes, Gustavo will chime in and let you know to get that he's gonna count you down into the stage. All right, great. All right. Thank you. Gustavo, let's start the countdown so that we can get started.
Okay.
Please, can you just speak directly to Lourdes and let her know what she needs to do next?
Okay.
Hey everyone, I just got a text from Cesar. He says that Edith is going to be ready in about another minute or so. So as soon as she pops in here, then we can kind of get started. But for right now, Ludus, if you wanted to have, if you have any opening remarks for that first 5 minutes until Edith is ready to go, you can get started in 2 minutes if that's okay.
2 minutes.
So Gustavo, she does have the opening remarks, but is Edie's going to show up? We need to make sure that she's there.
That's what Caesar says. I told him that she needs to be in the lobby waiting already, but I'll hit him up again.
Okay, make sure before Ludus, or Ludus is going to have to entertain us.
I got jokes, people. I got lots of jokes.
Well, I think, you know what? I think that can go. Ludus got this. We could do it that way too, if you're comfortable, Gustavo.
Just wait till she's ready. That way she's not like, flustered trying to get on. And once she's ready, I mean, we said 9:40, so it's still a
Yeah.
couple minutes away.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
Oh, is Maricela on there?
I am, pero no me peiné.
I barely did. Let me try to.
I bet Marie said you're in bed still too.
Lord, you got jokes, Elizabeth.
I might have given you the wrong link.
Yes,
Because you're the only one here. You're supposed to be on the other side.
I'll mute myself. Lucas getting me in trouble already. No.
Oh,
I can start the entertaining.
there you go. Way to put Latina Expo on the back on the screen, but I didn't think of it in time.
There you go.
That would have been cool. Next time.
We'll remember that for next year.
Well, hopefully next year we're doing it in person.
Yes.
Yeah, we already have our date, so we're shooting for in person.
What's the date for next year?
I'll say, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me look it up. It's in October, and if we are in person, it's going to be in Macy's.
Oh, wow, cool.
Yes, because that's where we're supposed to be this year. October 8th, and October 8th will be a reception in the evening, and then the event will take place the 9th and the 10th. Gustavo, do the guests or the attendees know that we're just waiting for a few more minutes on the live streaming?
I know the live stream is technically live right now, so it's just whoever is just tuning in. There's no real way to kind of monitor how many participants there are, other than if they're participating in chat. Oh, it is just came in.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so I'm gonna let her in, and you guys can get started. Okay.
Okay. All
Hola,
right.
Lourdes, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias. Muy bien. How are you?
I'm doing fine, excited. Yes, I'm here. Pero 2 días in this, and I'm like, what was I thinking? No, I'm excited. It's very complicated, a lot of work, but I'm excited. I'm energized. I'm ready. I'm ready for the task.
Felicidades, felicidades. Okay, I think we can get started. Am I correct?
9:45.
At 9:45.
Oh, 9:45. Oh, okay.
2 minutes. We got
Oh.
2 minutes.
So you'll count me down, yes?
And how was the baby?
Ay, espera.
You gotta show me a picture of the beautiful baby.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Iris. How are you?
Thank you, Mama. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
Let me see that picture. Espérate, let me see. Oh, look at. Ay, Dios mío, qué belleza. That's mommy. That's mommy right there. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, she
Felicidades, mija. I've been talking to my some of my friends that have babies as they're older, and I'm thinking, what are you guys doing? And they're like, oh no, we're still in love with our babies, and we want to make more babies. I'm thinking, I'm mi madre, you know, but they are
tired. I'm tired.
It's a lot of work, especially, you know, that first year, couple of first years are always tough because I mean the lack of sleep, the lack of now getting used to, you know, watching over a baby is like there's a lot of stress on that for mommies. I mean, it's
And still trying to work and all that stuff. It's tough.
the only thing is since everybody started working remote, at least you've been able to be home and be able to, you know, enjoy the baby even more. People are saying they're reconnecting with their children now that they're home, you know. So that's sometimes, you know, the pandemic has been really awful, but in some sense it's been something that has refocused family time and family values, and I think that's important. I'm so happy to hear that. But enjoy it. How old is she now?
She's 15 months.
Is she walking around already and grabbing everything?
Walking, grabbing everything.
And so everything has gone up. Everything, you've risen everything up to almost to the ceiling now, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Moved everything over. Hey, Cesar, how are you?
There he is. Aquí, sitting right across from me.
Cool. Oh, I'm excited for you guys. We're actually going to run something on the swearing in on Adelante as well. We ran something yesterday at 4 during our show. So
it was everybody, there was a lot of hits on the you know, on the internet on my speech about women, Latina women. So it's been really, I've had a lot of positive you know, feedback, and people are just so, women are just so happy, you know, when there's trailblazers opening up, you know, path for women, Latina women, and I am about that. I'm about promoting them and making sure that they are part of what we need to do to move forward.
Well, we're excited. So
we're going to go, and I don't mean to cut anybody off, but we're going to get started so we don't run behind on schedule. So are you ready, ladies?
Sure. So will you ready?
Gustavo, tell them when they can kick it off.
Go ahead, we're live.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2020 Virtual Latina Expo. This is such an exciting time and so excited to share this time with you and be a part of this event. I'm Lourdes Duarte with WGN-TV, Channel 9. Raise your hand virtually if you watch Channel 9 either in the morning, in the afternoon, which is when I'm on at 4 o'clock, or at night. To you, I say thank you. To those of you who are not watching, what are you waiting for? Come on. So we've got quite a treat for you today. It is a 2-day event, speaking event where you get to sort of network, learn a little bit more about what some of these dynamic speakers are doing. And there's also a happy hour, a virtual happy hour, do we call it that? Hosted by and sponsored by Tito's Homemade Vodka. So just to give you a little background on the Latina Expo and what it's all about, how it started, why we're doing this. It was started 3 years ago, and it's a way to bring resources to Latinas, to women who are, you know how it is nowadays. You're working, you're running the household, you're making sure everything is on the up and up and getting done. And so we thought there needs to be resources out there for some of these Latina women and to highlight sort of our culture and the things that we're doing. So this year, we're not able to meet in person, hence the virtual gathering that we've done, but we're hoping that in 2021, they've already got a date scheduled, they've got it all set up. So we're hoping that in 2021, we can, you know, meet in person, muchos abrazos, muchos besos, and we'll be able to get together once again. So just hang on tight. We know we're gonna get through this pandemic, just a few more months, and hopefully things will get back to normal. So this event, I wanna make sure that we mention the sponsors who are so important every year that make it happen. Tito's or Titos, how I like to call it, Handmade Vodka, Imagen, marketing consultants, and Metafrases Language and Cultural Solutions. So a big thank you to those organizations, to those businesses for sponsoring the Latina Expo. So to open the event, we've got a wonderful speaker, somebody who has just been in the headlines recently. If you've been watching Channel 9 at 4 p.m., you may have caught the story that we did on her just yesterday, because she was sworn in as the first Latina clerk of the Circuit Court of Cook County. And I've got to look at the exact title because I don't want to mess that up, right? So it is the largest of 24 judicial circuits in Illinois, as well as one of the largest unified court systems in the US. So this is a huge, huge role. This is a big responsibility, but she's quite ready for it, because prior to this role, she was sworn into her first term as senator in the Illinois Senate, State Senate, on January 8th of 2003 to represent the people of Illinois' 20th legislative district. And her election actually was also a first back then. It marked the first time a Latina had been elected to the State Senate in Illinois history. Just think about that. Back in 2003, she said she was historic back then too, and is historic today by being the first Latina clerk. So, you know who I'm talking about, right? I don't need to like go on and on. You guys know who I'm talking about. Iris Martinez, again, was sworn in just yesterday as the first clerk. She was born, raised in Chicago's Westtown community. She's living in Albany Park right now, which represents a lot of she represents a lot of Latino neighborhoods in Chicago through her seat as state senator. So places like Avondale, Belmont Cragen, Hermosa, Humboldt Park, Logan Square, Portage Park, on and on and on. So it is with my great pleasure that we introduce to you today the first Latina clerk, Iris Martinez. Thank you so much. She's a great representation and is serving as a wonderful role model for so many Latinas moving forward. So I give you the floor, Madam Clerk.
Well, thank you so much. And another phenomenal woman in Lourdes. She is just phenomenal. I've known her for many, many years now, been on her show, and she is, again, a rock star when it comes to journalism, when it comes to TV. And I adore you. Mucho besito, a new mom. I'm just so happy to know you and know that you got a beautiful baby there. I'm just so excited. To everyone else, well, good morning. I'm so excited to be part of this Latina Expo. As you all know, Caesar is always getting me involved in all these wonderful issues out there. And for me, promoting Latina women and resources, trying to find resources, is an important part of who I have been all these years. Over 20 years ago, I was the first Latina elected to the state Senate. And I always said, but I won't be the last. Today, yesterday, as I left the Senate, my Senate duties, there are 4 Latina women now in the Senate. And that to me, again, shows that we're making progress, a little bit slow, but we have to make sure that Latina women understand that there's a place for us wherever we want to be. And, you know, when you set your dreams about what you would like to do, you know, put a goal. I mean, make it your goal to get there. We dream a lot about things, but sometimes we don't follow up in our dreams. And I think it's important, like I have done. And I've never chosen to be the first, but because at that time, 20 years ago, my good mentor, Senator Miguel del Valle, actually brought me to a place where he says, Iris, it's time for a Latina woman to be in the Senate. And my first impression was, here I am, a single mom. How was I going to do it? I would have to take time off without no pay. I was a solo with my daughter. So I said, how do I do this? Miguel says, we're going to make it work. And I believed in him because he felt like you got something to bring to the table. And I think that is what is important here. I could not believe that every door I knocked 20 years ago, every time there was a woman behind that door, they can relate to a part of the story that I had to say, single mom looking for affordable housing, affordable daycare. It was part of their lives and their situations at any moment of their life. So just knowing that I connected, and in a matter of months, I had 100 women that says, you know what, we're going to be there. today that's over 1,000 women that, I think over the course of time have been part of my life and making sure we're getting the message out. About 2 years ago, when I had a 4-year term, I was already thinking about the next generation coming into the Senate. I was already out there looking at women saying, who can replace me if I decide to move on or retire? Because, at the end of the day, I'm not a spring chicken. I feel like a spring chicken, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. And the thing is, what do we do in making and ensuring that this seat where I broke a glass ceiling for the rest of us, I want to make sure that I fill it with one of our own women, because in reality, the men love to grab these seats and want to say, hey, this is, it's a man's world. It's no longer a man's world. It's not about that. It's about, as you can see, the progress from 1 Latina to 4 Latinas now. That to me in the Senate means a lot. It means that we're making progress and that we have to not ask permission. We got to just take it. If you feel strong, go for it. Go for it, because there's always, you'll be surprised how many women you find along the way that will completely say to you, we are with you 100%. And that's what I found. So 2 years ago, I said, you know what? I'm in the middle of my term. Probably this will be my last term because I'm really looking to move on. Let me take a chance. Said, you know what? I'm going to run and see what happens. Well, the pushback that I got from the men and the fact that 3 men ran for that same seat, because, it's still, no matter what, I mean, when you talk about politics, government, it's still kind of a man's world, but it has changed a lot. And I'll tell you this, when I started off, I think there was only like maybe about 8 women, Democratic women. Today, we are split down the half. We have 20 women in the Senate and 20 men. And that is amazing that we've gone that far. So we're making progress. The Caucasian women, the Black women are much more, they make more progress. We're more slower. But guess what? We are creeping up. And I think not even creeping up, I think we're moving more quickly. The train is moving. And I think that's the important thing. We have to make sure that we embrace this opportunity for women to come together and support each other. Let's not knock each other down because somos poca. There's little of us in state governments. And I think it's important that we understand that we've got to strike a balance when it comes to that. And to me, that's always been about that. I took a chance. I won the primary against 3 men, 3 lawyers who felt that this job belonged to a lawyer. My argument to them was, yes, she was a woman lawyer. And guess what? What happened here? So when you look at the fact that I ran, as a non-lawyer, but as a damn good administrator and a good lawmaker, that was enough for me. You don't have to be a lawyer to be a lawmaker. So again, that was an advantage that I had because I was a legislator. People already knew who I was and and the things that I represent, things that I fought for. So people were very comfortable. I cannot believe that I'm so humbled that on election day, and we just got our final certification, I got over 1.5 million votes, the highest amount of votes that any Latino has actually ever had in a race, a county race. So I'm very privileged, but I'm more than honored because people put their faith in me and expect me to really make the necessary changes. I took a chance, I did it, and I'm very proud of my campaign, the work, the people, the team that I'm assembling. I have a team where I'm bringing a lot of Latina women into my administration because it's important for me. But what's more important is that it just shows that, when you believe in yourself, when you are secure about who you are, we can multitask. We can be moms, career women. We can be wives. We can be, we can be anything we want to be. We just have to believe in ourselves that we have the power to change whatever it is around us that we want to change. And don't be afraid to take a chance. Everything in life is taking a risk. That is so true. In government, we need more Latina women in government. And that's why this Latina Expo is so important to me, because it brings women together to hear messages from many of us that are in the industry. Let it be like Lourdes, who's in the TV industry. We have women that are in the fashion industry. We have women that are even in government, but very little of us. We don't have enough Latinas in state government. That's my call to you. I'm calling out all the Latina women that are on this beautiful Zoom call and saying to you all, everything is possible. Just have to really just push yourself and say, yes, I can do this. Yes, I can do this. And know that there's a sisterhood out there that is in place, ready to support you. It's important to not feel alone, because you're not. You'll be surprised how many women are out there right now that are ready to embrace us, some of us that take a chance and see what happens. And that's all we can do. Everything in life is taking a risk, throwing the dice and saying, a ver lo que pasa. And that's the bottom line. And we have to be able to say, let's take that chance, because you will be surrounded by women and by people that believe in the change. I am surprised. I mean, I'm just humbled at the feedback that we've received with this election. Women from all over. I got women from Greece, women from Puerto Rico, women from so many areas actually sending messages to me on how proud they are of this accomplishment, not only as a Latina woman, but as a woman of color. Because let's be real, women of color are the ones that are finally moving up into the forefront. And I embrace this. We need to embrace it. Government has always been about the men. Well, they screwed that up pretty bad. So let's us women clean up let us clean up the job that they have so thoughtfully has said, oh, we are government. No, we're not. The women are going to be the government, in the future. You saw Kamala Harris. That's where we're going. Next stop, the president of the United States. So I'm excited about this. I wanted to say thank you to everyone for having me be part of this and opening up this wonderful expo. Take care. Love you. Abrazos to everyone. Lourdes, te amo. I thank you very much. Cesar, thank you for having me here. I'm excited. And now I have to get back to my work as the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Again, I think a lot of people wish you the best of luck. We know that this is a big job, but sort of take it all in the next few days as you embark on this new journey. So congratulations to you, and I'm so happy that we got a chance to introduce you and have you be a part of the Latina Expo today. With that, we're going to begin with the first session, which is called Up-Leveling Your Dreams Through Actions. It's going to be moderated by Leslie Regalado. And Leslie, also known as the Queen, I want to make sure I get this right, the Queen of Taking Imperfect Action, is an imperfect action coach. Is that correct? Did I get that right? Yeah. It helps women go from having a desire for more, so wanting more, wanting to do bigger things, wanting that promotion and that added opportunity, and that feeling of knowing that they were created for that job that they so desire. So it's a very cool thing that she's getting to be a part of this today. She does purpose training. She helps women build confidence that they need to pursue and create the life that they desire. She is also the founder of We Lead Society, creator and host of the Successful Action Taking Female Entrepreneurs Facebook group, co-author of today's Inspired Latina Volume 8, and host of the Perfectly Imperfect with Leslie Regalado podcast. So with that, Leslie, I'm going to let you take it away. Thank you for letting me be a part of this today. And congratulations for all of you guys for making it almost to the end of 2020. So we're almost there. Everybody have a great day.
Thank you so much, Lourdes, for the intro. Appreciate it. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Latina Expo 2020. Okay, I think I am on. Sorry, I'm not sure if you all saw that, but hello. Yes, I am Leslie. Thank you for that wonderful intro. So I am here just to introduce you to a few women that I am excited to learn more about. So welcome to Latina Expo 2020. And we're gonna go ahead and get started with some bios, because I would love for you to get to know a little bit about these women before they jump on. We're gonna have some questions, answers. And of course, if you have any questions, go ahead and share them in the comments or in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to introduce Yvette Trevino first. And Loretta Yvette Trevino currently serves director to the Cook County Small Business Assistance Program. You know what? I don't know if this is the right one. Hold on, let me introduce. I got some bios and I think we got some things crossed over, but I'll introduce you first to Jennifer Sanchez. She's a big believer that women can have it all. She is the president and founder of the Women's Institute of Self-Development and Efficacy. Early on in her life, she recognized the need to empower and provide a supportive environment for women. She believes that if you can help women in all areas of her life, she will be the most effective both at work and at home. And I happen to agree with her. Thus, Jennifer has researched and created training and coaching programs, podcasts, workshops, support groups, and motivational talks, not only to help women transform their lives, but to enhance their existing ones. She attained a BA in liberal arts and sciences from the University of Illinois here in Chicago and learned coaching techniques from the Neighbor Works Training Institute. Jennifer has received support group training from Focus Ministries to help women who are in abusive relationships. She is also a contributing author in today's Inspire Latina Volume 4. Before launching WISE, she worked in the not-for-profit world throughout the Chicagoland area. Jennifer, thank you for all that you do. So that is one of our speakers. And then we have Amanda Sanchez, who is a published author and speaker. She is most often known as the Queen because she firmly believes that every woman is a queen and she should carry herself as such. She runs a finance and entrepreneur coaching firm alongside her husband. It is her goal to lead women into realizing their value and worth throughout the platform of entrepreneurship. She strongly believes that when your plans align with God's plans, you are forced to be reckoned with. And then we also, sorry, ladies, we have quite a bit of women.
Hi, yes? Leslie. I'm sorry. I'm to interrupt you. You have the wrong bio. We are interviewing Paulina Lopez, Jennifer Sanchez, and Lilibet Rodriguez, and I apologize for that.
It's okay. So should I just have them introduce themselves?
Yes. Why don't we do that?
Perfect. All right, ladies. So I'm not sure if you guys were able to jump on, turn on your video, unmute yourself. I believe I introduced Jennifer. Jennifer, did I get your bio great? Awesome. All right, so Jennifer, we got you. Paulina, if you wouldn't mind jumping on really quickly and introducing yourself, and then we'll have you jump on as well, Lilibet.
Sure. I'm just waiting for the host to allow me to, there you go.
The video.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome to see you. So if you wouldn't mind, Paulina, going ahead and introducing yourself really quickly because we got some channels crossed back here. So go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much. I am so excited to be here today from New York City. And I am Paulina Lopez. I am a business consultant and strategist. I'm the CEO and founder of the Business of We, women entrepreneurs supporting the multicultural Latina women of color community of women that are launching and expanding their businesses. I am also the co-founder of Women Construct, which is a platform for women in the architectural, engineer, and construction industry, also here in the tri-state area. And I am today's Inspire Latina Volume 1 author. So I'm excited to see some of my book sisters right here in the Zoom room. And I'm excited to just be able to play with this incredible lineup of women and speakers and my Chicago people in the house. So thank you and welcome to all.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you for that wonderful intro. And Lilibet, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Lilibet Rodriguez. I'm actually out in California, in the Southern California region, but I'm originally from New York City, born and raised. Didn't come out until I was an adult. I call myself the architect of Align by Design, which is a platform for women 45 and above that have found themselves to be at a crossroads. They are either corporate women or women who have been in the workplace that are looking to return, and they're just a little bit lost as far as the direction. But they definitely have the experience, they have the inner talents to be able to develop their businesses or entrepreneur or even continue to move up in the corporate ladder. They're just a little bit lost right now.
Awesome. Oh, and that's so needed. Okay, so we have some questions that I am dying to ask each of you because as a fellow coach, I think coaching is such a huge part of why I am where I am today and who I am. So I am very curious to find out what you all think about coaching and just the benefits of it. So I do have the first question that I want to ask each of you, and I'll give you a few minutes to for each of you to answer. So the first question is, if you had to best describe to what is mentoring/coaching, what would you say? Jennifer, I'm going to have you answer that question first. So what is coaching, mentoring for you?
So the best way that I always share with clients is mentoring is usually a person that has already gone through an experience, has life experience, and can actually pass that down to someone else, whether it's corporate America, entrepreneurship in life. Then coaching, right? Coaching is more like when you work with someone, you're not telling them what to do. You're not a counselor. You give suggestions and almost kind of like you give them you give them options, like these are some options that you can take on, kind of like this is the road you could get on. But again, right, we're not telling them what to do like a therapist. We're kind of just like, look, here's A, B, C, and let them explore on their own, right? There's a lot of self exploration in this process. So that's how I would put it in a nutshell.
So true. I always say it's kind of like a GPS, just helping guide and pulling out what you already have there. Lilibet, if you wouldn't mind going next.
Not at all. So for me, there's a difference between mentoring and coaching, and very similar to what Jennifer shared. Mentors give direct guidance, right? Because when you go under their wing, it's almost like you're in a similar to an apprenticeship, so to speak. So you're really shadowing that person to see what their strengths are, what they can teach you about a particular industry or whatever interest that you're in. But the coaching does pull out what you already have inside of you. It gleans it. You just need a little bit of direction. So that's how I see it as being different.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lilibet. And what about you, Paulina?
Well, I agree with these ladies, absolutely. And I'm all about rapid fire. So for me, it's as simple as having that strong accountability, that strategic guidance, and one-on-one support. It comes down to really being able to identify someone's strong potential and guide them from there. It's a meet you where you're at type of relationship. So that's how I see both mentoring and coaching.
So true. So true. Okay, so next question. Why is it now more important than ever to have someone to connect with that can hold you accountable or help you grow as a person? Lilibet, I'll have you go first.
You know, I think that for so many women, actually for anyone, the pandemic has really been a leveling playing field. So it's really the first time that it doesn't matter if you have a lot of education, you have a lot of money, you have a business, you don't, whatever the case might be, we all find ourselves right now in that same space. So we all need to figure out or redesign how we're going to do things moving forward. Also, the human tendency is to be a follower. So you look at every successful person, what made them that is that they were able to break through, right? They're doing all of the things that everyone else isn't willing to do. So that also gives it a different direction. So if you find yourself in a position where you say to yourself, you know what, I don't feel this direction that I'm going in, or I don't know if this is what I want to do. It's usually because you're trying to follow somebody else's model or formula. So now is the perfect time, because again, we're all in the same boat. Every single one of us, we're all trying to figure out what the path is. What is it going to look like moving forward? So move into a role of leadership and not one of being a follower is what I see is what the huge difference is right now.
So true. So true. What about you, Jennifer?
Yeah, you know, right now it's a tough time, right? We got to be realistic that it is not an easy time for anybody. A lot of job loss, a lot of frustration. And I think that when you have a coach during this time, it really helps you stay grounded, right? Very similar to Lilibet said, right? It's a matter of just coming into leadership, stepping into your own. I think right now it's and everyone loves using the word pivotal and pivot, right? Let's pivot. But really embracing that word, and so many companies, so many ideas have come from out of struggle. So working with a coach, right? It's an opportunity to enhance your skills, see what other avenues you can work in, and see how you can manifest a different lifestyle after all this craziness.
So true. So true. What about you, Paulina?
It's interesting that you shared the word pivot, because I know it's been quite a buzzword for us this year. And the way I've translated that word has been, you just gotta step up and show up. That's what these evolutionary changes are about, just being able to step up as a leader. So yeah, I mean, we all know this year has been a time of great awakening, one that has literally paved the way for people, and women specifically, to just bring about their gifts and talents in a way that brings value to the world, right? In the greatest possible format. So more than ever, I guess we are being called to do more and to seek that type of either personal, professional development that we need, so we can step up as leaders. And I always say, as women, we're natural nurturers, we're compassionate, and this is a time for us to do it. We need more of it, and we don't have to do it alone. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
so true. So, and you're right. What, I love what you said at the end, that we don't have to do it alone. I think so many times as women, we take it all in and we just go and we just get it done. And I think right now, having someone to guide you and mentor you and give you that kind of one-on-one support is huge. So thank you for saying that, because yeah, we don't have to do it alone. We are in this together.
Absolutely.
So next question for you ladies, what have you been seeing in your own group of women, inside of your community, that you support, that are struggling with during the pandemic? What is it that you've noticed that people are struggling with the most? Jennifer, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so we love community. Our community loves community. So we love to fellowship, we love to hang out with each other, we love to get together. So the isolation, or the forced isolation, has been a struggle on women. And let's face it, women have been created to fellowship with one another. We love to hang out. We love to hang out with one another in locations. We're very different species compared to men, right? And that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. But I think that's where we've saw the most struggle. So I've been very intentional in providing outlets for women to still communicate and get together via the virtual web, as we are here.
Mm-hmm. So true. So true. And yes, we are. I think we are meant to just kind of come together and just, do the whole fellowship. And I think that is definitely what's been missing. Lilibet, what have you noticed?
A couple of things similar to what Jennifer has said, that because of the fact that we are a community, the stressors are heightened through the roof. So instead of looking at the glass half full, most have been looking at the glass half empty. So they're coming into more of a space of negativity. And that could be because, I know here in California, kids don't go physically to school. So they're having to homeschool, daycare, trying to do a job, maybe poor communication within the relationship where it was lacking, or just the environment has just created this negative space. So my approach has really been about, what is it that we are first putting out as far as verbally into our space, right? Is our day, we all know that we all are starting off in the same set of circumstances, but what we don't realize is that what we verbally put out into the space is usually what's going to come back at us. So I look at the situations and scenarios when I have the conversations with the women by way of the different mastermind groups, or even just friends. It's just amazing to hear the increased amount of negative, your tongue, and say, okay, let's dial it back a little bit. What are the things that you're doing right? What are the things that you can build upon? What are the things that you haven't gotten to, that now that we are all in the same space, we can now take action on. And so I really look at pinpointing, which sounds kind of strange, is I look to change that verbality by way of the mindset, switching that negative into the positive. Look at the things that you do have, look at the enriching things that are occurring in your life right now, and build from that and not from the space of lack.
So true. And it's true, what we focus on magnifies. And I think so many people don't realize that. They're always, why is it always me? And it's like, stop focusing on the bad, there's always something good out of anything that's going on in our lives. And we can pull that out and focus on that and get more of that. What about you, Paulina?
Well, it's interesting that Lilivette shared what you put out there, because interestingly enough, I can honestly say I was one of the first to be in denial of what these changes really were at the beginning of COVID, because we were an offline platform that had to basically just shift everything into online. But it's interesting that when you take that inspired action or that intention to do something different or to lead the community, it just changes the game. So at the Business of We community, what I've actually witnessed is this renewed passion in women more than ever before, more than in the 5 years that I've had the organization. And that is the collaborative spirit of women coming together to support one another. And it wasn't just in business and entrepreneurship, it was how are we managing ourselves at home with children and hubby and cooking and doing things that myself included, I hadn't been cooked so much in years. And it was just really about how everyone was just seeing this as a positive and coming together. And we just immediately decided to shift everything over to virtual and have a sisterhood. And we were able to celebrate each other via Zooms. And now instead of a monthly workshop, we're doing a weekly workshop. And like I said, it was this type of leadership that really raises not just our communities, but this entire global vibration that creates that positive change and impact. So I am so grateful to be at the forefront and a part of this. So yeah.
Absolutely. And you're right. Leaders do rise to the occasion. So I love that you did pivot, as we were using that word, into online and offer that kind of support. So we all know that there are many coaches out there, especially those of us that are coaches. We end up just meeting a ton of other women and men that offer that kind of support. So with or without the actual experience that they need to lead other women and or men, what are the 3 things that you would say that a person should look for when they're seeking a coach? Whether it's something that you personally, look for, or whether it's something that you encourage others to look for. Jennifer, I'll get started with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the 3 things definitely is you have to admire that person, right? There has to be something admirable or something that you respect from that individual that you want, right? And I love to share this with my community. Like, don't go with someone just because their name and their title sounds fancy. Like, check them out, research them, see what their life is. Are they legit? Check out their videos, right? So that would be one, for sure, one thing. I would also look at their testimonies, right? Like, what results have they brought? Just like a doctor, right? When you go to a doctor, you're not just going to go to any doctor. You're going to check them out. You're going to see, are there any testimonies? Are there any client information? Like, if I'm going to get eye surgery or something, are they good at that, right? So yeah, check out their testimonies and see, and then finally actually engage with them socially and see how they respond to you, whether you get like free 15-minute consultation, whether it's just through a Facebook Live and you want to engage with them, see how they react to you. I would say those for me would be the big 3 to share with other women.
Love it. I love that you said don't go after the big name and the big title, because you're right. We really have to make sure that we are compatible, because otherwise it doesn't seem to work as well. And the admiration is huge. I totally agree with that. Lilibet, what about yourself?
So there's a little bit of crossover with what Jennifer stated. So for me, especially if you've never worked with a coach before, it's always difficult. What do I ask? So, and that's so great for those who are joining, because now you'll have at least 5 questions to be able to ask, but come prepared with what's your end game? What is it that you'd like to get by the time you finish the coaching relationship with them, the amount of time, how long is it going to be? And select a coach that's in alignment with your core values. And what I mean by that is, you do have some big names, you could have smaller names, but that maybe they curse a lot in part of their teaching. And that just hits you the wrong way. That to me right now, while it may be acceptable in the mainstream, it may not be acceptable to your core values. So, look for the things and the qualities in that coach, because that person is going to be influencing you to a certain degree to get you to your end goal. And so you figure they're the expert, they're the professionals, they're the ones that are guiding me. So I have to somewhat go that same route. So that definitely core values is a key factor. And make sure that the coach doesn't work with everyone. There's a word that's used, make sure that you're the avatar. And what we mean by that is that you're the kind of client that they work with on a regular basis, that I am the ideal client that they specialize in, because then you're going to get a lot more out of that working relationship. And similar to what Jennifer said, have a couple of engagements, see if you can have 3 or 4 interactions with them, and then listen to your gut. That's the one thing that just, as women, our inner radar is, and every single time, I guarantee you that you go against that internal radar, you're going to come back and you're going to say to yourself, damn it, I knew that I should have followed my gut. There was just something hinky. I knew that this wasn't going to feel right. So definitely follow your gut. And if your radar does go off, then ask more questions, because they may be the ideal person for you. You just maybe haven't asked the right question to make sure that that investment of time, because you are doing an investment of time, an investment of money, and you want to make sure that you come away with the best possible experience from that coaching relationship.
Love it. I love that you said follow your intuition. I think so many of us, we do go against that, or we forget that we have that little inner GPS that's trying to guide us. And you're right, when we don't listen, we always come back to that, dang it, I should have. But, by that time it's a little late. So yes, follow your intuition is a huge one. What about you, Paulina?
I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so interesting. I come from an HR background, so I witnessed firsthand true potential being denied opportunity based on how they looked on paper. So when it comes down to my investment power, because I translated that to that, is how do I want to invest in my own coach, in my own mentor? And I've actually, in my experience, have invested in 3 different ones. And the one coach that has really taken me the furthest is the one that was not shouting out their accomplishments on social media or even on their website. And the reason being is because they knew to target a specific type of client. So they only communicated those things to that ideal client. So my thing with that is have the questions for that specific coach. Have those questions in hand, 3 to 5 at max. That way you can get those questions addressed that you will not read about on their website and you most likely won't see on their social media. So 3 to 5 key questions, you know what they are, because it has to be a meet you where you're at type of relationship. And very importantly for me, as I said, I'm all about implementation strategies and mindset. So if someone has not done their own work, whether spiritually or whatever the case may be, probably not the right fit for me, whether I'm seeking a mentor coach or if I am attracting an ideal client. It's just a different type of relationship and conversation with someone that has been vulnerable enough to clear any type of emotional baggage that they have. And that's even in relationships. So someone that has cleared out their emotional baggage would be an ideal client for me. They have done the work. They have done the foundation or the fundamental piece. And the third one would be access to community. So for myself, I am someone that provides that type of community to my clients because it has to work as a companion piece. Not only are they growing their business, expanding, there's just so much different moving parts or elements with business coaching and consulting that at the same time, I want to see them thrive. How are they selling themselves? How are they introducing themselves? So having access to community, a platform to network, to connect with potential clients and referral sources, very, very important. So that would be my 3.
So true. And I think the community part, it allows your ideal client, your dream client, your, customer avatar, whatever you want to call it, to really get to know you even before they, so they know if you guys are the right match. Because I think so many times, we hear and we read, but like most of you all said, it's that connection that we need to feel to that person. So the next question for each of you is, each of you have a particular niche that you serve. For example, Jennifer, you have a spiritual component to yours. Lilibet, you have a target age group that you seek. And Paulina, you focus on women entrepreneurs. Why is that? I'll start with you, Lilibet.
So I actually picked the 45 plus deliberately because it was based on my personal experience and it was strictly based on age. I also found in my years of my professional business is that it didn't matter how young I was. I always noticed that the women who got to a particular age, they allowed their mindset to dictate what their success, their accomplishments, their shortcomings, and it kind of geared that. It's like how they say that men, when they get to a certain age, they go through this madness. Well, I think that the same thing happens with women. We just haven't coined it. We are coming to our own. And so the women that I work with already have a certain amount of business experience, or, they may have some accomplishments, but they need a reboot. I mean, that's really what I call it, because they already have the ability, they have the knowledge, they have the experience. They may want to go in a completely different direction, but they don't even realize that they already have a lot of crossovers that they can bring over from their experiences. So I work with them to strategize. What are those? To highlight those, you maybe revisit things that they've put in the back burner because of circumstances, time, job, career kind of took them in a different direction. And now they're looking to move in a completely different direction. I glean those from them. And then they bring that skill set that they already have inside of them, that talent. But it all starts here. It starts with that mindset that I have found that the 45 plus are almost more hard on ourselves, if you will, right? Because you look back, you look at the type of experiences that you've already had, the accomplishments, and we seem to think that they've fallen short when it's anything but, right? That half glass approach. So that's why I picked that age group, primarily because I found myself in that particular circle. I have always found that the women in that particular age group just needed that, hey, you know what? No, you need to shift, or that pivot, which then they say, oh my God, you're absolutely right. And then course correct and move forward.
So true. And I love that you do that, because I think at a certain age, which is usually, I agree, around that age, that we really need to understand that it's definitely not too late. So whatever we have or haven't done, I love what you said, course correcting. We can always start new today, and start rewriting our story, or a new chapter of our story. And I think so many people at a certain age feel like I've done what I've done, and now just kind of wait for the end, and it's not. We still have, God willing, we still have so many years ahead of us at that age, and we can do so much. And now we have all the wisdom and all the knowledge that we've gained over the last 40 plus years. So I feel like it's even better now. So thank you for doing what you do, for sure. Paulina, why did you pick women entrepreneurs?
Well, interestingly enough, when I was in corporate was when I started my business. I was doing it as a side hustle I had finance and HR in my background. So I would do this type of side hustle work as I was launching my business. Eventually, I took that consulting into a full-time business. But what I did discover is that these mid-size and large-size companies obviously have the resources and the team to grow further. But what I was discovering is that supporting these small business owners and entrepreneurs, they didn't have those resources. They didn't have the information. And more importantly, they weren't even investing in the right things. And believe it or not, the one thing that I discovered, maybe 7 out of 10 small business owners and entrepreneurs that were building a team, is that they were experiencing fraud. And that to me was just a big, big realization that it really comes down to understanding the kind of people that you want to bring into your company, right? The company culture you want to set. So developing a team, knowing firsthand, first, more than anything, is knowing where you're going to invest first. You're growing the business, making sure you're focusing on income generating activities, money's coming in so you can expand and grow the right way. And having funding, financial resources, whatever is required so you can grow the business. Instead, they would always think of marketing and all the different areas that they thought were going to grow their business. So it was about having a passion to step in and supporting them in simplifying the process, right? And making sure that they were focusing on all the right things. Because again, I see this way too many times, people launching incredible initiatives, launching amazing products, not having the information, the resources, and the support that they need. So with whether it's with my consulting, my partners, or my community, there's always an opportunity for them to understand what is their next step. So that's really what made me very passionate about that.
So true. And I think, I mean, as an entrepreneur, I can totally relate, especially when you first get started with a new business, which I have recently, there is so many things that you can invest in. There are so many things to do. Knowing where to start and where to really put your focus and your money into is difficult. So having someone like yourself who can help guide, okay, this is step 1, this is step 2, I think can save people a lot of time, money, and effort. So thank you again for what you do, Paulina. And Jennifer, last but not least.
Yeah, so I love what the ladies are saying. And I think for me, the spiritual component does come from life experience, right? That was without God, I am nothing. I'm a believer in that. And I know that our community, especially the Latina community, we're very open to discussion about faith and God. So I do work with a lot of faith-based women in the sense of, Paulina, she needs them, in a certain space before they get to her, right? Emotionally, they take care of some baggage. So I work with women before they even get to that level where it's like, you're blocked, something's hindering you, that spiritually something's struggling spiritually inside of you. So when you come to me, since I work in life coaching, right? I'm a life coach. I want to work in all areas of life. So let's tackle this stuff that's hindering you from being that speaker, being that entrepreneur, being that powerful woman that you're trying to be, because we are spiritual beings. Everything that we do has a spiritual connection to it. Like vision boards, everyone doesn't realize that's a spiritual activity. You're pouring your spirit inside of this board and calling on however you believe, manifesting, universe, God, you're attracting what you want into your life. So that's why I have a spiritual component, faith-based component to what I do.
Love it. No, it's so true though. I think people don't understand that you have to see it and kind of experience it on the inside first before it actually comes out like in real life. What happens inside will manifest itself, but we have to definitely do the inner work. And I love that you help women with that because it's so needed. Okay, so how does someone create opportunities for their business and their life? Jennifer, I'll start with you.
Can you repeat it one more time? You lost me there.
How does someone create opportunities for their business and their life?
Oh, okay, beautiful. Connection, right? I think for me, one of the biggest things, I'm good at sales and I'm good at marketing. So I'm good at putting myself out there, right? But I think what was one of the biggest things for me was I had so many connections. I love connecting with people. I love getting to know people. And I'm resourceful. So I feel like, hey, if you can be resourceful, if you can have connections, if you meet someone and you can say, boom, maybe I can't help you, but here's the next person that's going to help you, or you're trying to start a business, I don't know who to go to. But if you have those connections and you've been building that network, it's easy to get all the needs met and start a business. So I would definitely, I love networking. I've always been a big believer in networking. And that's why I'm always about networking events, because I feel like that's how you can launch any business if you think about it, because it's, I hate saying this phrase, but who you know, right? Like if you get to
It's
know
not what you know, it's who you know.
right? So you just connect, and then from there, amazing opportunities come about it.
So true. So true. What about you, Paulina?
I love what she shared, Jennifer. Thank you, because I'm all about connections. It's so important to not dismiss anyone that you connect with, because whether that's the connection or someone that they connect you to, we all have a database. Regardless, I mean, we've all had cell phones for years, so we all have a database. And being able to understand that a conversation and relationship building is where it's at, that's where you can create opportunities. Because again, if it's not that person, if there's a know, like, and trust factor and a relationship was built, they will refer you. They will definitely provide so many resources for you. And a lot of my business comes from simply someone saying, or even introductions, email introductions, or someone referring. Most of my business has come from that. So I love the idea of having a strong connection and database. Don't discount anyone, no matter who, even your tia. Don't discount anyone in your circle. Family sometimes is tricky, but I will tell you this, as long as they understand your worth and your value, and you're showing it to them that it's not a hobby, that it's a business, if you're realistic about things, you will have people see that, because you'd be surprised. Everyone's watching, everyone knows what you're doing, and they know if you're credible or not, and they will bring resources and referrals to you. So yes, connections and a database is key.
Love it. Oh, you
Relationship
guys are
building
so
is
right.
key.
So true, so true. And I think with create opportunities, you guys, you ladies are right. You know, we can't create them. We can't create them on our own. We definitely have to be open to what the universe, what God is sending our way, and not dismiss any of it, because yeah, you never ever know. What about you, Lilibet?
Great information that both Jennifer and Paulina has stated, which means that as women, we have an easier ability, for most of us, to establish those relationships, right? We're all about options. Very different to men, who they look at things very black and white. For me, I see women, we see multiple opportunities. So then what ends up happening is that we lose clarity. So for me, it's like, yeah, you have this tremendous access to other women, ideas, and then what do you do with it? What's the game plan, so to speak? So for me, it's really about the clarity and also knowing your strengths. So I'm really big with the women that I work with. They do an assessment that's called core clarity. It's very different from DISC, very different from the other assessments, which are more task driven, so to speak. The wonderful thing about core clarity is that it highlights your top 5 strengths. So if you're not that great networker, but you find and partner or collaborate with someone who is, and your strength is strategy, well then guess what? You're filling that missing piece to be able to have a thriving, sustainable business. First, it starts with the idea. Back in my day, now it's called database. Back then, in my time, it was called the Rolodex. If you left your job, you took your Rolodex with you because that was your lifeline. So now you have all of these contacts, and then what do you do with it? So clarity, and also just investing $20, because that's all the assessment costs, by way of core clarity, and find out what your strengths are. And not address it from what am I lacking, but then who can I glean from the people that I know, from my database, that then will help me reach my goal and also help them reach their goal too, because it's all about collaboration. You're absolutely right. We cannot do it. We can do it by ourselves, but why? You know, we're in an environment now where there are amazing, amazing women out there who have an incredible talent. The piece that I might be lacking is going to be a strength for them, vice versa. So that's what I would do.
Love it. Love it. And I think just to piggyback on what everyone else said, both, you know, Jennifer, Paulina, Lilibet, just take that action. You know, I mean, like nothing happens until we take that imperfect, messy, sometimes inspired action towards what we desire, because we can be sitting there with all this information, all these networks, everything, but we got to just take that very first step. So my last question for you ladies is, I think we can all agree that many have never heard of or understand what coaching is based on. So based on basically our upbringing, sometimes our beliefs, etc. So how does someone know when they're ready to take the leap and join a women's group, a coaching program, hire a mentor / coach? What do you all think is that maybe the few things that women should look for to know, okay, I think I'm ready to up level myself. I think I'm ready to invest in myself and or in my business. Jennifer, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so in my community, many of the women that have a good percentage has never taken any coaching program, has never hired a coach, because we're really in the foundation area. So they have, and I should say, from what I hear, is that they're stuck. They're tired. They're sick and tired of being sick and tired, is, and to the point of you're ready for change. And there's going to be women that, at least in the type of coaching that I do, that will hesitate and will stop themselves from pursuing bigger and achieving bigger. But you have to really be in a position that it hurts to be in the position that you're in, right? Because you're losing time, you're losing money, you're losing energy, you're spinning your wheels doing God knows what, and you don't even know how you got there, right? In any area. So that's really for something when I work with women, is that you have to be ready for that next level because you're just sick and tired of where you're at right now.
Love it. What about you, Paulina?
Now, that's why I appreciate so much what Jennifer does, because for me, it really comes down to if you've invested in yourself already, you've already done that fundamental piece, you've established a foundation in your work, you removed the stuckness. So it comes down to that. That's how I'm able to identify she's already invested, because I mostly support women. They've already invested in their personal growth and their professional growth, right? How many times have we been given opportunities and then we hold ourselves back, we self-sabotage? That all comes from not doing the work. So I'm a key believer of that. I've done my work. I knew exactly where I was, victimizing being as a victim, or even in relationships. Because as women, we lose ourselves. We lose ourselves as mothers, in our careers, in relationships. We lose ourselves. So that is usually part of our trajectory, unfortunately, especially for minority women, women of color, Latina women, our culture. So once I understand that someone has done their work, they understand their strengths, they understand their weaknesses, they have a collaborative spirit, they have a passion to serve others, I'm able to immediately identify that in someone. And intuitively, it's all about how I feel, the connection, how I can ask some key questions, and I know right away, if they're using in negative self-talk, it could be as simple as that. But for me, it's key that someone has to be ready mindset-wise, because once I start throwing out those strategies, I want you to take action. I want you to move. It's all about love and support. A little tough love, but hey, I'm New York City, that's the New Yorker in me. And it really comes down to, listen, things are going to change and they're going to happen rapidly, but you have to be ready. So that's how I like to serve and support. And when that woman's ready, I get excited, and they get excited because they're going to see the changes.
I think when that thing clicks, it's like, it's this mutual excitement of just joy because something amazing is coming.
That's right.
What about
you
you,
give yourself
Lilibet?
permission.
Yes, absolutely.
So for me, there are a couple of things. I want to start off first by saying is that each and every one of us knows when something isn't right internally. Our soul, our person, or, whatever, how you want to reference yourself, it's just not feeling right. You're starting to feel uncomfortable. Like Jennifer said, you have to be from a place of hurt, but sometimes it doesn't even have to be that intense, because once it gets to the hurt, depending on who the person is, that might take a lot of work, which is why I commend Jennifer, because that's a lot of work. That's a lot of internal work. But we all know ourselves. It's like saying, when you're being cheated on, that you haven't been told, but you yourself, we know when we are cheating ourselves. So we have a certain level of discomfort of where we are personally or where we are in business. So first we start questioning the results that we are accomplishing. So what that does is we have to recognize that. Give time to that voice, because we are telling ourselves, our inner self is saying something has to change. So that's the first part. So then moving forward, it will depend on the person. What kind of support do you think that you want? Do you want it to be a group support? Do you want to join a mastermind first? It could be baby steps. Because I work with women who already have a certain amount of professional experience, they already understand the concept of coaching. But if you're not, right, for those who are participating now here today, first off, I commend you because you showed up. So pay attention to that voice. And then, just as Paulina said, you have to show up. And then you, for yourself, what you respond to. If you know that you need a little bit of tough love, and Paulina's the right kind of gal for you, then go for that. If you know that you need more accountability, or you need to start a little bit more grassroots, or, this is all new to me, I don't have a clue, then Jennifer's the right person for you. So the way that you do that is by go on social media and search out mastermind groups or coaching groups, based on whatever focus you think you will want to start off in. But it all starts with me. I have to give a voice to whatever it is that I am feeling, that discomfort, that unsatisfactory place of where I'm at, and then seek out. And then equally as important, invest dollars in yourself in this process. The thing that I find the most amazing is that people give greater credence to formal education. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You spend 40,000 on the low side up to well over 100,000. If it's a particular career, it could be $250,000 that you put into your education. And then you hem and haw because you have to spend $100 on coaching. And that person is giving you exactly what you need. Exactly. It's giving you the answers now in the present, something tangible that you can take with you. So you have to give value to the fact that, yes, if you connect with the right coach, the right mentor, it's going to take some dollars, and it's okay. You have to, again, start working on the mindset that it's going to cost me money. Through the relationships, if it ends up not costing you, then hey, more power to you. But go into it saying, I'm going to invest money in me in a different platform, something that I haven't tried yet.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that. And I see the other women like, yes, preach it. Because I think you're right. I think I mentioned this before when we had our little conversation, that for me, it was a huge realization when I realized, we're paying so much money for my son to get this coaching, in basketball. We pay a lot of money, for him to do the travel basketball. And it's like, how come we are willing to do that when who knows if he's going to go into the NBA or not? Who knows what he's going to do with that information and that coaching? But us, as adult women, as adults, period, we know there's something more out there. When you feel that something more, when you know that you have so much more to give still, you need someone to guide you. You need that one-on-one support. And yes, you have to pay for it, but it is the biggest investment. It is the most, I think you'll get the biggest ROI, the biggest return on your investment when you invest on yourself. So I do have a couple questions before we finish off. We have just a few minutes, but I just saw a few questions come in that I want to ask you ladies. So the first question, and maybe one or two of you can answer each of these. What is the best way to build credibility in the professional services environment? So maybe one or two of you can answer. What is the best way to build credibility, in your opinion?
I could take a stab at that.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Paulina.
That's okay.
So for me, what I did from the beginning was I made sure I took notes, make sure I gathered testimonies, make sure I got video of testimonies. I immediately put my marketing into action, said I need to collect as much data of the success stories as possible from the beginning. And that is how I built the credibility, because that's another person speaking about you, right? It's not you just saying, hey, I could help you do this. It's like, no, this person said I could help you do this, right?
That's so good. Love it. I love that, Jennifer. What were you going to say, Paulina?
I was going to mention that, interestingly enough, when I transitioned from corporate to consulting, I had gotten I'm certified as both a coach and a life coach and business coach. And I thought I was leaving corporate America to be a life coach and just support people in their personal arena. And what I was coached out of from my own business coach was, you do not throw away 20 plus years of skills and experience to do something that's brand new. So you have to incorporate, at least I recommend you incorporate all your skills, even from a teenager. I've been working since I was a teenager. So bring in all those skills with you and make sure that it's something that, number one, that you love doing, but at the same time you have experience with. So for me, that was finance. I absolutely love creating spreadsheets. I love talking about money and strategies around how you can build money, pricing, packaging. That's just, I love that. And that's what I did for corporate. I didn't realize I helped other companies grow their business. So why not support the women that I want to support, or the people I want to support in doing the same? So definitely bring those skills with you. Don't throw them away.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
What I'd like to add is that we're in a digital age.
Yes.
So take advantage of the platforms. You know, you have Facebook Live, you have LinkedIn, depending on what your focus is. And this is something that I work with the ladies who do coaching with me, is that I help them to devise their brand. Because I think at the end of the game, that's what they're talking about. And now more than ever, and moving into 2021, I mean, right now it's at 80%. The digital video platform, that's going to increase. So if you're not staying up with the times, and that could just be, you know, a quick intro, have it be at least 3 minutes so that it has some stickability with like YouTube and all those other things. I know that I'm going a little bit more and above, but there are people who already like and feel comfortable being in front of a camera. So put yourself out there, and that's a way. And then you increase your followership, and then your database also increases.
I think visibility is exactly what you're saying. You have to be visible. Otherwise, if people don't know about you, how can they find you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, your dream client, your ideal client can't find you. They don't even know you exist.
Mm-hmm.
So the last question that I have here that someone asked was, how did each of you decide to pick your target? What strategies or discernment did you use? And we only have a couple minutes, so maybe one or two of you can answer that question, please.
Well, for me, it came from
Go ahead.
30 years of being in real estate and coming in contact with women, as I said, that it was the same story. I kept hearing the same story. So to me, it became an issue of, this is a problem that I know I have a solution to. So that's how I approached it, from just years of experience and having the same scenario. And each one of us will have similar circumstances that we know that we have the answer to that problem.
Yes. And you know what I've heard someone say before, that usually your ideal client, your person is usually you just a little while ago or a couple years ago. And you've experienced the problem, you've figured out the solution. And just like you said, Lilibet, now you have the solution for people. Did anyone else want to say something before we finish off?
Yeah, I wanted to share. I kind of was running away from my target, to be honest with you. Just
Well, we
being
understand
honest.
why though. We all know it's a lot of work to work in that specific area.
Yeah, yeah, and even the faith component, right? Because I am from the nonprofit world. I am a degreed person, right? So you have this stigma of, well, you're only supposed to be professional and you can't put faith in it and you can't talk. So I struggled with that, just to be 100% honest. But everyone that kept coming to me kept bringing the faith-based component. So I was like, okay, let's just do this, you know?
Love it. Love it. I think sometimes you pick it and sometimes it picks you. And that's what it sounds like it did for you. Like it was just going to pick you and was not going to leave you, to do your own thing. Oh my goodness, ladies, this was wonderful. Thank you so much for just sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, your time with us today. I know I appreciate, what you all shared and just learning from you. I know everyone that's watching appreciates it as well. And I do want to take a second to thank Tito's Homemade Vodka for sponsoring this event. Everything Tito's does is rooted in giving back to the communities they serve, and it is no exception. In fact, it's time that we all need to band together to do as much as we possibly can. So again, thank you. Loved being here with you all, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Welcome. You too.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. We're getting everything ready. So just give us a few minutes.
Hey everybody, yeah, we got an intro coming up. So it's gonna be a video. I'm gonna play it here in a second. So you guys can just get settled in, and we'll be starting here in a second.
Hey, John, can you give me access to the chat feature in case I get any messages via text for questions?
Yeah, the chat feature is acting a little screwy, so I'm gonna try my best to share it all for the Q&A stuff. But I'm gonna get the 11 o'clock hour started right now with the intro. It's a pre-recorded intro, so as long as you guys can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds really quick. Lady Beth and Paulina, I sent you guys the live stream so that you can log on and watch it live through the Latina Expo website. So you don't have to hang around in Zoom. Hey, Olga.
How are you guys? How you doing?
Good, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna log off so you guys can get ready. Sorry. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
What about me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All good?
Yes.
Okay,
This
perfect.
is Rosa. All good?
All good.
Here, let me.
Huge thank you to all the panelists who went ahead and shared their insights and expertise on the importance of being held accountable. It is no doubt that each of us can benefit from finding a mentor, finding a group that'll keep us moving, keep us pushing forward. Definitely super important for growth. Our next speaker of the day is Olga Camargo. She is the founder and CEO of Faro Associates LLC. It's actually a woman-owned minority business enterprise providing consulting and financial services to corporations and government. Olga brings over 20 years of experience in the financial services industry. In 2006, Olga authored a graduate thesis which focuses on the imperative need for financial institutions to provide culturally relevant financial services to better engage today's culturally diverse society. Olga serves as Forbes Business Council's 2020 Chair, Financial Services Industry Group. Crain's Chicago Business named Olga among Chicago's most powerful Latinos in 2019. She's actually a 2019 Aspen Ideas Festival Ricardo Salinas Scholar, to name a few. Today, she shares her insights on how financial education can impact social justice. This is actually a very important topic that all Latino families should know about. Please welcome Olga.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today here with all of you. I'm happy to, I was very excited when I was asked to come and share a few words about financial education with you. And just again, thrilled to be able to, I guess this is a bit of my gospel, and I'm happy to be here with all of you. So anyway, welcome to the 2020 Latina Expo's how financial education can impact social justice. And yes, I made it about social justice because it is about social justice. And it's about really us being better prepared
Really well.
to be able to, I'm sorry guys, really quick. I'm getting a little bit of background feedback, noise. Can we mute? Thank you so much. So I'm very excited about this, and I want to make sure that today, I guess I don't have to go over my background because it was just given to you. But I do want to go ahead and share with you a little bit about what I do in terms of my work, just to get a little bit more granular, just so that you get where I'm coming from. So I actually help individuals with their financial objectives, and that includes retirement planning, among other things that they may want to do. Maybe they want to get that lake house. Maybe they want to go get a yacht. Maybe they want to just plan for their kids' education, right? And so I also serve as a retirement plan advisor to employers. So my specialization in this specific area is to help employers more effectively engage their diverse workforces through culturally relevant financial education sessions. And I do a lot of these sessions, education sessions, as you know, because of the pandemic, virtually. And that also includes nowadays, as needed by employers, Spanish education financial sessions. So my professional and personal mission is really to help close the wealth gap in the United States for all people. I've been working in the space for years now, and you know how many now, because they talked about it, over 20 years. And with the pandemic, you know, this has taken a toll on everyone. And so there are different needs right now out there. And I think that we all know people that are going through financial struggles. And so we'll talk a little bit about the different angles of this financial education, not just related to retirement, and not just related to, you know, how we want to progress and obviously make more money. That is another thing that we'll probably talk about today, and I'm sure it will be. But anyway, this is really, this session is really built to be more comprehensive in nature. There's no one way of tackling what we are really facing right now by just focusing on one topic, okay? So here's what's happening today. And as I talked about it, you know, this financial education is more important than ever. And this session actually will focus on leading ourselves financially. This is a very sensitive topic, like I said, to many people. And this is an important conversation that has to be had at the kitchen table. So today I'm hoping that you're able to take away some real actionable items, which is why we decided to how we decided to basically lay it out the way we did today. So today I will say that we have two audience members that will, number one, share their personal experience related to financial education, mistakes, and achieving their financial goals. And number two, they will also share how they're paying it forward. All of us collectively will provide a compass so you can better navigate this environment, and you will be able to be in a better position to be able to build that that wealth and be in a better financial status. So I just want to let you know you are not alone, and we hope that you find this session useful. So I want to I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to tell you who's on with me today. So you're not wondering who are those two women, but they will jump in a bit after I tell you who they are. I want to first and foremost, thank them both. Just great individuals, great women, Latina leaders that I've known, admired, respected for such a long time. I know these women personally, so I thought that they would be like great examples. And again, they're going to be able to bring in their insights as well. So I'm going to just introduce Rosa Garcia. She's operations with the Hispanic Alliance for Career Enhancement, and Yahaira Corona. She's Senior Diversity and Inclusion Project Manager at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. And I should also mention that she's also the former board chair for the Young Professionals Board for ASE. So yes, I guess I should also tell you that I'm the national board chair for ASE. So, and I should tell you also that I actually did this specific session in a little bit of a different way, but back in August, we had over 100 participants, and in the session, because again, like you, we all need the information to do better for ourselves and our family, our loved ones. So what I'm going to say is also that, yes, of course, we do have a hard stop at 10:57. So I will, as we go through this conversation, I will please ask, and I don't know if we are doing the chat, but please feel free to, if you have access to the chat box, to ask questions, make comments. And I'm going to try to end before 10:57 so that we can take a look at that and hopefully be able to get back to you with responses to your questions. So let me just give you some information and stats to first frame what's going on, right? And why all of us need to take action collectively. In August, the fourth article by the Pew Research Center entitled "Coronavirus Economic Downturn Has Hit Latinos Especially Hard." That's a long title, but that's what's happening. Notes that as the United States locked down amid COVID-19, the unemployment rate for Hispanics increased from 4.8% in February to a peak of 18.5% in April before dropping to 14.5% in June. And that's not seasonally adjusted, I have to say that. This exceeds levels from the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009, when the unemployment rate peaked at 13.9% in January 2010. Hispanic women, this is you, have experienced an especially steep rise in their unemployment rate, which jumped from 5.5% to 20.5% between February and April of 2020 this year. According to various media sources, the pandemic has forced hundreds of thousands of women to leave the workforce. Why? Well, I can tell you, I know a few of those women that were probably not even in the workforce when this happened, and they were trying to get back, but they couldn't because, unfortunately, as you know, COVID-19 hit the Latino community very hard. Social gatherings, family gatherings, you know what I mean? And so these individuals, friends of mine, were not able to go back and continue seeking that employment. Why? Because they were busy taking care of their elderly parents. Because September came around and there was a lockdown and children were not going back to school. And so they were not able to go back. So just this September, that's when we saw the majority of women leaving the workforce, okay? So we know that this is, though, temporary, right? Because we do have that hope that we're gonna get out of this. Actually, not hope, we are gonna get out of this, right? And Latinas will be going back to the workforce, and they're gonna be coming back in huge numbers. And whether you are employed right now or not, you need to take action. And so if you're not employed right now because of this pandemic and you've been hit, what I want to say is you need to have a plan when you do go back. And you're going to get that plan today, okay? Yeah. And you're going to be more prepared than any other time that you've been in there. So I want to now get started with a little bit with Yahaira. Yahaira, if you could unmute yourself, can you please tell us a little about yourself?
Sure, thank you, Olga. So wonderful to be here. I am a diversity and equity inclusion champion at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, and financial literacy is a huge part of my work in showing the communities that we're serving through the Midwest the importance of understanding and building wealth. And I think one of that is Latino, Black, and Brown communities have always had a mistrust in with finances and the banks itself due to the social justice issues that we have had throughout our country for a very, very long time. And so as a diversity and equity inclusion educator, it is my responsibility to partner with organizations and begin teaching financial literacy to students and young adults and the importance of building wealth at an early age.
Thank you, Haida. Let me ask you this. What are some of the mistakes that you've made as you've, we all make mistakes in finance. I'll share mine later on, but what has been one of your mistakes?
So I think, I've been saving since I was a little girl. It was the domingos my abuelita had given me, the lucky pennies I found, and I saved into my tin cans. But my humble beginnings, we were always saving for necessities, rent, clothes, groceries, a home. And I didn't really have a strong formal foundation of thinking about retirement, right? I think it's often known in Latino communities that your abuelitos live with you, you share family homes with people. And so it wasn't until I got to college and I grew older that I started learning about financial aid and scholarships, and was so excited that I can apply for a credit card, that I was able to have access to money and buy things that I wanted that I necessarily didn't have before. And that created a large debt. And I found myself as an 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old student graduating from college with credit card debt, with student loan debt. And I didn't have enough financial guidance to know, like, where do I start? How do I chip this away? How do I build my credit? And as I was growing in my career, I knew that I wanted access to more things, but I still had this burden that I was carrying from just things I didn't understand when I was younger. So I think not having strong foundation of how the credit systems work, how savings work, was part of some of the mistakes I made early on when I was younger.
And I think we all make those mistakes, Yahaira. It sounded like you could have just inserted Olga in there as your name. Yeah. So, Rosa, let's move over to you. Tell us a little bit about yourself, your background.
Yes. Basically, first of all, it is a privilege to be here because it's exactly as Olga mentioned, it's time to pay it back, right? So basically, the bulk of my career has been director of operations. And then why that has been helpful is because you see three major components. You see the financials, you see the human resource, and then you see the operations. And that's very much like life, right? You have to manage your finances, you have to manage the operations of your family. That can take a lot of time. And then you also have to manage your career, right? So you have many hats throughout your life. Same here, Yahaira, back in the youth, you want things that are tangible. So then the mistakes would be that it's not easy to look into the future. It's not easy to to hold on to the future because it's not tangible. But yes, if I could go back 44 decades, I would say in your youth, you have to be thinking about the future, which would mean an investment in you, which is you in the future. So, yeah.
And Rosa, just like Yahaira, what kind of mistakes, financial mistakes, did you make?
Yeah, so it would be, I would say it would be that you're looking at the day to day, right? You're looking at, okay, we have to pay this bill. Okay, we have to, what can we purchase? You're going to purchase the necessity, the car that you need. You're going to purchase the roof that you need. You're going to invest in the education of your children. And that's a must do because we are responsible, but you still have to have that added asset. It's an asset investing in you, in your future, which would be what's going to happen once they all leave home with their degrees or with their new families, and you'll be lucky if you see them for Christmas. And then you're like, wait a minute, what did I just do the last 40 years? Now you're like, what did I invest in me? And then this is the mistake, Olga, that it just takes a very small amount. Just imagine $25 a week. Okay, make it $20 a week. So that's 52 weeks in a year by 20 years. So let's get our calculator out. What does that make? So you take that money and it's not going to sit in a bank account. No, you're going to invest that. See, but then you have to invest time, which is a commodity, very valuable. You have to take time and invest what you're going to do with the $20 times 52 weeks times 20 years that you invest time in researching and reading and developing and your network and looking for a fiduciary. And you're going to say, what am I going to do with that investment?
So Rosa already got ahead of the next question that I was going to ask, and what did you learn? And so she clearly has shared that already with us. So today's, why I invited Yahaira, why I invited Rosa, and why and how I fit in, right, is really about different phases for a Latina in their careers. And we have Yahaira, who is definitely, she's already at the top of her game, and I know that she's going to be doing way more things. She's our youngest audience member today. I think Rosa and I are the more seasoned along the way life-wise. So we have different stages right now. So I know Yahaira had her baby girl, and now she is, how old is she now, Yahaira?
She is 15 months.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
so
gonna say
still
like she's gonna be 2 soon. And so I have a son who is a junior in high school. So guess where I'm at? I need to make sure I'm gonna have the right finances in place, right? Because he's going to college. He already said it. So it's not like, is he gonna go? He's gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you guys a little bit later about what I've been doing since when I've been doing it, because I knew this day would come. And I wasn't going to be like, oh, hopefully if he doesn't want to go to college, then I'm off the hook. No, I knew it was going to, I had to actually plan for the, I guess, worst case scenario that he did want to go to college, because I got to pay for it. And then Rosa actually went ahead and she had her children go through college. So she speaks from another perspective. Mm-hmm. And quite frankly, she probably sees me and Yahaira as like, hindsight, I know what you guys are going to be going through, and let me tell you what's up ahead. So that's probably some of our members today, some of our audience members. So what I want to go to next is, I'll tell you a little bit, Yahaira and Rosa, I'll share this with everyone, and then I'm going to ask you guys a little bit about how you fared. So it says here, Latinos say that they have had a hard time making ends meet during the outbreak, according to the Pew Research Center surveys. As Latinos' incomes dwindled, most have said that they do not have emergency funds to cover 3 months of expenses, and half or more said they worry daily or nearly every day about financial issues like paying their bills, the amount of debt they carry, and the cost of health care. Now, Rosa, Yahaira, and me carry the credit card debt after you graduate from college DNA. Yes, that's a DNA. I'm just kidding. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, how did you, at what point, right? I know what my point was, but at what point did you decide this is an issue? I cannot be carrying this credit card debt. I need to, start chipping away at it. Now, Yahida, you're still younger, so I don't know if you're still done with that, but I know at one point I started to like really take care of this. And it was probably closer to my 30s, close to 30. But I took care of it. Now there was a price to pay. Okay. And I know what my price was. So at what point, Rosa, did you start saying enough? There's no mas?
Right, right. Well, you know it. You see the signs. You start to get uncomfortable. You start to feel not well, right? So this is what you do with a problem. You run into it head on. So then you say, okay, I can't take this bill no more. All right, this is consuming me. You know what we're good at? We're good at being resourceful. We are so resourceful. That's in our DNA, Olga. So what we can do, okay, I can add an additional income stream. Either you can rent a room, either you can start to assist someone, become someone's assistant and help them in something that you can get some additional revenue, or you can consolidate all your credit card loans, you can refinance your mortgage. The point is, don't worry about it. Do something, run into it, be resourceful. At one point in my life, they threw a really big rock at me. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take this rock and I'm going to stand on it. So what did I have to do? I had to move in with family. It was just for several months. And then I said, okay, I got my stuff together. And then I'm like, all right, I'm good now. I can go back out, right? You just have to be resourceful. Don't ignore it. Run into it.
Okay, good. Yahida, do you want to add anything to it right now?
Definitely. I think us living through a pandemic right now, it really does hit the phrase like, hay comida en casa, right? And so you think about all the ways that you're spending and not thinking about it, whether that's that coffee in the morning, a lunch with friends, that great like new purse or shoes that you want. And when you start adding that up, imagine all the debt that you can chip at. And so it is, as Rosa mentioned, it's uncomfortable talking about it. It's really mind-boggling, but I think the first step in really wanting to do everything, the best advice I ever have gotten is like, take control, break that cycle, and like really look at your finances, where you're tracking the spending, and that reality check kind of gives you an eye-opening experience and be like, hey, I'm spending too much money in entertainment, too much money in retail, and not enough money in all the necessities. And when you start really having that uncomfortable conversation with yourself, you can begin to start building an emergency fund and working towards paying off that debt. And I would say, like, do your research. There's so many methods for you to be able to tackle things. There's like the David Ramsey approach, and then there's the envelope method. So think about what works for you and your family. And there's not a one size fits all approach to it. And I think when you do take control and do your research, you'll be able to start at the baby steps and be able to build towards that.
All right, guys. So I'm hearing here what I'm hearing right now, and just to this particular section of the session is you need to live within your means. Okay. Absolutely. So we're talking about our college experience and where we all fell in terms of like making that mistake. Let's live it up. Let's, I like it, I'm gonna go get it. It's not about that. And unfortunately, I think that there is that whole lack of maturity that we all have, right? When we are that young and when we feel invincible and on top of the world. But let me tell you, you pay for this later. So if there's a couple of Latinas that are in this specific stage, please pay mind to your spending. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The one thing I'm always about like, oh, I had no college loans when I graduated. No, but I had the credit card debt. I mean, come on, that was still something that for me, I ended up really doubling up on paying it back, and it was expensive. but I took care of it. Okay. And right around the age of like maybe 20, I don't know, 20, 23, probably 23, I actually started working for this employer that Reuters, and I was a news assistant, senior news assistant at this company. They're London based, and so here I am working for them. Had very good benefits, great match, 401k match. I remember going in at that very early young age and to work, and I saw people that were about to like retire, and every day up on the screen they're looking at their portfolios. Well, of course I ended up going into investments, because I thought to myself, oh, so you start in this cubicle that I'm in, and then you go to that one, and then when you go to that one, that's where the portfolio really explodes, because it was a higher position. No, but it was about investing. Now I've heard, I know there's a question about how much does it take to invest. I mean, how much savings does it take to like begin investing? Well, you know what? We got a book here, and this is a book that I swear by. It's called Save More Tomorrow. And this is really more that guides a lot of us financial advisors in terms of things to be able to refer back to when it comes down to like, okay, what if an employer is asking, what are the best practices? How do we guide our employees in terms of like the actual savings rate that they should be putting into their retirement? I'm just going to give you, and if you can jot this down, please do so. Sorry, my coffee. So here's the recommended savings rate by income level. So I'm just going to take a $40,000 salary example. And again, this can be for this, if you have a retirement program in place at work, please take advantage of it. And I know we'll talk about a little bit more about that with Rosa in a bit. But if you're at $40,000 per this, and you're 25, yes, 25, not 30, not 35, 25, young, you should be saving 8.2% of that salary on an annual basis. Now, if you decide, okay, so if you're 35, for example, and you're making that same salary, 40%, well, you're looking at saving 12.2%, okay? And basically, the reason why you're saving more at 35 is only because maybe you didn't do it at 25, okay? And there's that 10-year difference now. Now you're older, you woke up and, oh, now I'm 35, oh my goodness. And now you didn't do anything. Well, now you're gonna save more. There's a price to pay. And say you didn't do that. You're like, you know what? I'm feeling like in my 20s when I'm 35. Well, and that happens. And then you're like 45 and you're like, I'm feeling like in my 30s. Well, you might be feeling like you're in your 30s and you're 45. And now you got to save 18%.
Okay.
So what does that say? That means that the earlier you start, right, the better. Now I'm just going to give you another rule of thumb, back of the envelope calculation. So say, for example, you're about to retire. This is for the other side of the Latinas that are on this in the session. You're on the other side. You're maybe 5-7 years away from retirement. Okay, and you know, I'm going to tell you about how much you would be needing, or just in general, how much you'll be needing. So say you're going to be retiring. You're going to be basically that last sort of like 2-3 years of your time working is going to basically set the stage for what your lifestyle is. Okay, let's just put it that way. So say, for example, a Latina retires. Now, ladies, we live 30 years, 3 more years than our Latino male counterparts, or just men in general. It's almost vividoras. Anyway, you need to take that, think about what that last salary would be. Say you're at like whatever it is, like, you know, 60,000, maybe more. Okay, so you're at 60,000. So you're going to need, just as an example, you need 60,000 times, like say you're going to be 30 years in this world after you it's about 60,000 times 30. That's how much you need in your retirement. Okay. So you're going to be, after 65 or 67, you retire. Okay. Ponle, about 30 years. And that's sort of less like the ball figure that you should be working with. So how do you get there? Well, let me tell you this. If you're expecting Social Security to take care of you, I got a wake up call here. Number one, hopefully it's still around. Number two, if you do have a benefit coming, you're looking at only collecting about 40% of that salary that you make at the end. So where's the other 60% going to come from? You. It's going to come from you. And that's why the earlier you get started, the better off you are. Now, Rosa has been part of managing the retirement program at ASE. And can you tell us, Rosa, I know you, look, ladies, here's the deal. An organization, an employer will put together the tool that you need. Maybe it's 401k, maybe it's a 403b, whatever it is, nonprofit, for profit. Those are the programs that you'll find. And if you don't have access to one of those programs, then it's time to open up an IRA. Okay. Mm-hmm. And at least that's the other thing that you can do. Now, with that in place, it doesn't magically happen for you. Okay. Rosa, what do you think employees need to know when they have access to a 401k, 403b plan at their work?
Right. So first of all, the employees are not asking questions. They're not. Employees, are not asking like, what does it mean? What should I do with it? Can you help me? They're just not asking. They're not actively investing in that retirement plan. Once again, because it's not tangible. Once again, it's because it's the future. It's because, like Yahaira said, we're taking care of today, our families, our immediate car and mortgages that we need to pay now, right? But it just takes a little bit. It takes just a little bit of your salary that's going to be for you there tomorrow, right? But you have to invest in it, either that little bit of your salary, or you have to invest in time. You have to invest by reading a little bit, by having a conversation with the necessary person, either at your employment or at the organization that's holding the monies, right? All those organizations out there, they're called Charles Schwab's, Fidelity, TD America. You have to, talk to the institutions, and you just have to invest. It's a way of investing in yourself. I'm educating myself. I'm asking the questions. Okay, what are these $27 going to do for me today that are then going to grow for tomorrow, right? And maybe you might have to tap into it, but at least you know what will happen, how it will affect you and your taxes, or you'll make sure you put it back later, right? So the thing is, you have to start asking questions, and you have to take care of yourself too. I know you're taking care of your family, but you have to take care of yourself too, because thank God your family will be well and they will fly away, because that's what you did. You raised them so that they can be self-sustainable. So they will leave, and then you will be left with you, right? And we will have to have all that income to be self-sustainable.
And so in that instance, and I know that we talked about retirement, there was a question about investments. So investments are very unique in terms of like what kind of investment strategy you use. It's very unique to where you are in life and what you are wanting to accomplish. And also it has to do a lot with your risk tolerance, which means you've got a couple of aggressive investors out there, and they can stomach the big fluctuations in the market, up and down, peaks and valleys. And then you have individuals that, and I'm very surprised to see this, and I will share this with all of you today, especially for our young Latinos, Latinas, I've noticed that they're in their 20s, they're just getting started. At that point, I mean, you could have some obligations, but a lot of times there are no obligations, just to yourself. And I've noticed that when they sign up for the retirement program, they're very conservative. Mm-hmm. They're acting like they're about to retire like in 5-7 years. I'm like, no, you need to invest. You need to diversify your portfolio. You're super young. This is where the bulk of your portfolio is going to have like 90-95% of equity available. I mean, that's what it's going to be invested in. It's not going to be, 30% equity and the rest all in money market and bonds. That's not for a 20-some-year-old. So I do want to leave that with you. Now, if you have a specific question on how you go about investing in your company's retirement program, now a company cannot tell you how to invest. This is where you need to seek out your own individual fiduciary, investment fiduciary, to be able to help you out, because they are legally going to have to do what is in your best interest. And not all financial professionals do that. You have to find an investment fiduciary. Now, an investment fiduciary can also be called a financial advisor. Yes, it gets, crazy. So put it to you this way, in the world of the financial advisors, professional financial advisors, only 15% are investment fiduciaries. So that's like finding a needle in a haystack, but you can find them. You can find them. Just ask around.
It could be right in front of you.
It could be. But so just remember about that, okay? And again, I've also seen people copy other people's investment selections. Mm-hmm. No, this isn't a test that we got to pass. No, we each have to do what we need to do for ourselves and for our family and loved ones. And remember, the earlier you start, the better you'll be. All right, we're moving over now to another section that I believe has to do with financial education. We're talking money today. And for this one, Yahaira, where are you? I don't see you.
Right here.
Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay. Yahaira, I want to talk to you a little bit about, how do we set up as young Latino professionals, right? To be able to, we're working, right? But everyone wants to know, how do we do it? How do we advance? What do we do? What has worked for you, for example? I've seen you come up the ladder.
Thank you.
I've seen you take advantage of a lot of things that are obvious to take advantage of, but people don't. Right. How do you grow your career as a Latina? And especially whether you are employed right now, take good notes of this, or you're gonna go back to the workforce, take good notes of what Yahaira is about to say. Yahaira?
Well, thank you. And I think it's just having the appetite to continue to learn knowledge. And even throughout our conversation, I have my pen and paper here, and I'm still taking notes and making goals for myself that I want to achieve and want to invest. And as I would say, I think of building a strong foundation and a network of mentorship and support. It's what's going to help you as individuals to reach your financial goals as well as your career goals. And I cannot stress that enough. Someone who you can be a confidant, who you can share with the uncomfortableness that you may be struggling with at work, whether that's a conversation to negotiation, seeking a promotion, if you're not getting along with someone. And then when it comes to your finances, about your goals, and having someone that you can trust to talk about where you are at right now, where you want to be, and not be embarrassed that they will not help you succeed. So I think that's one of the most important things, is building a community that is supporting you with mentors that want the best for you. And that is something that can be applied in both your career and in your finances.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. And, the one thing that I will also stress, and Yahaira basically talked about it's the network. It's the network. And you need to stay connected to that network. It's not, I mean, I know that it's hard right now, but we've got the virtual sessions going, right? We can reach out free through Zoom. And the truth of the matter is that right now, this is the time when you reach out to your network and you say, hey, I'm trying to get to this next level, or I'm trying to find a job. Here's what I need. You know what? I want to tell you this right now. And I think you've all heard it probably in Spanish in the past, but I'll tell you what it means in English in a bit. El que no habla, Dios no lo oye. If you don't speak up, nobody knows how that you need help, or that they need to help you, or that they, reach out. They will help you. They will help you. But you need to know how to ask for that help. You got to step up. You got to say, you got to take ownership. You got to say, you know what? I want to get to this next level, or I want this kind of a job. I'm going to go ahead and speak up. And so staying connected is really what gets you to where you're supposed to go, because that's where you want to go, but you have to take action. So the other thing that I do want to say, as related to Latinas, because we just had the Latina Equal, Pay Day most recently, and I got to tell you, so here we are, right, in so far into the year, and Latinas are, still struggling with trying to make the same amount of money for the same work as a white man. Okay. And we need to be better at understanding what we're worth. Okay. So how are you going to do that? Very simple. This is very simple. You're going to use the systems that are already in place to get you where you need to get to pay-wise. If you are ever about to take on another job and you are being asked, number one, on the application, how much are you currently making? For whatever reason, it's still on there sometimes, or whatever it is, or they ask you verbally, I'll be honest with you, it's none of their business. Mm-hmm. It's none of their business. Okay. Because your future opportunity should not be based on maybe a discounted salary that you currently are making, because then all they got to give you is a little bit more, and it's still a discounted salary. And no, we got to end it. Cut it. We don't say any, it's none of their business. You are there to apply for a position where you are going to be fairly compensated, and learn to use that language. I am here. I'm excited about this opportunity. I believe I'm the most qualified. And if they, for whatever reason, you do not share how much you're currently making. You just say, no, I'm just looking for fair compensation. Okay. How do you know what you're worth? You can go to online systems like salary.com. Salary.com. Put in all of your information. Be truthful about the information that you're putting in there. How many years of experience? What is your background? What's your skill set? And also, you can also end up getting a realistic figure of what you're expecting, because you're also selecting the city that you're supposed to be, that you're going to be working at, or wherever it is. Would that be Chicago, New York, wherever it is? It's all on there, and it tells you what that city is paying. Okay. That's one thing that I will tell you before you take any position. Go in there and do your work. You own this. This whole session today has been about you owning this financial education. People are not just out there, come on over here, I'm going to give it to you. No, it's about you taking ownership of this financial education from all different angles. Today, we've talked about, credit cards. We've talked about that credit card debt. We've talked about the price to pay later on in life, the price that you pay when you don't start saving early, right, for retirement, when you don't start saving enough for retirement, and when you also, as you're looking into the investments, how you are probably being too conservative, especially if you're like in your 20s. There was a question earlier today. I think I saw something about how do you assess your appetite for risk in investments. There are different kinds of questionnaires out there associated with some of the investments. They're not all built to be the same because they all are basically tailored to, like, say for example, like at Thur's Investments in my company, there are 5 actively managed portfolios, exchange traded fund portfolios, and in order to know where you fit in line, our company actually has a questionnaire, risk tolerance questionnaire that is connected to these portfolios. So it's not questionnaire that fits all the investments that are outside of these 5 investments, right? So, but if you have any further questions, that's definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn. I can be found on LinkedIn, Olga Camargo, and I can help you get some resources for what you're trying to do. Anyway, I guess I want to make sure that information was in there. But we talked about that being conservative, right? And then we're talking about also, we moved on and we talked a little bit more about, where does it all start? It really does start also, with your employer, where you're working, your position, and your vision for where you need to go, where you want to go next. And then also understanding that as you go through that to that next or pursue that, you have a responsibility to yourself to ensure that you are getting paid what you are worth. Have access to online free tools like salary.com and others. That's just one that I just usually reference. Check it out. But even if you are there, right? Let's talk a little bit about, and I'll leave this to Yahaira and Rosa to chime in as appropriate. But what about paying it forward? We talked about paying it forward, because once you get this down, right? And trust me, there'll still be a lot of other mistakes you make along the way. We all do. This is nothing that, oh, now I'm a pro at this. You learn. It's an ever evolving, sort of like lesson, right? And that's fine. But as long as you're on track, that's what you want to do, that you are committed to becoming more financially educated from all angles, that's what's going to count. That's what's going to continue moving you along the path that you need to move to. But networking, Yahaira, how much has that helped you out even now?
Tremendously. I think everything that I have been able to achieve has been due to like my network and people who I stay connected with and build relationships with and who I'm vulnerable to, who have helped me succeed, and mentors like Olga and other individuals from the ASA network who have done tremendous in helping to educate me about career development and my financial literacy. So that is one thing that I would recommend. And just thinking about generational wealth, right? Rosa mentioned, like, thinking about yourself, investing in your children. Like, it is our responsibility to build generational wealth for ourselves and to be able to leave legacies behind. And that's how rich people stay rich, right? And the way that they invest and being careful in how they choose and be able to have trust. And you want to be able to do that for your families, to be able to do that for like the communities and give back in that way, to have more to give, to be able to just have a season and have a trust and be able to give in that way. And most importantly, it helps to build away from the social inequities that we've had as a community, as a Latino community, and to just build more trust into the financial systems that are there to support us and to help us make money, and taking advantage of your work opportunities. And many companies hopefully do have financial advisors or employee assistance programs where you can at least get free sessions to learn about what you're interested in and how to build wealth. So take advantage of those programs that your work has. If not, there's plenty of free resources on YouTube, as well as visiting just websites of like how to build wealth, how to start saving, what are things, and those resources, you'll find what best works for you.
Rosa, in hindsight, what has helped you the most?
Definitely, as Yahaira mentioned, it's you have to surround yourself. Your network will be a very good network. So it's the good people that surround you. so that when, you have, a hiccup in life, it's the good people that are going to be there to help you, come over it, right? But two commodities that are very important, which is first, time. Time is priceless. You have to, yes, live in the present, but you have to invest in tomorrow. Time is very important. Time to review your bank statement. What's going on here? Time to review your savings. Okay, what should I do with these funds that I have right here? So you have to invest time in the future, right? The other thing, as Yahaira mentioned, very important commodity is trust. That's something that doesn't arrive. You build it, you create it, you nurture it, you take care of the trust that you have in your network with these good people in your family, because you are modeling the way. You're modeling the way for your family, for your children, for this good network that you have built. And as they say, what comes around goes around. And then now we're paying it back because you're in such a good circle. It comes out of you to naturally do this. And you know what? It feels good, and you're going to want to do more of it. And it's going to be very exciting to see everybody, model this also.
And I do want to, make comments on, I know that this has been a bad pandemic. And I know that a lot of women ended up leaving the workforce, and that's taken a toll on the income, right, that is coming in or not coming in anymore. And I know that families are struggling. And so what I'm telling you right now is, you may not be able to put monies away right now. I understand that. We all understand that, for crying out loud. Within our own family, my own family, there's been a lot of help, amongst us. That's what family is for. Now, you should not feel bad because you cannot put monies away at this point. Mm-hmm. That's it. These are unprecedented times that I hope we never see again, mm-hmm. but it could happen. So what we're trying to do today is prepare you for when you get relaunched, mm-hmm. which will happen because this pandemic will end. Okay. And what are you going to do? Okay. Right now, all you have to do right now is look at what you're spending. You can't put monies away because families are struggling. Then look at what you're spending. Try to make sure that you are accounting for monies right now. This could, this is going to be for a few months now. I mean, it's still going to go on for a few months until we get all the vaccine, everybody inoculated, everybody, with the right vaccines that they need, so we can go out there and start to get back to normal. But in the meantime, look at what you're spending. Okay. How much is coming in? It's very simple. How much is coming in and how much are you spending? And as needed, because Latinos have this, oh, no quiero pedir, I don't want to ask. You're not asking. You put money into the system, you have a right to ask for a bit of a hand. Okay? That's what that is. Mm-hmm. Because when you are working and you're putting into the system, you are giving somebody else a hand. You're putting monies in there. Well, guess what? You put monies in there. All of your friends here put monies in there. Now you go get a hand. Whether you got to go to a pantry, whether you got to go get, call up your bank to get the mortgage forbearance, you do that. You do this not for just yourself. You do it for your loved ones. So I hope that this session has given you a little bit of a better, understanding of how we look at financial education. And it really, it's all about the ownership that you take with this financial education. Thank you so much to Yahaira and Rosa for joining me today. And I hope you found this session very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if Elizabeth is going to come back on.
Hey guys, thanks again for doing so well. I really appreciate you guys coming on. If you have any questions, and there's a lot of more back and forth in the group chat, I'm going to try our best to share that. If you want to get back to the people that sent some questions, I want to thank you again for everything.
Thank you.
Olga, it was great.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Ciao.
All right, everybody, we have about 3 more minutes until we start our next panel. So just stay tuned.
Similar challenges with finding hair and skincare products that worked for her entire family, and she did something about it. It's my pleasure to introduce our. Not only did she launch her own company, she was actually the first Latina to do so. Congratulations, huge congratulations to all of these fabulous ladies and Latinas who are joining us today, who are the first to accomplish things and keep inspiring us and keep inspiring all the generations that are to come. But here we have Aisha Ceballos Crump. She has always had a love for the beauty industry. After completing her engineering degree from Purdue University, she went on to work in the engineering and pharmaceutical field. However, it didn't take long before her passion for beauty resurfaced and took center stage. For 16 whole years, Aisha worked in the beauty industry, making contacts and networking with some of the world's highest rated and recognized natural hair and skin care companies. This experience gave her the expertise necessary to pursue her lifelong dream, becoming an entrepreneur. As a Latina woman with mixed race children, Aisha always found it hard to find hair and skincare products that worked for her entire family because her children had a variety of hair types. Products that worked on her son, sometimes didn't work on her daughters and vice versa. Aisha began experimenting with ingredients, always making sure to incorporate her abuela's secret ingredient, which is miel or honey. In 2016, Aisha began her company, Honey Baby Naturals. She's become the first Latina woman to own a natural hair and skincare company in major retail markets. Over the years, Honey Baby Naturals has won several awards for its hair type inclusive formulas and securing placements in mass retailers like Target, Walmart, Sally Beauty, CVS, Walgreens, just to name a few. Oh, and also TJ Maxx. That's a good one. In 2019, Aisha launched her second brand, Botanica Beauty, which is a beauty line inspired by and created for the Latina community.
Hey Aisha, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How you been?
Oh, busy, crazy. I know I owe you some contacts, some phone calls. I know you've been busy too.
I know you got a lot on your plate. That was an introduction for you. I wanted to also just kind of give you a soft handoff to open up your discussion. I personally am very, very motivated to be working with you. You're an amazing mentor, and I barely know you, but by the things that we've already talked about, the type of work we're getting into, and then people that I referred you to have said the same thing. So I just wanted to let you know personally that I think you're a great businesswoman, and I'm very humbled to be working with you. And I wanted to thank you for joining us today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Are you all ready to go? You all set?
Yeah, I am. I'm like I was trying to figure out the format, but I'm absolutely ready. So let me know when.
Towards the end of your section, we're probably going to be sharing the Q&As that are coming into the chat. So if you want to just be aware of the chat box, and then you can answer them at your leisure.
Okay, and you're going to bring me in, or are we in now?
We are in right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I haven't done many virtual summits.
It's all good. It's all good. So whenever you're ready, okay?
All right. Well, hello. I am Aisha Ceballos Crump. I am the owner and founder of Honey Baby Naturals hair and skincare products, Botanica Beauty, and launched Beauty Loft, which is the first of its kind beauty brand incubator. First and foremost, I want to thank the Latina Expo for having me as a keynote speaker. I'm very honored to be a part of this amazing program and summit. And Cesar Rolon, who put this together, is one of the most amazing individuals that I know. He does so much for our community. And I mean, I'm just so proud to be a part of what he's doing, and hopefully we can help grow our movement and our voices in all areas of business and in life. So, all right, with that said, might get a little emotional today, but I want to take you on a journey on my life's mission and what it is that I do. I am a woman. I am Latina and Puerto Rican. I am a scientist. I am an engineer. I'm an entrepreneur. And now I'm a beauty boss. And my goal and my mission in life, over the last 20 years, I spent my career building to this point, is really about changing the face of beauty. You know, growing up as a kid, we have perceptions of what beauty is, and we see lack of representation on television, in media, in the news. We didn't see women that look like us. You know, we weren't the typical included visual for beauty. You know, I want to change the way that we talk about beauty. I want to change the way that we think about beauty. I want to change the way that we look at beauty. But most importantly, I want to change access. I want there to be brands that were made by us for us. You know, as a Latina woman, you know, when I walk into a retailer and I don't see products that were created by women that look like me, or women, period, you know, this has to change now. It's 2020. Latinos make up over 50% of all population growth. By 2050, Latinos will make up over 85% of all growth, of all population growth. And it's crazy that in 2016, I became the first Latina to ever have a natural hair and skincare line in mass retail. And in 2020 was the first year that a major retailer put Latina women on an end cap and celebrated our culture and our heritage and us as a consumer. So, you know, that's powerful. It's important. And we all have to recognize and understand our power and our strength in this market and in our community. And a little bit about my journey and how I got to be where I am. Like many of you, I'm a first generation college student, first person in my family to go to college. And because we are the first, we have so much pressure on our shoulders. I always believe that, okay, I needed a stable job. We need a career that would help pay the bills, that would help, you know, grandma, help your parents. And so I actually decided to go to Purdue University and major in engineering. I went down the list. I said, what degree makes the most money out of college? And I picked engineering, and it was extremely challenging. And as you can imagine, no one looked like me. There's not many women. There weren't many Latina women. Maybe I can count them, two or three of us. And, you know, it was that fact that drove me to decide that, okay, I'm going to change this narrative. Why aren't there many women and women of color, Latina women that are in this field? You know, I'm a scientist, you know, I'm an engineer, and I can be these. So upon graduating from Purdue, and, you know, engineering is this degree where it helps you to learn about changing and enhancing and making things better. You know, I started working in sales. I was bored out of my mind. I realized that, you know, okay, this is a great paying job, but there's so much more that I want to do. Watching things change around me, seeing things that, you know, we weren't a part of. What could I do to change the narrative? Shortly after, you know, having my first child and getting married, having my first kids, I started to work in the beauty industry, and I worked my way from the very bottom to the top. I launched an online beauty business, didn't know much about it, but then I realized I needed to really learn about the business in order to impact change. I started selling chemicals, the first person fresh out of college, no experience, for a major chemical supplier. And I'm walking into these big companies, and I'm finding out, again, no one looks like us. No one's thinking about us. No one is talking about us as a consumer and what are our needs. What is different about our hair? What is different about our skin? What is different about the things that we see as beauty? So I'm trying to influence chemists and marketing teams and tell them, hey, what about us? Let's include us in the conversation. But it wasn't enough. And then I said, okay, I need to start learning how to make our own products. I'm going to empower myself to be able to create products that I can actually put in place in a retail environment so that we can have the reach. And it was not easy. I started working in manufacturing. I learned the ins and outs of the manufacturing world, how to formulate products, how to build them. You know, it was great, but I wasn't done. I felt like, okay, now I know how to do this, but I'm still not impacting change. In 2016, my family thought I was crazy. And, you know, in a Latino family, they're like, you have a great job, you make good money, don't quit, don't take a chance. But I took a chance on me, and I quit my job, and I started working on this beauty collection that was near and dear to my heart. It spoke the story of my family, Honey Baby Naturals. I say it was my fourth baby. And I created these amazing products, hair and skincare products that were really about multi-textured hair, different ethnicities, and really told a story about my family. And it was just incredible. And I remember within the first year, I actually got a call from a buyer at Target. And I'm sweating and I'm nervous and I'm thinking, wow, this little Puerto Rican girl from Gary, Indiana, you know, is getting a chance to go to Target headquarters to present this line that she created out of her apartment. And I remember walking into that meeting, and I was so intimidated. And I'm explaining to the buyers about why it's important to talk about the Latina consumer and why this brand was important. And the rest was history. Our first year in business, we got into Target. And as you guys understand that, you know, a lot of these retailers don't have a section that's inclusive. They didn't have a dedicated platform for Latina women. They didn't tell our stories. You know, beauty was still segmented. It still is today. And, you know, I started on the bottom shelf, and within 4 years, I apologize. And are we back on?
I don't know if that was your fault. I had the Zoom crash on me right now. I had to relaunch it.
Yeah, same here.
I know, mine too. Are we okay now?
I think we're good. We're still streaming. Yeah, we're still recording. So sorry, you know, you were last. You started getting choppy right after you talked about getting into Target. So we can just pick up from there if that's okay.
All right. And so in 2019, it was an emotional moment for me as an entrepreneur, as someone who spent her entire career to get to this point. We were asked to do a major national campaign for Target Corporation, and it was entitled Mas Que. And it was really about being more than a demographic, being more than Hispanic, being more than someone who speaks Spanish, being more than food. It was about our culture and our strength and our pride and our vision. And it was amazing. And so, you know, I really think about my purpose and who I am and how I came to be. I spent my whole life feeling that I wasn't Latina enough, that beauty wasn't me. Beauty was a different perception. And I'm here to tell you today that this is going to change. It's 2020, and we are powerful women, we're powerful men. The Latinx consumer is growing, and our voice needs to be heard. And I'm here to change the narrative and change the face of beauty one brand at a time. I started with Honey Baby Naturals, and we've transitioned. We launched a new brand, Botanica Beauty, and we're just getting started. And we actually currently, I just launched a beauty brand incubator to help other entrepreneurs who want to create, call it, and start brands, but don't know where to start and they don't know where to go, because we need to change the narrative and change the face of beauty one brand at a time. And it's very important that we uplift each other, we inspire each other. And the only way that this movement is going to have fire and have legs and to move and to change is by us collectively partnering together, coming together and sharing, so that we can grow and make sure in 2050, when 85% of all population growth is Latinos, when we walk into any retailer, any store, that there's a whole section, there's a whole aisle that is dedicated to Latina women, products that were created by us, for us, that address our needs. When media is showcasing videos and television programming that we are represented in all skin tones, all hair textures, and they're telling our stories and celebrating our culture and celebrating our pride and our strength. So with that, I get emotional when I talk about this, because I see how far we've come, but I also see how far we have to go. And this is just the beginning of this massive movement. And it's not just in beauty, it's in every category where we have not been a focus, where we're underrepresented, where we're not in the conversations. Let's change the narrative. I'm changing the face of beauty. We all collectively can change the face of every category, every consumer product, and change that we are included in the conversation and that we are a part of something bigger than you could ever dream of. And it starts with one person who had a small dream who turns into a big dream. And so I'm proud to stand here today as a proud Puerto Rican Latina woman who has put this community on her back to try to enhance it, to say, we are just getting started. And, you know, with the help of everyone in our whole community, we are going to change the narrative. We are going to change the vision. We're going to change what they think, and we are going to change the face for Latina women.
Awesome. That was awesome. I really love that part of your story about, taking the bull by the horns, and then within that first year getting into one of the biggest retailers. That's such a big deal. I really also I don't know how much you jumped on the idea of you being that having that warehouse kind of incubator. Can you go into a little bit more detail about that?
Absolutely. So, you know, it's interesting. I was just reading a CNN article when I woke up this morning, that women, obviously we know, have lack of resources and funding. And although Black women are the biggest segment of growing entrepreneurs, they have the least amount of resources and funding. And now think about Latina women. Banks aren't running to give us money. People aren't running to give us resources. And so when I started Honey Baby Naturals, I started out of my apartment and I'm shipping packages. I didn't know what I was doing. And I'm filling product, and I'm just trying to figure this out. And so I realized that the barrier to entry for so many young entrepreneurs and people that want to get into the business is they don't have they don't have the knowledge they need. They don't have the facility. They don't have the space. And I thought it would be great to use my platform, to use the 2 brands I already have, to create this space that was an incubator for other entrepreneurs that want to break into the industry. And so in 2020, in January, we bought our first warehouse facility, office space in Chicago. And in March, we launched the Beauty Loft. And the Beauty Loft is a safe place for entrepreneurs to build their brands, to get help from chemistry, from laboratories, manufacturing. Actually, I have my whole family here today. We're running product. We had such a huge Black Friday sale, and we're just expanded our reach into retail, but we're manufacturing, we're blending, we're shipping, logistics, distribution. And these are all things that we all struggle when we're trying to become entrepreneurs. The barriers to entry are so difficult. And eventually, I'd like to find investors, and I've had a lot of investors approach me where I take investors and I pair them with an entrepreneur that has an amazing product or amazing service that they want to help. So the Beauty Loft is really a safe place where you can come and expand your vision for your product range, and we can help you throughout the process. And as far as advice, you know, I would give my younger self, I saw that question come up. Don't think any dream is too small. You know, I think that so many times, and especially in our, like I said, you know, my grandparents came from the island to the mainland to build a better life for their family. And they worked very hard in the steel industry and the grocery stores. And, you know, they're like, oh, get a good job and take care of your family. I think people in my family thought I was crazy because I wanted to become an entrepreneur. Don't ever think your dreams are too big. And, you know, the biggest risk is to never take a risk. If I didn't quit my job in 2015 and start this company, I would never have known where, you know, I could have been, and I would not be where I am today. So I always tell people the biggest risk is not taking one. Take a chance on yourself. Other questions, products for men. Yes, but Honey Baby Naturals is actually an all-inclusive line. It's a family brand. So children, adults, men, women, we have something for everybody, but we are going to start doing some more focused products and focused collections. And I am actually working with a brand right now that is a young entrepreneur who's on e-commerce that has a beard grooming range, and it's amazing, and I can't wait to help launch it. Another question is, how did our brand get visibility with retailers and your approach for nationwide distribution? It was actually word of mouth. Social media is amazing. Like, we live in an age where a small brand like Honey Baby Naturals and Botanica Beauty can compete with the likes of Fortune 500 companies because you have the power. We're able to advertise on social media platforms, on YouTube, on Instagram. We're able to spend a little bit of money to get a lot of people who endorse the brand. And I think in an age where these retailers are looking for products that are made by women of color, that are made by Latinas, that are made by by women, and they want to place it. So I actually got to Target because somebody endorsed my product on social media. I got it to a beauty editor. They talked about it, and they actually called me up, invited me to Minneapolis to come and to speak about the product. And it was just amazing, and the rest is history. Another question about Beauty Loft. Yes, we're open. Unfortunately, COVID has been, everyone knows how tough it's been for small businesses. So we've pretty much been in survivor mode right now, making our own products. But in 2021, we are going to open up our doors to bring in some smaller clients and to really collectively build this amazing umbrella of brands that we can help to present to retailers and into distribution. Another question, all Target stores, unfortunately not. And this goes back into changing the face of beauty. When you are a multi-textured brand, a lot of the retailers only put you in communities where they think that there's predominantly minorities. It's reality. You won't walk into this store in a certain neighborhood and see our products because there's so much segmentation. But this is why we're breaking down boundaries and we're breaking down the narratives and changing it, because I want to be in all Target stores. We don't just live in certain areas. And we are in TJ Maxx and Marshalls and Sally Beauty, which puts us in every community and every neighborhood. So that's exciting. But again, it takes a collective movement. It takes you as a consumer to walk into your store and say, hey, why don't you have Honey Baby Naturals and Botanica Beauty in this store? We would love to see those products. And that's how we grow our footprint in all communities. Another question about plans for growing the brand. Absolutely. This year was a very challenging year for a lot of small businesses, but we maintained, we grew. We're doing a lot with e-commerce. I think e-commerce is it is the wave of the future, especially with foot traffic and retailers being being lessened. We are going into e-commerce. We launched on Amazon this year. We have a lot of international interest. So we will be doing some international launching, and I'm launching, Honey Baby Naturals has 14 products, but this is the first year I'm going to actually launch an entire collection. So in 2021, I have the most amazing science meets nature collection launching, and we're so excited about that collection. Botanica Beauty is launching new products, and we have expansion into Walmart and Target. So we're truly excited about the opportunities in front of us, but a lot more needs to be done to grow our reach and grow our presence.
Hey, Aisha, real quick, I wanted to ask you about kind of what led you to open the pretty much the shipping and the wholesaling part of the next part of your business. Do you think that you just kind of had the vision that, or you had the sense that there's a vacuum there and you needed to service this part of the industry, or was it more that you were just trying to problem solve for your own line of products to make things easier, or a little bit of both?
It was absolutely both. Like I said, I was working out of my apartment, my condo in Chicago for the first 3 years. And people don't realize that. It's like, okay, I had tables and boxes and products set up. How can you grow a brand working out of your apartment? You can't. And it was like, I needed to expand my e-commerce. How can I do that without a facility? But I didn't want too much overhead where it was going to weigh down the brand. And so me opening up this facility was like an aha moment. Okay, this is going to help me advance my distribution and my shipping and my logistics. But at the same time, it's going to open up a space so that we can have collective buying power. We can do our own manufacturing. There are not many manufacturers. People don't realize this. Most brands contract manufacture. And the contract manufacturers do not look like us. They're not women owned, they're not minority owned, they're not Latina owned. And so I wanted to be the first. I have a chemistry background, I have a science background. And so slowly but surely, we want to add equipment. We want to be able to manufacture our own products, do the distribution. I wanted all aspects of our brand, from supply chain to who's supplying our bottles, our labels, our boxes, our manufacturing, to be people of color and from women. And our team is that. I look to empower people from our community so that we can actually grow our own separate businesses and bring it all together in one collective environment. And it's been extremely successful. I would say I would not have survived COVID if I had to rent a shared office have this facility. And so it's been a blessing. And I can't wait to see, the brands that we bring on in 2021 and how it's going to change the industry.
That's so amazing. I was just blown away when I went to see the facilities and just to see the way that you're ready to scale at a moment's notice. It's pretty inspiring. If I could ask you a little bit about maybe the next 2 to 3 years, or like what you would hope to bring into the incubator, and then also a little bit about maybe the process, like if somebody, is there a vetting process on your behalf, or what kind of, target co-sharing businesses would you like to see, and what kind of, what does that picture look like, I guess?
So, obviously my plans changed a lot this year with all that happened with the pandemic. But I represent brands in underrepresented categories. So we do focus on Latinx beauty, which is hair and skin, multicultural, multi-textured hair care. I'm very interested in tween and wellness, and also men's grooming. So I'm glad that question did come up. So these are categories where I've already, put focus into each category and resources and say, okay, these are areas that we want to focus on. I have a team and I'm hiring people and trying to get an amazing team together. I'm primarily focused just on Honey Baby Naturals right now and Botanica Beauty myself, but I will be, teaching and helping. But we are bringing on 3 new entrepreneurs in the new year. One is going to be multicultural hair care. Another one is men's grooming. And then we're doing a tween line and wellness, because I think I have daughters and a son. Well, my son's a teenager, but there's certain needs that this category needs that's underserved. And we want to build confidence. We want to build strength. And what better category than, in young adults who are coming to learn themselves and their bodies. And so I'm really, really excited about it, but I do want to stay focused and make sure that the brands that I have continue to excel, to continue to grow, and continue to, break down barriers so that we can have more brands to come behind it. And as far as joining, I will be posting, and obviously I had to scale things back, but I will be posting information on Beauty Loft. We had an amazing launch event that I haven't even shared yet. And we're going to keep it small. And hopefully as we grow every year, we'll add, 3 to 4 brands that we can pull under our umbrella. And when I go into Target, I'll present all my brands. When I go into Walmart, I'll present all my brands. And hopefully that, not just one brand gets distribution, but all the brands. And that's my goal.
Well, I'm very excited. And again, I'm very excited to be working with you personally. And on behalf of Latina Expo, I wanted to thank you so much for spending time with us. I hope you come back for another one of these and, non-COVID times when we can be talking about your success.
Yes. And I love to share, at some point behind the scenes and, young college students that, especially for me, we have a STEM outreach program and I have to get back into it through Honey Baby, where we went into inner city schools in Chicago and Gary, Indiana, and hopefully in DC and Atlanta, where we're going to actually get into more cities in California and Texas and more states and really inspire young females, women of color, females that want to get into STEM and technology. I was very active in the minority engineering program at Purdue. And I just feel like if we start at a young age to set our goals in our minds and say, I want to be a scientist, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a beauty mogul. Let's start it early. And so those are the things that I like to do. And I like to use this platform to reach out to, some of these individuals and help guide them and as they grow in this industry and other technology and STEM-based industries.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, if anybody wants to get in contact with you, is there anything you want to share? Do you want to share your Instagram tag, things like that?
So for Honey Baby Naturals, we're at Honey Baby Naturals. And for Botanica Beauty, we're at Botanica_beauty. And you can email us at info@honeybabynaturals.com or info@botanicabeauty.com. And I do have, I think I have info at Beauty Loft Chicago, but you can actually go to Beauty Loft Chicago. It is a work in progress, but in 2021, we're coming, and that's why I need you to help me to launch our website for our new company. And, you know, we're working with a lot of creatives, and I cannot wait. I can't really share all the details, but I have a big marketing promotion coming in 2021 that is going to take everyone by storm. So I can't wait to announce that, and it's going to be coming in 2021.
All right, Aisha, hope you have a great day, right?
All right. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for this platform. Thank you for this opportunity. And I just hope that it just grows every year. And we have so many more entrepreneurs that could be a part of it.
Aisha, thank you so much. It's been amazing and inspiring. And we will break for a 30-minute lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock to learn about leadership during the pandemic. Everyone, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hey guys, just want to say it's going amazing. Good job, John. Really good job. I love it.
Yes. Oh, you guys are sure. Hey, is anybody freezing, or is it just my computer?
Aisha was freezing a little bit. But
Okay.
it was her her connection. But other than that, I've had good connection so far.
Okay. Mine was
when she started freezing and then she got to a complete stop, my Zoom app actually crashed, and since I was the host, I think it kicked everybody off, but weirdly it saved its place when I relaunched it and like got back on really quickly. But I don't know if like her slow connection crashed my software. I like, so that's kind of one of those things where it's like I definitely take a note of it and figure that out hopefully beforehand, you know. So
Wait, live right now?
Elsa, I don't remember if you remember doing that speed test that we did on your computer.
Yeah.
So that's something that we can kind of try to promote and put in a letter for the future saying, you know, please try to take the speed test. If you're under these numbers, try your best to, you know, figure out to get a better signal or go somewhere else, blah, 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 you know.
It's probably a great idea. I was going to, hold on. Shoot, this got a drew a blank. John, I was going to say, when you play those videos, are you clicking on the share where it says it has this little thing where you can play the sound through the computer? Because it sounds very low.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure that out. I'm gonna reply to Gustavo right now because he's asking if we're live. I don't know if everybody knows we are technically live on YouTube for anybody that's still with us through the lunch break.
Oh.
But I mean, if we could talk offline, but I don't know if it matters. I don't mind as long as we, you know, because I think that we're doing really well as well. And when we get back from break, we have the video to kind of segue into the first moderator. And then we have a 3-panel with that moderator. I don't think we're gonna do the large image before the, to introduce them because it takes like dominance, it almost goes full screen. And that's a little weird. I don't know if you guys agree with me or not. I don't know if you saw earlier when we had Edith's in full screen.
Yeah, I know, but she was on my screen.
Yeah, that's fine. You say we're live on YouTube?
Yeah, I think so.
Do we want to be live?
What happened?
Do we want to be live? I mean, this is going to be recorded, and all this discussion we're having right now going to show up later in the recording?
Possibly, yes.
I would turn off the YouTube.
Well, we would have to just get off, but it's like we would have to get on a FaceTime call or something else.
Okay. I would recommend that. I don't think we should be talking about if people or somebody's live on YouTube.
Well, you guys can get off. I got to stay on because I have the main header here until we get back at 1 o'clock.
All right. If we need to, we can just talk on the phone or something.
Okay. Hey everybody, I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to check in with you. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off your video, and then I'm gonna have the buffer bring in the moderator. I just want to let you guys know that we'll be starting in a few minutes, and I'm gonna send you a request to turn your cameras back on, okay?
¿Qué está pasando?
¿Cómo estás?
Are we doing mic checks? Are we doing?
Y'all look wonderful.
We're gonna be introducing you guys in a little bit. I hear you fine, so we're just waiting until 1 o'clock.
John, this is Claudia. Can you check that our videos are set up correctly? I mean, is the lighting okay? Any feedback on that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. Let's hold on. We can.
Hi, everyone. I want you guys to know that you're live on YouTube, so I'm not sure how much you want to be speaking right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Gotta love technology.
You look great there. You got the lighting looks good. Do you want to do a quick mic check then? I guess Maria, we can start with you. If you want to do a mic check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, you sound good. How about you, Liz? Or Bet, can you hear me?
Well, yes, I can hear you. All good on my end. Hola, ¿qué tal? How's everyone doing?
Good, good.
No,
Okay,
Missy.
we still have 2 more minutes or so, okay? So we're gonna check right back in with you guys.
Sounds good.
We're missing Yaneth. ¿En dónde está
Yeah,
Yaneth?
we are missing one person. I will reach out to her right now.
Okay. Claudia, I feel like I just saw you.
You did.
Oh, Claudio's on his little. Yours is a little muffled.
Who?
I was just whispering.
Oh, okay, okay.
There she is.
I'm here. How are you?
Good.
All right, guys, we're gonna get started.
Anita, you're the only one with your screen going this way. Why don't you?
It's on my phone.
Yeah, pero turn it the other way para que estés like the rest of us. Can you?
I'll switch my phone. Espérame.
Ah, see, there you go.
Yeah, I just gotta, now I gotta fix this. Mm.
Podemos oírla.
Practices and promote communities of color. There is no doubt that this year's pandemic has challenged leaders to change the way they lead. Our next panelists will be sharing from their own experiences and career challenges as Latinas, what we can all do to make a difference in the world, and a word or two on what businesses can do to implement more ethical practices and promote communities of color. To lead this discussion is Claudia Freed. Claudia is president and CEO of EAL Green, a nonprofit organization that uses a circular economy model to transform excess inventory from businesses into college scholarships for students. Under her leadership, EAL Green has transformed the lives of thousands of students attending college nationwide. The company has provided scholarships to 18,832 students and prevented more than 100,000 tons of surplus materials from becoming landfill. Corporate donors have contributed more than $30 million in product donations to help students in need. And in 2016, EAL rebranded by becoming EAL Green to celebrate the environmental benefits of this innovative program. Please welcome Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I am delighted to be a moderator for this panel today. And as we just heard, we are discussing a very critical topic of leadership. I believe that in 2020, we only got a flavor of what it is to be a leader under very difficult circumstances. As we look forward, we want to invite three remarkable women who are leaders in their own field, who are going to share with our audience insights on what it takes to be a leader of the future. With us today, we have Yvette Trevino, Janet Medina, and Maria Castro. It is my pleasure to invite these women to share with us their experiences in leadership, not only to tell us how they have implemented their own principles, but to give the audience an idea of what it takes to be a leader of the future. We hope that by the end of the session today, you would have taken away key learnings in terms of what are some of the steps that you can implement in your own career. Whether you are just starting as a leader or you are like me, experienced Latina leader, we know that today you will learn what it takes to have the confidence to march ahead in your career and create success not only for your life, but for those around you. Let me please begin by introducing very briefly our guests. Yvette Trevino serves as the director of Cook County COVID-19 Recovery Small Business Assistance Program. In this critical role, Yvette is a networker for the benefit of small businesses, interacting with a variety of funding sources, resources for the community, but more importantly, to bring strength to our community through cooperation and collaboration. Obviously, during COVID-19, Yvette has had to exert her leadership abilities, and we will hear more from her about the attributes that she has been able to draw from her own life experience to make her a successful leader in the community for Chicago and beyond. We also have with us Janet Medina. Janet is with Wintrust Bank, and in fact, Janet is Senior VP of Retail Banking and Head of Retail Banking for one of the branches, St. Charles Bank and Trust. Wintrust is known as Chicago's bank. When the bank was founded in 1991, it was just a dream. Today, they have over 150 locations around our community. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Janet, who not only is a leader in banking, in finance, but also very aware of what it takes to create the right culture in a place, to be inclusive and to set the tone for everyone in the team to be successful. I have the pleasure as well to introduce Maria Castro. Maria Castro has worked extensively over 3 decades in retail, consumer packaged goods, and telecommunications. Maria currently serves as the Regional External Affairs Manager for Comcast, helping identify opportunities in the community where Comcast, as a corporate citizen, can empower and infuse influence, resources, and networking. With her leadership skills, Maria has been able to bring very many different sectors to benefit from the generosity of Comcast. Maria, Janet, and Yvette are true examples of Latinas that are changing the world for the better. It is my pleasure now to begin the conversation. So with that further ado, I would like to start inviting our panelists from joining me in asking, as I ask them a few questions. Are we ready?
Yes.
I am very interested in having a conversation with each of you. We will be able to entertain, if we have a few minutes at the end, a Q&A. So for anyone that is curious about a question, feel free to use the chat feature, and I will do my very best to get to your questions. If we cannot, I encourage you to drop us a note at the Latina Expo, and we will get to your answers even after the event ends tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming these three remarkable women. And I would like to start out with Maria. When we think about leadership, Maria, and I have read a little bit about your biography and how your family, hard work, particularly your dad, really set the tone early in your life for knowing what it takes to be a leader, in addition to hard work and impeccable work ethics. Maria, what are some of the most important attributes for successful leaders today? If you were to say these are the top 3 attributes in your experience, you can help us identify. And I'll invite Janet and Yvette to chime in as you finish your remarks so that we can keep this conversation flowing well for everyone.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Latina Expo Chicago, for the invitation. I truly am excited and honored to have been asked to be on this panel. I know all 3 of you ladies extremely well, so that certainly helps because there are no strangers to me. I'm flattered to be able to be here with these remarkable women, as you said, Claudia, because as Latinas, it certainly has always been more of a challenge for us as women, but also as Latinas, to climb the corporate ladder, to get the respect that we deserve, and certainly to give it back and to put that ladder down that we have climbed up so, successfully. But to your point, Claudia, my dad, was a migrant worker and certainly had his, many dilemmas in trying to raise a family on a migrants workers pay. And so as such, he became an entrepreneur himself eventually and moved us to Chicago from San Antonio, Texas. And we actually have all been, very successful because of him, because of the education that he was, privileged to give us and for us privileged to have. But career-wise, I think I'm probably the oldest one in this group. So I can tell you that for me, as a leader, it certainly wasn't easy. I think that as a leader, you certainly have to have certain traits that you then, lead with other people as well. But having said that, I worked in many different industries, to your point when you introduced me, Claudia, and those industries were not easy to maneuver through. I had leaders who didn't certainly want me to have a leadership role in many instances. And so for me to have to kind of, claw my way through was very difficult. But I always knew that as a person that wanted to make sure that the people behind me weren't going to have so many tragic ways to try and get their way up there. I led with compassion and with empathy, and certainly, with eyes wide open. If there was something that I didn't know, I was the first to admit it. I was the first to say, gosh, I don't know what I'm doing here. You're better at this. Why don't you show us exactly what we need to do? And I think in many instances, if you take constructive criticism and you look at your team for who they are and what they bring to the table, you always have to hope that you're never the smartest person in the room, because you don't ever want to be. You want to make sure that everyone else is much better than you are so that you shine as a team And, they always say the acronym, right? Together, everyone accomplishes more. And it's very true. So I think just, making sure that you have compassion and you have empathy and that you have respect for your team, you'll get that right back.
I think it's a very interesting perspective where you blended in, if I heard you highlight a few attributes, the value of education, and I am sure our co-panelists can echo that sentiment and add from their perspective. So education, empathy, teamwork, work hard. I know that you are famous, Maria, for a phrase that if you don't get a seat at the table, bring your own chair. So
yes.
I know that there is also a level of courage. So Yaneth, would you like to share with us, in your view, what are the most important attributes for a leader?
Sure. I also want to thank Chicago Latina Expo for having me today. It was certainly a pleasure and an honor to be here. And just like Maria, I think we discovered a little passion that we have of helping others. And one of the things that I think has really influenced me is being humble, having that humility as a leader, because people then could resonate with you. And if they see just how humble you are as a person, they're not going to be afraid to have conversations with you, which then kind of resonates to my next thought process, which being influential on people's careers and lives. People will always remember if you influence others and influence them in bigger and better ways, and even go and tap into those talents that they might not even realize that they have. They're always going to remember you as the leader that was able to believe in them and see kind of where they are now. And so sharing those things, what to me have really helped me in my career as a leader. And I think a lot of us, and Maria I love to death because her and I just are very similar in the way we believe. And I think when we get together as leaders and start talking amongst each other, we start to see a lot of the same attributes between each other as leaders. And it's like the same little Latina. I remember myself being, growing up, I didn't know a word of English, and now I'm, a senior vice president at a bank. And I just, when you start to realize those things, you're like, wow, how did I make it up here? Don't really think about how you get here. But my parents always said, work hard, mija. You're going to always work hard, and you get yourself kind of where you're at if you really work hard and be humble. So that would be my message out to the team.
I really want to emphasize, Yaneth, I have met you in person, so I know the humility with which you approach your senior role at an institution. For women, again, education, financial literacy, know your thing, so that is the first element in your confidence, so that you can be invited to the table and be able to participate. And the other element that I think it's remarkable is you mentioning the influence that we have on other people's careers, because the role of mentorship, which is also a byproduct of leadership, which we won't have time today to discuss in this session. But I would encourage anyone listening to us today to think about, do they have a mentor? Do they have an advocate? And if not, make that your 2021 goal, just to start building your portfolio of leader friends who can help build your career as well. And Yvette, please share with us. I mean, you work in a very interesting environment where you are straddling both public service, public health, finance, the philanthropic community. What are some of the key skills and attributes that you would like to share with us today?
I think for sure Maria and Jeneth put it very beautifully said. I think I would just add that in addition to empathy, you have to be resilient, especially right now during COVID. Resiliency is everything right now, especially for Latinas who are managing our careers and also have a family at home. And the only thing I would add to that is true leaders are lifelong learners. You got to continue to develop and learn and reach out and take advantage of different programs and really just build your community. But if anything, COVID has taught me to be very patient It's taught me to be a very good listener and supportive to not only others, but to my family, to my team. I really owe it to my team. We work really hard to help small businesses. So just building that community of supportive people that will help you throughout, the different phases in your career, and just to give back to your community.
Yvette, you touched on something very interesting, which is also this concept of resiliency. So we hear a lot about this topic. And in our private lives, we're probably really resilient, well-organized individuals, we understand. But when we step into our roles as leaders, not everyone is an extrovert. In many teams, we have introverts. I know Jeanette has done a couple of talks about, lifting people up in her team, how she has identified particularly individuals in certain situations. So staying with you for a moment on the topic of resiliency, how do we exert that and the type of skill that we have just described needed in order to be a leader? If we take the opposite view, and for a moment pretend to be wearing a different hat, and share with us now, if you would, the opposite. What are some of the skills that, as you interact with people in a variety of sectors and different hierarchies, are there some topics that related to leadership that you see lacking in our current environment? Perhaps an example or an exchange you had with someone that made you think that person could benefit from doing fill in the blank. Can you share with us a real life example?
Yeah, I think especially during COVID right now, it's really taught us that we need to innovate, right? We need to reinvent, and in some cases even pivot, whether it's our career goals, our businesses. We talk to businesses day in, day out. We're helping businesses kind of reinvent themselves, and how are they going to survive during the winter months, whether it's a restaurant or, thankfully construction so far in the city of Chicago has been ongoing, but for restaurants who are really feeling the pandemic and are completely fatigued by the pandemic, how do you reinvent yourself? How do you innovate? How do we as a chamber provide those resources and programs to help them and lead them through the next couple of months where, to be honest, things are not looking very well for them, right? So definitely looking at ways to innovate, to reinvent yourself during the pandemic.
Excellent point. And a leader has to know when to lead with a new idea, the proverbial thinking out of the box. And a leader really rallies the troops, gets the idea sold everywhere. And so those skills are very important. And I think the idea of being creative in leadership is very important. Maria, what have you seen in terms of skills that you think or attributes that, given the risk environment we are living, may be missing from the mix of leadership as you see it in your career now?
Well, working for Comcast, obviously we're a communications company. And the frightful thing is during this pandemic, we have seen such a surgence of people who just don't have the capability to afford internet service, even, to have their kids schooled at home, to start their careers over at home or whatever they need to do. So we have seen certainly a lack in our communities of color that has just been, unbelievable. So as a company, I think that I can proudly say that we have really stepped up, and we have started different programs for our nonprofits out there who are struggling with perhaps Wi-Fi because they can't share the Wi-Fi with, the hundreds of demanding people that want to be at their places, even though they're closed down. They still need the services. So the programs that we have provided, and certainly the commitment that I have seen from companies, not just from ours, but from many, has really been, to me, it's amazing that people have stepped up the way that they have. But certainly for anybody that I know in the nonprofit sector, which is mainly what I deal with, I have just seen the enormous amount of pressure that this has put on our nonprofits, and certainly the need is even greater. So as a company, we personally have committed $1 million over the next 3 years to help all of our, not just our nonprofits, but certainly our small businesses out there that are struggling, that are, really on their last leg and trying to hold on to anything and everything that they can. And even with the social injustice that has taken place recently, we have definitely stepped up and said, okay, how can we help as a company? What do we have to do? And working with people that we've never worked with before, some of the real smaller jewels in the rough who are boots on the ground and certainly have committed to helping social injustice and bring that to the forefront and try and get some of this resolved, right? But there's just so much going on at one time. It's like we're being hit with fastballs, it's like baseball, and everything's coming at you at once, and you're trying to put, grab one ball here and the other one's up here. And so you're kind of just doing the best that you can and trying to do what you can for everyone that you can help out there. But it's certainly going to take a village, that's for sure.
Well, it's interesting in terms of from a leadership perspective, one point that you bring up is prioritizing. So when you have sort of this drinking from the fire hose situation where there are so many problems coming at you at once, a leader has to be able to navigate all the problems in a company or in a community, and also identify the key factors and how do you solve a problem from the ground up. So the leadership skills in identifying and prioritizing also means that sometimes you have to say no to some people. So Yanette, very interesting in your perspective from a financial point of view. Nowhere else in the spectrum, empathy is more required than when someone comes to you because they don't have the resources. So what have you seen, going back to the essence of the question, in terms experience that you have had or examples of what may be lacking as we are bringing the next generation of leaders? What is the one area where you would like to see more emphasis on?
I was thinking about this when we first, when it was first introduced, and as all of us have, and for Yvette, I give her a lot of credit because the small businesses are really impacted, especially those restaurant owners. But regardless of like the COVID pandemic, it really has struck us hard, and we have had to pivot. And there is one phrase that I would say that leaders do just need to be connected. It is their human connection, whether it be to your employees, to your boss, or even to the community itself. We need to have that human connection because we really need to go in and engage and really feel how everybody is doing. When you think of leadership and the human connection, you could totally just kind of see the opposites. You have a boss that isn't connected, doesn't understand what's happening, or even just a community leader in your community that doesn't understand what the truly small businesses are being impacted. From all that perspective, I serve on the board of I'm actually the chair of the Elgin Area Chamber out in the burbs here in Chicago. And we are always talking as a leadership group to what's happening with our community, what's happening with our business owners, what's happening with our staff, because we want to make sure that we're impacting others in a positive way. And so that would be my thing, is that people need to be connected to the human connection, and that is going to work wonders. If you're not, then that's something that's really going to not really push everybody forward, because right now is what we need, is to really create that village that Maria was saying, of all of us getting together, pushing us forward, and getting over this pandemic.
It's a good segue in terms of understanding, I think, that from this perspective of leadership, that it requires courage. Some argue that leaders are born, some argue that leadership is a skill you can learn. So whether you think you were born as a true leader or you always need to sharpen your skills, one of the particular unique elements I think that COVID and 2020 has brought on to all of us who are in leadership positions is this actual aspect of providing a safety network for our own employees to thrive and to survive at a time when everybody's dealing with stress that is almost incalculable. As Yvette was mentioning, and I'd like to go back to you, Yvette, you mentioned about the restaurant industry, for example. I think all of us have experience, whether we ourselves have been in the restaurant industry at some point or have a relative that is in that industry. It is being hit very hard, but it's not the only one. Transportation, medical practices. It is really, there is no one that has been really spared. And so the question is, what do you see businesses being able to do specifically to implement ethical practices? And the reason I'm bringing the financial strain vis-a-vis ethical practices is because one of the things that leaders, as you all know, do not want to ever do is cut corners, right? We are much better able to make tough decisions, but you do not cut corners in how you are going to be a leader. So what are some of the specific examples that you've seen in companies wanting to do what is right for their employees at a time that financially is extremely difficult?
Yeah, I think even before, COVID, we saw diversity, equity, and inclusion being a big topic that businesses were talking about, especially in corporations, and then kind of trickling down to like the public sector. I think people need to be intentional when they're hiring. I believe there's still a long way to go to reach gender and racial parity in both public and private sectors. But I think people need to be more intentional. And I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done when it comes to having more Latinas in boards and commissions, which is huge. I recently was appointed by the city of Chicago, Mary Lori Lightful, on a advisory board on women. But I think I was one of 2 Latinas that made it onto that. So definitely a lot of work still needs to be done when it comes to meeting that gender and racial parity.
Well, first of all, congratulations on that prestigious appointment and representation. The intentionality is very key. And it's not only hiring, but it's clearly including everybody in leadership positions. Maria, what has been your experience and what have you seen at Comcast in terms of inclusion, diversity, and really bringing this sense of ethical practices to empower more young leaders, diverse in every aspect of the definition?
Well, I'm pretty excited about some of the things that we're doing currently. We have actually, starting from the top at our corporate office, we definitely have put an emphasis on trying to get more people of color and women into leadership roles and making sure that we're listening to the employees. That we have had several conversations especially with our employee resource groups. We have everything from Unidos, which is our Hispanic group, to Ben, which is our Black group, and Asian Pacific, and out for our LGBT. We meet on a regular basis, and quarterly we've always had that for the longest time, so it's not anything new to us. But now with this whole racial injustice and everything that happened this past summer, we have really put an emphasis on making sure that we know what our employees are feeling. We want to know what is going on with each and every one of them. And so having said that, there has been a lot of dollars put into that, in a lot of emphasis put into that, to listen, to say, okay, so how do you feel? What do you think we can be doing better? What haven't we done in the past, or what have we done that has been discouraging? With the pandemic, most of our people who go into the field, our technicians, were saying, I'm afraid. I have a family. I don't want to go into this customer's home, right? So we had to really listen to that. And as much as our customers were not happy with the fact that we stopped going into their homes and that we were just sending them, the equipment and actually face to face, having them walk through how to install something. Initially, it was very frustrating for the customer, but we heard our employees. We heard what they were saying that, hey, listen, we're not safe going into that home. And, if you want to, have somebody else go, that's fine. So, again, that being said, you really have to listen to the diversity of people that you have on your team, whether they're newcomers, whether they've been there, 10, 20 years, they all have something to say that's really critical and important. And as leaders, you have to make sure that you are listening to all of these people and that you're taking that into consideration. And sure, we're a company and, we have to make money, but not at the expense of our employees. So that, again, being said, our stores were closed for many weeks. We had to close down. We couldn't have people come in and bring equipment. I mean, there was just so much. And, customers expect the best experience. And we were trying our best to give that to them. And as quickly as we started going back into people's homes, that's as quickly as it stopped. As everything changed yet again. And so, we're pivoting, we're trying, we're doing the best that we can, but we certainly have people in roles of leadership that are reflecting the people and the customers that we serve.
And that is what we all aspire, right? Is to have the roles and the opportunities. And Janet, I'll go back to you in terms of the banking situation. There are lending practices, there are ways to empower the community. What have you seen in your company done to increase participation, in particular by people of color, by Latinas, and by women representing a variety of ethnicities, age groups, diversity? What have you seen, and what do you recommend for businesses to do in this area?
Yes, our story is similar to what Maria was sharing with Comcast. I think one of the things that Winters has done a great job in is they've been very transparent with everything that's been going on. So as a sequence of events started to come up, we've actually had our diversity inclusion group for quite a number of years. We have Melissa Donaldson, who is our director, and she's done a phenomenal job to really create a culture of inclusivity, but there's still a lot of work to be done. But, I think it's an important thing for any kind of organization is that you're very transparent and you just state the facts. This is where we are right now. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we want to do. And then the thing that I think goes a long way is if you start to see a company actually prove what they've said they were going to do. Because one thing is you could say it, but you're not going to really kind of create a rally of an engaged employees if you don't really say what you're going to do. And so for Wintrust, we have seen that. I think it's important that, especially with the diverse community that we have here in the Chicagoland area, and even, we're in Wisconsin and even parts of Indiana, is that you also hire people that really represent the culture or the community that you have. And we have done that. There's still a lot of work to do. I mean, just if you see, there's not a lot of Latinas. I think I'm the only Latina head of retail here for all of Wintrust, and Wintrust is pretty big, right? And so there's still a lot of work to do. But then the biggest thing is that when you're in a leadership role, you do have to go in and help promote others, help rise them up and help them get noticed. I will go back and I think of 2 people in my life that really made a difference and impacted to my career and where I'm at right now. And I know we're going to have conversations about this later, but you got to be there to promote and say, hey, we need this person's really talented, and be at that boardroom and speak up for them. Because if you don't, no one's ever going to do that. And so that would be my thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the fact of, be intentional, be transparent, do the right thing, hire with that intention of being inclusive. And the power of that is you really need to we need to see ourselves in those roles in order to really have that culture shift in the workplace. Now we have a question from the audience. So I'm just going to use this wonderful question as a segue to where I will hope it will be the back end of our program, where we will talk a little bit more about really the Latina effect. You know, what does it mean to be a Latina in a position of leadership, and how do we inspire others, and the role of mentors? So we'll get to that in a little bit. But here's the question. As strong women leaders, and please, whoever wants to jump in, let's do it kind of quickly so that we can get to the rest of the juicy questions that we have prepared for today. As strong women leaders, how does one manage their day-to-day team when you yourself may have no more to give? And how do you encourage the leaders within the organization to recognize that women of color can contribute to their own success? So sort of two questions in one. Again, as strong women leaders, you know, when you feel like you've done everything, how do you keep giving? What are some of the things that you do yourself to have that resiliency, that energy? And to help leaders recognize the value that we bring to their organizations. Anyone?
I'll jump in. So, you know, first of all, I think that that's a great question, because as women of color, you know, you come to the forefront already with a strike against you, right? People always look at the whole package, and so they always expect you to be just like everybody else. And when you're totally different, which, you know, all three of us are, you know, the expectation is even higher. So I think, you know, for myself personally, what I've always told myself is, when you get a seat at the table, you know, you're going to work harder, 3 times harder than the person that was there prior, right? And so you really have to know your worth. And I say that to say it because sometimes, you know, we as women, number one, will say, oh, well, that's okay. You know, I don't have to be invited to this, or I don't have to. No, we all have worth. And I always tell my granddaughter, who's 17 years old now, I tell her, don't forget, you're never on clearance. You're always full price. When somebody comes to you and they say, I'll pay you this much, and you know that your girlfriend just got hired and she, you know, is making a whole lot more, and she's same age, just, you know, different color, same age, you are worth that top dollar as well. And I think, you know, we all have to know what our worth is. We all have to know that what we bring to the table is maybe different than somebody else, but it's certainly worth, you know, a lot more, and the same, if not more, than, you know, obviously a person that is not of color. But we as women always have said to ourselves, you know, oh, that's okay. You know, if there's not enough dessert, we don't need to have it, right? Let the kids have it. Same thing, you know, with your husband, your significant other. We just tend to have that as women and as mothers and as wives. You know, we tend to put ourselves second. But in career, we have to know that that's not the case. That may be the case with your family, but it should never be the case with your career. You should be able to fight for what you know is right. You should be able to say, hey, I want a seat at the table. If not, I'm bringing my flipping chair and I'm going to sit there. And whether I'm invited or not, I'm going to be there. And bring an extra chair, you know, for the woman that you know is coming behind you so that she can sit down with you. But never underestimate the value of your worth, because you are worth everything and then some.
Yvette or Jeanette, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I could. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's okay. You could go, Yvette.
I was just gonna, you know, as I'm sitting here thinking about my team and how I give back to my team, and there's days where, you know, it's back-to-back meetings and you just feel completely overwhelmed. How do you set time to do check-ins? So I have check-ins with my team. I like to do check-ins twice a week just to see where they're doing. One, focus on business, but then also focus and kind of talk about, you know, what they have going on, you know, outside of work. I also think that it's really important that even though we're suffering and we're going through this pandemic together, is to really, you know, take time off. You know, I still have a ton of vacation time that I haven't used this year. I know that I need to take, because I also need to recharge. I need to recharge. I need to come back and feel energized. And I think, making sure that my team is also taking their time off to recharge and refuel so that they can come back and give me their all is really important. And I know that, especially for the chamber, we like to consider ourselves the first responders to businesses through the pandemic. So it means that we're literally on call sometimes 24/7, but you do need to step back sometimes and take that time to recharge and encourage your team members to also take that time off.
Yeah, and then I guess I'll add something in to the fact of like, how do we manage, a heavy work day where you're basically worn out, right? But then you still got to go and manage your employees. And I thought about it for a little bit, and I think we're powerful Latinas for a reason, right? Because we always find something that's going to help motivate us. And so, I just recently did a huge presentation not too long ago, and I was exhausted because a lot of it had to deal with me, and I was not sleeping. But then I would come in every morning, say hi to everybody, and give them that energy. Yeah, go into the computer and do your thing. But what keeps me going is that end game is how am I going to impact others? And this was a big cultural presentation for our organization. And knowing that I was part of it helped me push through it. But to Yvette's point, we need to know when we need our time to go back, disconnect and totally disconnect, because we're all very guilty of always trying to somehow, even though we're off, go into the computer and do things. So
Yes.
That is when I know when I need to disconnect and totally just leave, and really try not to, to really try to just get your energy back. So when you come back from vacation, you're ready to conquer the world again and inspire others.
With that context of, how do you recognize what you have to manage and do for your team? I'll ask this question briefly. We all have encountered challenges, and even though I know that each of us could almost write a book about challenges that we have faced, and some of us have in fact written chapters in books about the Latina experience with the Inspire Latina book series. I'll ask this question briefly. We do have a couple more questions, but again, I want to be sure that we finish on time. That as Latinas, what career challenges have you faced, and what did you do to overcome them? So if you can keep it succinct so that the three of you can have a moment with the audience to share a particular challenge as Latina, and then we'll move on to what can we do to change the world?
I could start that one.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. I mentioned this a little bit. I'll be brief. I won't take too long because I know we're Latinas. We like to talk. So we'll keep going. I think one of the biggest things that I've actually written about is knowing your worth. And I know Maria said something a little bit about it. But when you start to realize that you belong in that chair is when you're I think that's where you become more of a powerful Latina. But a lot of us, and it's not just, I don't think it was just, I think it's just our thoughts, like what we see in a boardroom is usually not who we are. Number one, there's mostly men. Number two, then you're Latinas. And then my situation, there's not Latinas. And then in my situation, I was one of the youngest ones there. And so, yeah, I'm intimidated. Yeah, I was scared. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm here at this boardroom. But then once you realize, you're like, hey, I could contribute to this boardroom and could bring a lot of quality and a lot of great questions and answers and be a resource for everybody. And so knowing that when you discover that, you need to discover that quickly. Don't wait. You're there for a reason. Don't start to hesitate while you're there. We have that saboteur that we have on our minds, always thinking that we don't belong here, but we do. We do. We're there for a reason.
Great.
Yeah.
Yvette?
And I was just going to add that I think for me personally, I've always led behind the scenes. So never really looking for that recognition or that praise, but then looking for different leadership programs or academies that really helped me find my voice. So I recently did Mujeres de Hace, which helped me a lot. I participated in the Chicago Latino Caucus Leadership Academy. And both of those programs really did help me find my voice and boost that confidence that I really needed just to put myself out there. Because I know I can contribute. It's just, you know, again, being a Latina, being fairly young still, feeling like you belong and that you have a seat at that table, and you know you can contribute, but just having that extra push, that extra confidence. And I also think that it really helped me that I had some really good mentors along the way that not only support me but hold me accountable. So it's like, yeah, so it's like now I know that I have to, you know, give it my all. And I owe it all to a lot of the different programs that have helped me grow along the way.
Without a doubt, and before Maria brings the comment home that resonated with the audience about knowing your worth, without a doubt, many of us are standing on the shoulder of other women that set the pace and were trailblazers. And so some of us, and Maria and I are in that camp, we are becoming those shoulders, right? Because as we look at 25, 30 years in an industry, we're very proud of that. So Maria, overcoming in your career, you know, the seat at the table metaphor, know your worth. I mean, you learn all that through experience. Back to the question of, as a career challenge, what was it that you faced and how did you overcome that in a succinct version?
Yeah, well, again, kind of, you know, I always say I'm a recycled teenager because you know, 60 plus, right? So when people ask you like, oh, well, how did you do that? What was your idea back then versus now? And I think, you know, for me, I'm obviously very sarcastic. Many a times people have said to me, tone it down, but back in the day when I was in the radio industry, I did have a huge challenge on my hands. I found that Latinos were 3 times more prevalent to have diabetes. And this was because my son had been diagnosed and I was working at a radio station. And I thought to myself, what a great opportunity to bring this to light and have a show so that the listeners could hear about this show, and took it to my boss. And he said, that's crazy. Like, you know, there's no way you can do that. And I said, no, but I can. And he's like, no, we need money for the airtime. If you can get the money for the airtime, you can get sponsors. You got the 30-minute slot. So I worked my butt off and I went to every person you could possibly think of, you know, Walgreens, Eli Lilly, Pfizer. I went to everywhere trying to get money and finally got some sponsors for the spot, and then had to run out and find bilingual experts, you know, so specialists, endocrinologists and nutritionists and dietitians and, you know, anybody and everybody that had to do with diabetes. And the show was extremely successful. And I hosted it for 2 seasons. And, you know, to me, that was like the biggest challenge was when he said, no, there's no way you can have it because there's no way you can pay for that time slot. I knew that I had to prove him wrong, and I did. And I was really excited because, you know, at that time it was a Spanish radio station, and, you know, people were calling in saying, oh my God, my son's diabetic, my daughter's diabetic, I didn't know what to do. And, you know, I was getting recipes from the American Diabetes Association in Spanish and so on and so forth. So I think what fuels the fire for me is when someone says no. As soon as they say no, that's impossible, I'm like, oh, but it's possible, right? So, you know, that's all you have to do. Just say no, and I'll find a way to get it done. So challenges, there's been too many to talk about, but certainly for me, I think the biggest challenge is when someone says no, that you can't do it. Find a way and you can do it. And I find a way.
You know, each of these messages are so inspiring, and we only have a few minutes left. So Maria, let me stay with you. And I know that you have the leverage and the power and the brand of Comcast, and a lot of what Comcast is able to do in the community is through your own initiative and your energy and your connections. So what is the number one way that you feel that you have made a contribution to your business's success in this area? And I'll just ask Janet and Yvette to also share with us. What have you contributed, you feel yourself contribute to the success of the brand or the initiative?
It's a great question. So, I think throughout these many decades that I've been doing what I do, I have my own personal brand. And that brand happens to be certainly diversity. It happens to be, the empathy that I bring. But more importantly, it's really knowledge about the communities that I serve, because my role at Comcast is really widespread. I handle the whole greater Chicago region, so that would encompass anything from Northwest Indiana down to Central Illinois to the city of Chicago. And the diversity of people and the pool of nonprofits that I work with are really large. And for me, I think that the most important piece that I bring to them is the fact that I have secured for them a place in those communities where people trust us, where people know that they can count on me if they have a question about services, if they have been mistreated for some reason, at their place of business or, even in their homes. I take real pride in that. And so I think for me personally, that Comcast would, if anybody said, who is the face of Comcast? I'm pretty much the person who people know. Like the minute someone says Comcast, they say Maria Castro. And that hasn't come easily. I've been there 15 years now. And I think at the end of the day, I have definitely been out there, attending events, working with nonprofits, bringing them onto our shows, doing anything and everything that I can. If I can't get them money, then I try and get them the media sources. I mean, one thing or the other, or volunteer opportunities. I take real pride in that. And I hope that at the end of my time with Comcast in the next couple of years, that the next person that comes in will be able to follow that and certainly keep up the momentum, because it's been an incredible time for me to be able to spread my wings and to certainly bring people with me, but more importantly, have a real sense of community.
The topics are incredible. Yvette, Jeanette, would you like to add anything to what you have contributed directly? And then we have one final question, and then we will do a wrap up.
I think go ahead, Yvette. Go ahead.
I was just going to add that one of the things that we quickly noticed at the beginning of the pandemic were that Latinos were just not applying for any kind of pandemic relief that was out there. So, my biggest contribution, my team's biggest contribution during COVID was to be able to mobilize and actually walk different business corridors to help small businesses apply. So we walked, areas like Cicero, Melrose Park, Chicago Heights, Calumet City, a lot of areas that are have business communities of a lot of Latino businesses that are just not seeking any kind of pandemic relief. And we know that emailing Latinos is just not, gonna cut it. So me and my team decided to just walk up and down certain streets and talk to businesses and really start building our relationship and gaining their trust. I feel a lot of those businesses kind of felt left out of the whole PPP thing that we had going on. And, to talk to them about different county programs or city programs and encourage them to apply, I think was very, very impactful when building those relationships with those small businesses. Obviously, Wintrust has been a huge supporter of our work, Comcast as well. Maria was able to help us, just spread the word about the different programs that are out there to the community, because we saw a huge downfall in not having those Latino businesses apply for any kind of relief. So we leverage all of our partnerships. So thank you so much to the both of you for your work in that. We couldn't do it without you.
I think that Yvette says it really well. My communication was going to be the voice, we're the voice. And really, like, as leaders, I think at the end of the day, we're working collectively together with our business partnerships to help the people. And I think that's what we're all very passionate about. I sense that between all three of us, we're the voice. We're the ones that are going to be getting the word out there to not only our employees, but the businesses that are impacted. And mine's that simple. I think you guys have all done a great job. I'm not going everybody with what they said, but we're the voice.
Most certainly. And I think that our organizers have asked us to leave a few minutes. And so I will appreciate if Elizabeth let us know how much time we have left. But as we wrap up in a quick format, uh, if we think of ourselves, bigger than we are, and we are bigger than we are, because that's where we get the sense of value. We are really empowered leaders. Thinking of the influence that you have now beyond the community, the influence that we have in the world. I know it's a big question. Some of our companies are not really global, but what are some of the specific, maybe one example from each that you've seen in your own life about leaders that can make a difference in a broader sense? Building a legacy? Is it empowering others? As business leaders, imagine you're talking to the chair of the board of your organizations. What are some of the things that you would encourage them to do to help make the world a better, more just, and more equitable place for all to enjoy?
Me. You know what? I'm going to leave you with this because it's my favorite thing to say, and that is for all of us and every single one of us on this panel and anybody who's listening. I always say, please, please, please share your time, your talents, and your treasures, the T times 3, with everybody and anybody that you encounter, because you never know. You never know with the slightest, 5 minutes that you gave somebody of your time. You never know with the talent that you might have had, to help someone, to be the voice for the voiceless, and the treasures that you have. I mean, I have many, and I can give away a million things and still have more to give. And so I truly believe that if we all do it, that if we all take the time to share our time, talents, and treasures, I mean, that's it for me.
And I'll ask Jeanette to follow next, and Yvette, you'll have the last word.
I think that, if I'm talking to somebody globally about this, is hiring a diverse group of leaders that are going to inspire change and all the aspects that we want in the world. And so I think that's very important. Set aside all the politics and all that aside, and really hire people based on their talent and have them be inspirational leaders.
Beautiful.
And I think I would just close with give back. If you can potentially give back, and it doesn't have to be money, give back with your time. Find someone you can mentor. Give back to your youth. Think about the youth, the future leaders of tomorrow, and give back.
I could not have said it better. Each of you have been extraordinary, remarkable women, shared just a little bit of who you are. I am sure we could have another session about what type of healthy routines do you all keep? How do you all keep fit and healthy and happy with your relationships? That's part of being a leader. Someone said the other day, it's no longer about balancing time, your time. It's about integrating. I think that Madeleine Albright famously said, can women have it all? And she said, yes, but not all at the same time. So how do we integrate our role as women, as female leaders in our community, and as business women leaders? I want to thank all of you, Maria, Jeanette, Yvette, for your extraordinary generosity, for being role models, inspiring leaders, friends of the community, and for the tremendous amount of good that you are doing with your companies, with your communities, among friends, and you are true examples of leaders of the future. And I would like to thank you all again, and the Latina Expo for having this panel today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. You were awesome.
Be safe.
You ladies, you
My
were all
pleasure.
wonderful, including Claudia.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is one of the few Latina airplane pilots in the United States. That's very impressive. She took what she learned as a pilot and turned it into action steps for others to create their own flight plan. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Jacqueline Camacho Ruiz. Camacho is a visionary social entrepreneur that has created an enterprise of inspiration. Her keen sense of service, coupled with the vision to bring good to the world, have led her to create 2 successful award-winning companies, established 2 nonprofit organizations, published 24 books, created over 10 products, and has held dozens of events around the world in just the past decade. She is often referred to as the dream catcher, and her strategies have supported thousands of women, authors, and young ladies to live a life of significance. Jacqueline's quest to be a servant leader extends to every area of her life. She has shared her inspiration in 4 continents and aligned with some of the most powerful brands to elevate others. Being a cancer survivor sparked a sense of urgency to serve and transcend. Jacqueline believes that magic X, yes, a made-up word that means magic times 10, is the intersection of profit and impact. Jacqueline believes that taking off is optional. Landing on your dreams is mandatory. Jacqueline, welcome.
Hey, Jacqueline, how are you?
Hi, Jackie. We're excited to have you. You'll be up in one minute.
Hey, Jackie, you're ready to go whenever you feel like.
Perfect. Can I share the screen too, by the way, or no? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Anywhere you are in the world, you are in for a treat over the next 57 minutes. I am Jacqueline Ruiz, and I am honored to present this incredible workshop on how you can also land on the dream of having your book. So today, we are going to divide this workshop, this session, in a couple of different components. The first part of it is going to be for me to share about some of the key components that I use as a pilot and apply that to your journey to become an author. And then I will introduce you to 2 incredible young ladies that have captivated the hearts of many, many, many people. These 2 young ladies are winners of the Young Latina Talks, New Jersey, or the East Coast, and also the most recent one that we did in Cicero. So you'll hear from them later on in this program. And I'm, again, honored and excited to be here. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, the co-producer of this amazing event, and Cesar for bringing us together in this community to inspire and elevate other people. And talking about elevation, I want to take a moment to introduce you to the 2 amazing speakers that I mentioned, so that you have the context. And then when I bring them up, when I'm finished with my portion, I'll share a little bit more about them. But first up is Maria Alfaro. We were captivated, we were inspired, we were ready to conquer the world when we heard her amazing speech at Young Latina Talks East Coast in the recent weeks. And let me tell you a little bit about her. Maria is a first-generation Salvadorian American from Yonkers, New York. She's the founder and president of Que Pasó Latinx, Inc. Her recently established nonprofit organization where her mission is to educate and empower through healing conversations and culture. Maria holds a bachelor's degree in behavioral sciences and is currently completing her master's in organizational leadership. She's a speaker, a leader, and a passionate change maker in her community. So we'll get to know a little bit about Maria, a little bit more about what this incredible young lady is doing. And let me tell you about another young lady that you're going to hear from a little bit later on. Her name is Tatiana Hart. She's an Afro-Latina. Tatiana Hart possesses the ability to show up authentically, sharing with vulnerability and courage. Her volunteer work began at the age of 12, sharing her gifts of organization, communication, and event facilitation alongside with her mother while hosting activities for the youth and military families. Tatiana was a guest speaker at the Make Tomorrow Your Present conference hosted by the Fig Factor Foundation. As a founder of RAIN Investment Group, Tatiana is committed to empowering minorities, millennials, and Gen X to create generational wealth. I love that term, generational wealth. Tatiana is a graduate of West Aurora High School, 2018, and entering her second year of Avanzi Community College. She's currently pursuing a professional financial certification with Illinois Tax Training Institute while balancing work as a tax professional at JP Green & Associates. Tatiana's interests and hobbies include fintech, health, and wellness, as well as public speaking, and is an aspiring author. And she will be an author very, very soon. And you'll hear about this amazing passion and how we're making this magic come to life. And with that, I want to take you on an amazing journey. I promise you that today is going to be an opportunity for us to connect, an opportunity for us to go on a flight together and take the 4 key components that I use as a pilot to help you land on the book of your dreams. So you might be wondering, how do I even start writing my book? What do I need to do? What are the steps? It's overwhelming. There's so many steps to make this happen. And one of the phrases that we say in aviation is that taking off is optional, landing is mandatory. And of course, I added landing for this occasion on your book is mandatory. So once you decide that you're going to bring this book to life and you're going to extend your soul, like my German teacher used to say when I was, 16, and he said, writing is an extension of your soul, then landing on that is going to be mandatory. And I think that, books are one of those vehicles that extend your soul in many ways that you can not even think of. I became an author at the age of 26 for the first time. I believe I cried, a few times because I couldn't grasp the fact that I would be called an author. And when I finally said, you know what if I'm an author? And you might be questioning that too. You might be thinking, I want to write a book. But I will tell you that beginning the process and extending your soul is not an easy thing to do. A lot of people have emotions, they have things that they're unearthing from when your childhood, when you were little, when, maybe you went through, a very difficult situation in your life, and writing a book allows you to face that fear for the first time. So give yourself some credit, give yourself some time for you to understand that writing is probably one of the most difficult things. And I fly planes, and I will tell you that the anguish of, putting something on paper and extending your soul that way, many times it was more scary than taking that plane and flying, and landing that. So you need to know, first of all, that if you are called to write a book, and if your heart is yearning, this desire to write a book, that it's okay for you to give yourself some time. And just like a good pilot, you can stop, reflect, you can, go through turbulence and say, I am ready to take off. Because once you take off, you know that you have to land. One thing that kept me focused on this amazing journey, because super easy to give up, our activities in life are, in many different quadrants. And I will tell you that writing a book is not in the quadrant of urgent. in any way, right? If a lot of times other things take precedence over writing your book. Stephen Covey said, commitment is doing something that is important, but not urgent. So think about it for a second. Commitment is doing something that is important, but not urgent. When you think about that phrase in itself, you know that writing a book is not in the category of urgent, because you know that text message on your phone is calling your attention. It's asking you to do something now. But your book is something that a lot of people put off for years. I've talked to a lot of authors and they said, I've had a book sitting, either, a manuscript, an idea, a piece of paper, a napkin for 16 years. And other things keep coming up, other things become more important. It is up to you, if you decide to become an author, to put all your heart and all of your effort and all your commitment to something that is important to you, but not be urgent for other people. So when we think about book writing in the context of this parallel of aviation, we think of 4 components. Number 1 component is you being a pilot in command of this book. You deciding, I know my why, I know why I'm doing this, and I'm going to make this happen. And once you take that decision, get to know yourself, get to know what activates it, get to know when you find the most inspiration, get to know what type of pen or pencil, like me, it's 0.38 millimeter Japanese pens and dotted journals. I love and I find so much joy and I find my inspiration there. I'm an early bird. I wake up super early, and that's when I find time to think, to reflect. Find the time that works for you. And if you've decided to write a book, think of the mission. I always ask my authors, why now? Think about it. What a deep question. Why now? Because if you can answer that question with conviction, you can say, now because, and you pour your heart into that answer, then you know you're ready to make that happen. But if you cannot elaborate why now, then it means that you could probably wait another 5 years to make this happen, right? So anytime that a book idea comes to my heart, and I have 24 books under my name to date in the last 12 years, and it's sometimes, I look back, I'm like, wow, it's amazing. But my formula is that every time, as the pilot in command of this dream, anytime that I have a divine download or an idea, an inspiration for a book, I create a sense of urgency for that, because my why becomes, now in this planet, there's somebody walking that is not being intercepted by the inspiration they're going to find on page number 5 of my book. Now there's somebody walking around that, will never know what page 10 has in store for them, and how that page 10, because I've been told before, Jackie, you changed my life on page 3 of your little book of business secrets that work. And you look back and like, I did? How did I do that? Right? And you don't do that, for ego. You do it because your heart is in it. You do it because you're aligned with a mission. You do it because you believe in something that is bigger than you. That's why you do it. And if you can answer that question, why now, as a pilot in command, and get to know yourself and get to know that mission, if you can create that mission statement for your book, and if you can answer that question, and once you get deeper and you're like, why now? But why now? Why now? All the way till the time that you cannot answer anymore. You say, I've given it all. This is why it has to happen now. And then you think of the person that is going to be holding this book in their hands, and you think of how they're going to feel, because the energy that you put into your book, writing it, is the same energy that they're going to feel when they hold it in their hands. And do whatever it takes to have that vision in your mind. If you're visual, get a book, print out the cover of your book and put it on top of it and look at it every single day. Hold it in your hands. If you are working, for example, my 200 little book of business secrets at work, I knew that I had to do 200 secrets, and it seemed like a daunting task. But I knew myself, and I knew that I was very visual. So I created a thermometer, and I was saying, Okay, now I have 75 more little secrets to go, right? And every day I would just be like, and I have another 25 and another 10. And I kept myself focused because I knew myself as a pilot in command. I knew that in order for me to do that, I had to wake up early. I had to have a visual component. I had to have my journal handy, and I had to have people to keep me accountable. And that's how I got my first book done at 26 years old. Second ingredient in creating a flight plan for your book is to know your aircraft. Get to know all the amazing tools available for you as an author. Create a timeline. Study other books. Know what the components are. Know who you want the preface to be written by, and start working. And even if you don't have the title, oftentimes the title is the one thing that happens at the end. And don't worry about working in a linear process, because you might be working on chapter 1, and then one day in the afternoon, you get an inspiration for chapter 10. And don't hold yourself back because it's out of sequence. Don't stop dreaming and doing something every day. Like Stephen Covey said, with a commitment that gets you a little closer to that dream. And get to know what tools you need. If you need technology, if you need more journals, if you need colored pens, if you need pencils, if you need somebody to check on you every other week, do whatever it takes, because the aircraft of a book has a very unique set of wings and an engine and a checklist to make this happen. You can see so many resources out there. There's probably, last time I heard, the figure was 1 billion books printed and basically published every year. Imagine 1 billion books. There's space for you, because your authentic voice and your story and your magic can be captured. You know, a lot of people say, well, why would I'm going to write a book? I mean, everything I want to say, it's already been said before. But the truth is that it hasn't been said the way that you have, because no one in this planet, as many millions of people as there are, no one has said it the same way that you have, because no other human being has had the opportunity to live the exact same replica of your life. And that, if you're authentic to yourself, that gives you the authority to make this happen. So once you know yourself and you know what requires, you know, what you need to basically create commitment for your life, then you then get to know the process of book writing. You get to know the tools available for book writing. You get to know everything you need to know about the process, whether you are going to self-publish, you're going to go the traditional route and wait, 60 to 90 days for them to say yay or nay on your book, or you're going to go to a vanity publishing house, a hybrid, an indie publishing house. Whatever the journey is, get to know the industry, get to know your craft. If you're going to become an author, research, investigate, extend your wings. Know that there's so many resources out there for you, because the next key component in doing this is weather. Now, weather for aviation dictates where you go and if you go. But for you as an author, weather could be things that are holding you back, things that, the ecosystem that you're in. You might say, you know what? I have 3 jobs and I don't have any energy to work on this book. Or I don't have the money, or I don't have the resources. I don't know where to begin. Whatever that case is, if you know what is holding you back to manifest this dream, if it came to your heart, then you'll begin creating that sense of urgency. Because unlike any other project that you can do, any campaign, any event, anything that you do, it'll always pass. But a book is here forever. 200 years from now, somebody will be, opening up a treasure box and said, somebody in 2020 wrote this amazing book that now, 200 years later, I get to enjoy. And that's the magic of a book, that you have a place, a permanent place and location in the Library of Congress. So a book is completely different. And that's why it requires all of you, just like landing a plane, it requires all of you, all of your heart, all of your imagination and creativity, so that when the reader is holding that book in their hands, they feel the magic and they feel your essence, they feel your authenticity. And finally, the fourth component is knowing that there will be external circumstances, there will be naysayers that say, hey, excuse me, You're so young. What are you thinking? Writing a book about business? Writing a book about, what are you an expert on? There will be so many people in negative circumstances and budget constraints and all those things that put pressure on your book writing process. But the most important thing is for you as a pilot in command to know that you create that pathway, that you create that journey, that it is up to you to drive the magic forward and land that plane. So remember, when you're thinking about writing a book, think about the why, think about the mission, think about you as a pilot in command, think about your aircraft and get to know your aircraft inside and out. Get to know the weather, the things that you're experiencing on the outside that might affect your landing, and think about the external circumstances. Anything else that keeps you away from doing something that is important to you and your heart, and it might not be urgent to the rest of the world. So my name is Jackie Ruiz, and I'm a 24-time author. I'm a pilot. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm a dream catcher, and I'm alive. And as long as I live, I will continue to extend my wings through book writing and dream catching for other people. So with that, I now want to bring the two beautiful young ladies that I introduced you to earlier, Maria Alfaro and Tatiana Hart. Welcome. I think they're muted. Let's see.
Hello, hi.
There we are.
Hi.
Welcome, ladies. I am delighted to be here with you. I'm delighted to have connected you with the co-producer of this amazing event, this amazing expo, Elizabeth Colon, because believe it or not, it was one beautiful day that we were celebrating Latina Talks here in Chicago. We were in Naperville at Naperville, what is it called? Tatiana, help me out. The
North Central College.
North Central College, yes, Naperville Central. Like, I know it's right downtown Naperville. And Elizabeth Colon was one of the featured speakers for Latina Talks, which was a byproduct of Today's Inspire Latina, to give the authors a platform to share their message. And she came up to me and she said, Jackie, why don't you think about doing this for young Latinas? Call it Young Latina Talks. And I felt like this beautiful seed was planted in my heart. I slept on it, I prayed about it, and it became what today is Young Latina Talks. I know you guys, Maria Alfaro and Tatiana, you guys have been the winners. The judges have selected you because you were truly captivating and your message was powerful, and your conviction and your words and all that. So I want the audience to get to know you, to get to know a little bit more about your story and what makes your heart beep, like my daughter says, and how you're landing on your dreams every day. So Maria, you want to start us out? Tell us a little bit about, a little bit more background about you, and also maybe you can share the topic that you shared with Young Latina Talks.
Yeah, sure. So hi, everyone. Like Jackie said, I am Maria Alfaro, and I was the winner of Young Latina Talks East Coast. And so my talk was about mental health awareness. And growing up, I grew up here. I am from Yonkers, New York. And I grew up in an atmosphere where I felt there was just a huge stigma around mental health. And so for me personally, I have been directly and indirectly impacted by mental health, as my mom has been bipolar most of her life. And so I didn't learn about her being bipolar until I was in high school. And through a scientific research program in my high school, I was able to learn about mental conditions. And so that is where the seed was planted, and that is where my passion for mental health was born. But not knowing about mommy's mental illness at that age, and even my entire childhood, it crippled my relationship with her, because instead of seeing her for her essence, her being a jokester with a huge heart, her behaviors sort of shadowed all of that. And these are the behaviors from her bipolar disorder, which I now know were out of her control. But this only came as a result of me learning about mental health, learning about her disorder. And so me learning about that, like I said, that seed was planted and my passion was born in high school. And so then I went off to study, and I have a bachelor's in behavioral sciences. And then I recently founded the not-for-profit organization, Que Pasó Latinx. So our mission with that is to educate and empower through healing conversations and then through culture. But I feel that, so with the healing conversations, I am educating on what mental health is, and specifically to the upcoming generation. So middle schoolers, high schoolers, because that is where I felt like that could have made a huge difference in my life. So I am going back with this organization and trying to educate and make people who are younger aware, because for me, I know that that one piece of awareness could have changed it all. So that's a little bit about me and what my Young Latina Talk was about. And I am so happy, and I feel so blessed to have been able to participate in Young Latina Talks, because I have been able to scale that message. And a lot of people have reached out after hearing my message through Young Latina Talks and just saying, thank you, I can relate. And the fact that I was able to share my message and someone else was able to feel like, okay, I'm not going through this alone. That just fills my heart up so much. So that's a little bit about.
Yeah, no, thank you. The judges were incredibly impressed with you, and to note that we actually had a judge that was part of Miss Universe, the all-female panel of judges from Miss Universe last year. She was one of the judges for Young Latina Talks New Jersey and East Coast. So, I mean, the caliber of organizations and judges and community leaders that were involved with that was incredible. And for you to, to really blow it, everybody out of the water with that message, and so happy that you continue to do that and extend your wings to inspire other people. You're certainly inspiring all of us with your beautiful message. And now I'd like to go over to Tatiana. She has an interesting topic that she spoke about. But Tatiana, tell us a little bit about your background, your story, and the topic of your Young Latina Talks.
Yes. So my name is Tatiana Hart. I am 20 years old, living in the northern suburbs of Chicago. And my Young Latina Talk was about financial literacy. So the title of it was called Check Your Balance. So a little background of my story and how I came about with this whole story was in 2018, I got into a car accident. And it kind of just put my entire life on pause. I wasn't in school, wasn't working a job. I was just me in my room by myself, trying to figure out who I was and what I wanted to do at 18 years old. And then I was introduced to an opportunity that introduced me to the foreign exchange market. And so that's kind of how I got into finance. And then that was when I realized, I really do want to take the entrepreneurial route and figure out what this is. But while I was on that journey with discovering the different avenues that were in finance, I kind of did some self-reflecting. I'm like, I don't know anything about finance, and it was never taught to us in high school. And it was never really taught to me outside of school. So then that's kind of when I decided, I'm really interested in this, and that's where I want to take an initiative and educate myself on finance. So that's when I decided to change my major in college to finance and accounting. And as I've been taking financial courses, a lot of the terminology that applies to finance applies to our lives. So that was how I realized, that it applies to our relationships and our mental health. Kind of the same story with Maria. Like, we do lack an education when it comes to mental health and how to deal with it. So I decided I'm going to take two things that I'm very interested in, because I did also go through some mental health things after my car accident. I'm like, I'm going to merge the two. So that's how I came with check your balance. So when it comes to investing, you invest in finance, we invest in our lives, whether it's in relationships or in ourselves. And the same thing with checking your balance. You check your balance when it comes to your bank account. You need to check your balance when it comes to your emotional energy and your emotional balance. So that's how I came about with the whole check your balance thing and just the little backstory of how it started. So, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that you said at your talk was generational wealth, which was kind of interesting, and how you took kind of like the finance, management aspect to your life, like taking, withdrawals, taking, like with relationships and stuff. Tell us a little bit more about that aspect, because I thought it was, everyone was really captivated by that too.
So I think as a minority, being both Black and Puerto Rican, I realized that, and it goes back to many generations, that we are not educated enough when it comes to how to be able to pass things on to the next generation. And if you look at predominantly white people, they do have enough income or enough generational wealth to pass down to their kids and grandkids and great grandkids to come. So that was kind of how I became very passionate. I'm like, I'm going to have kids one day. I want to be able to pass something down to them and to help them get started with their future, rather than having them have to build that up, just building a foundation. And so that's how I really did become very passionate about creating generational wealth within my entire family, even my extended family and my grandparents and aunts and uncles. So that was kind of how I came about that. And then that also brings in RAIN investment groups. So it is in the process of becoming a nonprofit, but I realized, again, minorities do lack the education of how to even get started in investing into their future. So the whole purpose of RAIN Investment Group is to help minority females learn how to invest into their future at a young age. And not even that, but educate them on the basics that you need to know about finance, whether it's how to invest in real estate, how to fill out a 1040 tax form, how to even open a bank account. So stuff like the bare minimums that you need to know when you go out into the real world that high school and elementary school and middle school did not teach us about while we were there. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And how, this is a question for both of you. How have you been able to adapt to this craziness of the pandemic and this virtual world, as your generation sort of continues to, rely on technology? How are you sort of adapting, your dreams and your aspirations in the context of the pandemic? How are you staying positive? How are you kind of how are you keeping this momentum going in this craziness? I mean, we've never experienced anything like this, but I think for the audience, I think it'd be kind of interesting to hear from two young, amazing women that are, making a lot of amazing things happen in the world, that, you're kind of throwing a curveball, such as a pandemic, a big one, right? So, Maria?
Yeah, so it's definitely been tough. Like you said, it's something that we've never seen. And so I think at the beginning, it was tough because we were all faced with the unknown, right? What is this? What are we going to go through? How are we going to get through this? And so for me, it's definitely just taking things one day at a time. Because for me, I tend to, I have all these goals. I know I have to, I'm in school, I work during the day, and I know I have all these things I want to accomplish. And then when you sort of have this pandemic that just changed, and, we have to sort of shift. And so with me, I'm someone who I am very planned. I have all my things planned out. I have my planner, and I had all these goals for the year. And with the nonprofit, a lot of what I wanted to do was would have involved in-person events. And so we have to shift, right? We have to figure out what we're going to do. And the one thing, like I said, is just taking it all one day at a time, because if not, then you get overwhelmed. And the present is what I'm in control in, and that's what we're all in control of. in control of is like the right now. So I try not to worry about what's to come or what I have to do, you know, even though I know, you know, I want to get it done. It's all these things I have, but it's really just managing and controlling and what I'm in control of, which is right now. So that's with the whole pandemic, it's just shifting. That's what I've learned and sort of picked up out of all of this.
I love that. And I love that you said it's about taking one day at a time, right? Sometimes we get overwhelmed with this macro plan, like where are we going to go? But we forget about this micro moments that are leading us, even if in a different direction, but they're leading us to that dream, you know, and that's beautiful that you see it that way, and you continue to work towards your dream every single day, and you don't say, well, I'm just gonna like stop and not do anything. Like you continue to do that, you shift, and then you embrace that, you know, the gift of the present, which is today. That's what, like you said, what we have. Tatiana, how are you shifting? How are you dealing with this craziness?
You know, I would say there are two major things that honestly got me through this pandemic, and it's one, believing in a higher power, and two, I did my speech for the Make Tomorrow Your Present, and it was about making the best on getting out of your comfort zone. And I think this pandemic definitely forced everybody, including my mother and father, to get out of their comfort zone during this time. And, you know, in the beginning, it was scary for all of us because it's more of that fear of the unknown of what's to come rather than being put in a situation where it's like, okay, I am in an uncomfortable situation, but I know what's to come. So I think that was what honestly scared me the most. But again, I always just try to make the most of being out of my comfort zone. And I always just try to remind myself, like, if I'm in an uncomfortable situation, it's just an area of me to grow. It's never an area of me to be set back. So I took advantage of it. And, you know, at the time I was working at a gym and the gym shut down, and so I was home, and I'm like, I don't want to be put back in that situation where I was at after my car accident, just being stagnant. So that is how I came about with Rain Investment Group, and then I was blessed enough to come across an opportunity that is educating me on to become an enrolled agent, which gives me the authority to practice before the IRS. So just believing in that higher power, trusting in God. I believe in God, so trusting in God, and just knowing that if you put all of your stress, all of your worries and everything into his hands, that he is going to make it work. Because looking back a year from now, I would have never imagined myself where I'm at today. So those are honestly the two things that got me through this pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, quite impressive, you know, for two young ladies that are really, you know, taking the bull by the horns and saying, hey, you know what? This is happening. This is not going to stop my dreams. I remember the first, you know, couple of weeks of this pandemic, I went through the 5 stages of grief, and then I kind of like snapped out of it. I said, wait a second. I know adversity. I know difficult things. I mean, I've literally experienced some of the most nerve-wracking things on a plane. I've survived cancer 2 times. I've, you know, had to learn and adapt to a whole new country when I was 14 and pick up English and German, and always go through like the most difficult thing. Like, hey, what is the most difficult language that you have? I want that one, right? Picked up German, which was kind of weird for a Mexican, right? Like, hey, you speak German? Why German, right? And it's sort of like changed my mindset, because I said, wait a minute, I know adversity, and this is no difference. You know, this is no different at all. And I'm going to apply the same tools, like, you know, because at the end of the day, anything you do, whether you're a student, you're working, you're, you know, building your dreams, you're building a company, a nonprofit, we need to be centered in our joy, right? And that's my next question. You know, oftentimes, especially with the increasing use of technology, we find ourselves relying on a screen to be able to socialize. You know, and this pandemic has kind of forced us to do that. But in this day and age of that, even regardless of the pandemic, how do you find that source of inspiration in the context of giving your best every single day? Like, how do you find that source of energy that keeps you focused and creative and keeps you giving back to the community and giving back to yourself? Like, how do you find that? Tatiana, you want to start on this one?
Yeah, so I'm a big believer in manifestation. So setting goals for myself is really what has got me to where I am today at such a young age. I envision my future every single day to a point where it's probably not healthy and I do need to be in the present sometimes, but that is what keeps me motivated and what keeps me moving forward when it comes to every goal that I have, whether it's wanting to become an author, wanting to become a public speaker, and doing my tax training. At the end of the day, there's an end goal to everything. And the only way that you're going to get to that end goal is by continuing to work towards it. You can't be stagnant and get to the end goal. So I think just setting goals for yourself, reminding yourself of those goals every day. And then at least for me, you know, I plan my future around those goals. Like if I become an author, what does my future look like as an author? You know, if I'm an entrepreneur and I have this nonprofit, what does my future look like being the owner or founder of a nonprofit? So again, back to manifestation. And yeah.
I love that. Maria, you're clearly a leader in the community, you know, in the East Coast. And obviously for you and really for all of us, you know, finding that center is extremely important, especially you at the helm of a nonprofit organization and having so many people that rely on you and your energy to guide them. How do you find your sort of, you know, that mojo, AKA little bag of magic, you know, to stay focused and to stay creative?
Yes, yes. I love that you said that energy, right? Because it's, you know, with being a leader, with being someone who wants to, you know, impact and bring all these things to the community. And it can be draining and, you know, it can deplete my energy a lot of the times. And then not just with that, with the other things that, you know, I juggle with full-time work and school. But for me, what really keeps me going, what keeps me centered and grounded is self-love and self-care, because you can't pour from an empty cup, right? And so what good am I to anyone else if I am mentally drained, if I am tired, if I am not putting out the energy, you know, if my energy is off, that's the energy I'm going to put out. So for me, it's really doing those things that make me happy. And like I said, I'm someone who really like depends on like my planner. So me time, that's something that I plan out in my schedule because I have to, because like I said, what good am I to anyone else if I am not at my 100%? So for me, it's things like meditation, working out, even if it's like small workouts like on YouTube. Like I love dancing, even though I'm not the best dancer, but I love dancing. And so just, you know, moving your body, that lifts up your spirit. And so for me, it's definitely taking care of myself, which in turn helps me be better for all those that I want to be there for.
I love that. You were on stage. Tatiana was our most recent winner of Young Latina Talks. And, you know, we know that having a microphone is important to share a message, right? And it's important to share our story so we can transcend and we can create a legacy and all the things that come with it. But we also know it's like one of the #1 fears in the world. Imagine that you had a microphone, but this microphone is unlike any other microphone that you've, you know, not like the one from Young Latina Talks or any other microphone at any stage. This microphone literally can get you a captive audience for everyone living in the world at the moment. But you only have 30 seconds to share whatever message that is with the audience of all over the world. This is your opportunity to share that message, you know, extemporaneously, what comes to you, and what would that message look like if you had a magic microphone that would allow you to reach the minds and the hearts of everyone living on Earth at the moment. What would it say? I'm gonna turn it over to you, Marie.
So for me, I would definitely say you are strong, you are powerful, and do not be afraid of going after your dreams. Do not think that, I'll do it tomorrow, or don't save for tomorrow what you can do today, because you may be saying, oh, that's the, it's not, this is not the right time, but there's really never the right time. And I think more than ever, the pandemic has taught us that, just having, like I said, having the shift and just execute and get things done. So do not be afraid of going after what you believe in. And like I said, you are powerful.
Love that. 30-second message to everyone in the world. Tatiana, what would your message be with this magic?
I would first, I think everyone could use the reminder that everything is going to be okay during these crazy times. And also relay a message that trust the process, and what is for you will find its way to you, and what is not for you, if it doesn't work out, take it as a learning lesson and also as a blessing. I think that's the biggest lesson that I learned is, when things don't work out for me, I used to be so upset about it, but nowadays I'm like, I'm grateful that it didn't work out for me. So I think trusting the process, everything is going to be okay, and just continue to work hard. Like Maria said, like there isn't really a right time, but just start, and that's the hardest part. So just do the hardest part, start, and trust yourself.
Love that. I have a question here from Elizabeth. What advice do you give a young person who wants to get outside of their comfort zone? Maria, you want to kick us off with that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm trying to think what I have done to get out of my comfort zone. So for me, I know one of the huge things was with the Young Latina Talks. So in order to participate in the Young Latina Talks, we had to submit a video. And at that point, this was January of 2019, and January 2020. And I remember not being comfortable, like looking into the video and like talking to myself, and, maybe I would do it, but I would never post it on social media, nonetheless to send it to someone. So it really took me time to do that. And so for me, I said, what is it that I want? And something that Tatiana said earlier, where do I see myself after submitting this application, after potentially being able to participate in Young Latina Talks? So I saw myself there, and that is what pushed me to get outside my comfort zone. So definitely just seeing where you want to be and the actions that you have to take right now to get you there. And even though it may seem scary, but once you take that small leap, it's like everything else just follows.
I love that. So yeah, and I think Tatiana also kind of mentioned a little bit about that visualizing, like envisioning something that is happening, right? But for you, what advice would you give, Tatiana, to someone that, a young person that is like, the whole world is ahead of you, like, what do I do? And they're afraid. What would you tell them?
Kind of seconding what I said and Maria said again, the hardest part to anything is starting, whether it's starting a nonprofit, whether it's starting working out at the gym, anything. The hardest part is starting, but it really all just kind of starts up here, and you cannot let your mind control your dedication and what you are aiming for. It can either set you back or it can push you super far forward. So the hardest part is starting. Just start. And, again, like I said, if it doesn't work out, be grateful, because that is just my higher power, God, showing you, I have something bigger in store for you. And if it does work out, you'll be so grateful looking back, and you'll be able to say, I started, and that's all that I had to do to get to where I'm at today. So just start.
And you know what? The live feed is also sending us another question that's pretty interesting. What is the one book that motivated you to decide I can do it? Like the little engine that could. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I will, right? And so for you, did you have a book growing up that you kind of like referred back to that just like gave you the confidence to say, you know what, if the author could do it, or in this example, I could do it too?
Do I go? Or
yeah, you go.
The Bible. The Bible is the life lessons that you need, and you know, whether you're sad, anxious, confused, and even if you're looking for motivation, everything is in the Bible. I read it. At least I try to read it every day. But when I really need God and I really need to connect with him, and I'm like, God, I don't know what to do, the Bible is the answer of everything. So that is the one book that I will always have forever and live by and keep with me for the rest of my life. That's honestly the only book that I need.
I love it. Yes, so much wisdom. Maria.
Yes, so for me, so I don't have a book because I wish I could like read for fun, but because of school, and I've been in school for like over 8 years, and I'm almost done, and then working full time. But just to bounce off of what Tatiana said, growing up, I always looked up to my grandma because she inspired me, and she always made me believe that I can do it, because she is someone who my family is from El Salvador, and so she would always tell me, I remember stories. She would always, when I would sleep with her at night, she would tell me stories about how she was able to leave everything behind and sacrifice for her kids and then me, the next generation. And so hearing all those stories of adversity and how she was able to overcome that really, gave me that motivation and really instilled in me from a young age that I can do it. Like if she can get through all of that, there's no way that I can't go through anything that life throws my way. And just to go based off of what Tatiana said, my grandmother reads the Bible every single day. And so a lot of her teachings, a lot of her wisdom that she's passed down to me comes from the Bible. So I can relate to that, Tatiana.
And we have a little sneak peek to something that is going to be happening in early 2021 that involves both of you because of your participation in Young Latina Talks, an amazing opportunity that was presented to you. What am I talking about?
Today's Inspired Young Latina.
Yeah. So we're talking about books, and we're talking about extending our wings, and we're talking about encapsulating our stories so that we can inspire other people, right? Finding our true north, finding our center, so that we can continue to find that energy to elevate others. And very exciting to know that you both have been accepted to participate in the Today's Inspired Young Latina Volume 3 book anthology. And the whole world, again, in a written format, is going to get to know more about you and more about, what's in your heart and more about your legacy. And I think that, it's super exciting. And I don't know if you can share a little bit about, we have 4 minutes left, but I want to just give you an opportunity to share like what this means to you, that you are going to become a contributing author that can probably open doors beyond, what we're seeing at the moment. Maria?
Yeah, so for me, it all goes back to me being a little girl. So like I said, a lot of, in my Young Latina Talks, I spoke about my childhood being unstable because of the circumstances of my mother's illness. And so I spent a lot of time with my grandmother, and she would always, like I said, tell me her stories about living in El Salvador and overcoming things. And I know she told me these stories because she knew what I was going through. And so, like I said, she would tell me these to sort of say, it's okay, you can get through this also. And one thing I remember her always telling me is that she couldn't wait till I got older so that I can write all that I was feeling, things that I would tell her, and share this with the world, because she said, I know your story can change the world. And so for me, after the Young Latina Talks, that's when you announced to us that you had felt in your heart that you wanted to publish this next book. And so for me, it was like, oh my gosh, like I could not, it's just like the way life comes full circle, right? And like Tatiana said, what's meant for you will not pass you by. And so that's truly how I feel. And I am over the moon and just still floating in the air. I can't, I am, it means so much.
Wonderful. And how about you, Tatiana? How do you feel?
I am still kind of on cloud nine. I'm still in shock. You know, like Maria said, everything comes full circle. And going back to my acceptance speech when I was the winner of the Young Latina Talk Cicero, I commented and I said, you know, I was put here to impact and to give back. And I felt it in my heart, but honestly, a little bit in my mind, I'm like, how am I going to do this? So, you know, thank you, Jackie, for creating such a huge platform for young Latina women and older Latina women to come together and be a team and work together, you know, because you have created a platform for me to share my story and impact and to have that platform to be able to give back. So I am so excited. You know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not a huge writer, so it's definitely been a journey and it's taken me out of my comfort zone, but I am loving every single part of it because life is a teaching lesson in anything that happens to you. So, you know, I'm learning a lot about myself and about how I write, and it's fun, but it's also a little stressful. But again, thank you, Jackie, because it's definitely a journey.
Yeah, you know what? And this goes to show, guys, that when you feel something in your heart and you take the steps to make it happen, all of us get elevated. You know, Elizabeth planted the seed of Young Latina Talks when she experienced being on the stage for Latina Talks. And then Alexandra Rios Taylor came to my life and said, I love what you're doing with authors, with young people. I want to help, you know, continue to extend your wings and help you with that. And, you know, it is with the generosity of Alexandra Rios Taylor that we've been able to partner up and also make this book come to life. So, you know, collaboration and just being at the frequency of, you know, helping each other. And I mean, this example of this particular event here is a pure example of that collaboration. And I'm super grateful to Elizabeth Colon, to Cesar Rolon for putting together this beautiful platform that allows us to share and continue to extend our wings of, you know, our inspiration, our knowledge. And we have 1 minute left. And I want to tell you that for all of you that are interested in Young Latina Talks, we're going to be expanding this all over the United States and all over the world. We have a few of the cities coming up, and we'll keep you posted. The best way to find out is on the website, todayslatina.com, and you'll find all the different tabs and my board game, Today's Inspired Latina, stories around the world, and all the amazing things that you need. But so visit that website to stay, posted on the stuff that is coming in the next one. And for you ladies, leave the audience with one word of inspiration so that they can feel that beauty of your heart and they can feel that, you were the winners of Young Latina Talks. Maria.
You are limitless.
Beautiful. Tatiana.
I would say continue to have faith.
Beautiful. And for me, the Pilotina, I tell you that landing is mandatory. So if you decide to take off today, make sure that you focus all of your heart, all of your energy on that landing, whether it's a book, your business, a hobby, anything that your heart desires, you can make it happen if you really be really focused on that landing. So safe landings, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to be with you today. Thank you to the entire team. And stay tuned for the rest of the program.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you.
Hi, Oscar. It's Elizabeth. How are you?
Hi, Elizabeth.
I will be right back.
Hey, Oscar, I'm gonna just get your intro going, and then you can just take it from there, okay?
Okay.
Unfortunately, Latinos have the highest positive rate of COVID in the U.S. As we continue to limit our interactions with family and friends, what else can each of us do to protect our families further? In this session, our panelists will discuss COVID in the Latino family and women's health. To introduce our panelist is Oscar Zambrano. Oscar Zambrano, MPH, MBA, directs physician engagement processes as well as a diversity and inclusion agenda for Advocate Aurora's Health at the Illinois Masonic Medical Center in Chicago. He works with underserved communities experiencing health disparities in this moment. His work has contributed to Advocate Aurora's recognition as a leader in LGBTQ healthcare equality by the Human Rights Campaign Foundation's Healthcare Equality Index. Zambrano is a member of Howard Brown Health Board, where he co-chairs the Strategic Planning Committee. He is also a founder of the Medical Organization for Latino Advancement, a member of its executive committee, and director of communication and membership development. Oscar is passionate about helping advance the health and careers of the Hispanic and Latino community throughout educational initiatives. Oscar has been recently nominated to Chicago Latino Network's 2018 award and recognized as the notable LGBTQ executive by Chicago Cranes in 2018. Oscar, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. Let's get into our topic today. We have a panel of excellent experts and exemplary Latinas, and we're gonna conduct this panel in Espanol and in English. So you'll be ready to see expertise in both languages. So let's start with our panelists. We count with presence of Dr. Geraldine Luna. Dr. Luna is a Puerto Rican, born in Puerto Rico, and she's a leading provider of health services in Chicago. She's an internal medicine specialist, and in addition to that, she's a geriatrician, a specialist in adult advanced age medicine. Dr. Luna has recently been appointed as Director of Outreach for the COVID-19 program for the city of Chicago under Mayor Lightfoot. And with us is also Dr. Kathy Cruz. Dr. Cruz Madrid is also a geriatrician. She's an internal medicine provider, and she's a professor at VA. She's a practitioner in the city of Chicago. We're gonna start with them first, and we're gonna move to other panelists as we move along our program. We have a very ambitious program. And we have also Amparo Casio, who's a doctor in rehabilitation, physical therapy, and also a practitioner with a holistic approach with other modalities to advance the health of our Latino community. So let's start with asking Dr. Luna. Dr. Luna, how do you explain and kind of share of the experience of being a Latina leader and leading also for the city of Chicago, the outreach and prevention and intervention and control of COVID-19 for the city of Chicago? We're very proud of having someone like you in that position. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Esta porción la quiero dar en español para que me puedan escuchar todas las latinas que estén allá en sus casas planeando cómo le pueden hacer, cómo podemos navegar el sistema, que es un poquito bastante difícil cuando uno viene a un país que el habla es diferente al de uno y empieza uno a buscar la manera, ¿verdad?, de crecer y poder dar el máximo del potencial que uno tiene, ¿verdad?, para dar. Y entonces el tener, para mí fue un gran honor que me llamaran para el CDPH, o lo que le llaman ¿verdad? El Departamento de Salud Pública de Chicago, para servir como directora médica de la respuesta al COVID-19 en ese particular bureau donde yo estoy sirviendo. Y para mí fue increíble, para mí fue un honor estar ahí porque necesitamos más representación latina en los lugares donde podemos hacer impacto, donde podemos cambiar las leyes, donde podemos cambiar las ordenanzas, donde podemos de verdad causar un impacto y mejorar la salud, porque las disparidades que estamos viendo hoy en día, Oscar, son increíbles. Los latinos, por ejemplo, ahora en el COVID-19, y yendo a lo que yo estoy haciendo ahí en la ciudad, los latinos estamos 3 veces más a riesgo que cualquier otra etnicidad de sufrir del COVID-19. Y entonces en la mortalidad somos los segundos en orden de mortalidad. Y en esta segunda ola, en esta gran pandemia que estamos viviendo, es que se han destapado todas esas discriminaciones en el sistema, el racismo en el sistema, en la manera que lo conocemos, y hay mucho trabajo que hacer. Tenemos que hacer mucho trabajo para cambiar la fe, la suerte que tenemos los latinos en este país, y ser mujer, o sea, somos doble minoría, y en algunos momentos dados podemos ser hasta 3 minorías en una, y yo creo en el empoderamiento de la mujer latina. Tenemos tanto que dar a este país, y somos el backbone, somos el core o la esencia de la economía, y podemos cambiar todo. Con mucho trabajo, con mucho esfuerzo y unidos, podemos cambiar nuestra realidad.
Doctora Luna, gracias por compartir su experiencia y de haber llegado a una posición de liderazgo. ¿Cuál cree usted que sean los aspectos más relevantes que debiera la comunidad de latinas que está en esta audiencia saber acerca de su trabajo en el COVID-19 como parte del buró?
Sí, las cosas que nosotros hacemos en el buró, o las que yo hago en el buró, son más bien el extendido al público. Mi trabajo es comunicarme las comunicaciones, extender esas ayudas, ver lo que la comunidad necesita, servir de voz y servir para conectar los servicios que tenemos con las comunidades y sus necesidades. Por ejemplo, Oscar, ahora en la pandemia, y yo sé que esto es algo muy importante, y muchas de nuestras latinas que están aquí hoy quieren saber un poquito más del COVID-19. Así que yo tengo unas laminillas bien rapiditas para explicar lo que es el COVID-19. Si puedo compartir con ustedes.
Por favor.
Bien rapidito aquí. Okay.
Es importante ver cómo el esfuerzo y la dedicación de personas como usted, doctora Luna, han permitido que latinas tengan cada vez más relevancia en las instituciones que manejan nuestra salud. Y es así como estamos muy orgullosos de organizaciones como a la que usted y yo representamos, la Asociación Profesional de Médicos y Profesionales de la Salud en Chicago. Es importante ver cómo la mujer tiene un papel supremamente importante y de liderazgo en el manejo de los aspectos de la salud de nuestra comunidad en Chicago. ¿Ya estamos listos?
Sí. O sea, como estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo, Oscar, como parte del comité ejecutivo de Mola, me ha dado la oportunidad de desarrollar muchas destrezas que de otra manera nunca hubiese podido obtener. Y yo pienso que toda latina se debe envolver en un poquito más que en su núcleo inmediato.
Doctora Luna, perdón por interrumpirla. Está compartiendo su email.
Oh, no salió. Ok, déjame chequear.
La presentación.
Sí, entonces déjame hacer.
Mientras usted saca el slide, yo les puedo contar a la audiencia que la Organización de Liderazgo Médico MOLA es una organización sin ánimo de lucro formada por voluntarios profesionales de la salud en Chicago y ahora en Wisconsin. Tiene alrededor de 850 miembros y es una organización de progreso social que está interesada en el avance de los profesionales latinos en la salud, de manera que podamos afectar cambio y lograr cerrar las disparidades que nuestra comunidad está experimentando, está sufriendo en la ciudad de Chicago. Ya creo que esas son su presentación.
Eso es correcto. Déjame entonces rapidito. Lo que nosotros estamos viviendo aquí en Chicago es nunca antes visto, nunca hemos experimentado una pandemia y mucho menos a este nivel, donde los latinos han sido desproporcionalmente afectados por este virus. Y cuando miramos, Oscar, lo que hacemos allí en la CDPH o en el Departamento de Salud Pública es informar. Por ejemplo, muchas personas no entienden bien lo que es el virus y por qué el coronavirus ha hecho tanta devastación. El coronavirus ha existido con nosotros por años y años, décadas. Esto no es un nuevo virus, pero la mutación de este virus es lo que es nuevo para las comunidades. Y es tan infeccioso. Entonces, los síntomas que presenta la persona es bien difícil de saber si lo que tengo es un catarro común o un virus gastrointestinal, lo que estoy experimentando. Empieza con la tos, con los dolores de cabeza, con las náuseas, con los vómitos, con las diarreas. Entonces, eso es algo que es bien difícil de distinguir si estoy teniendo el coronavirus o estoy teniendo una infección de un catarro común o si lo que estoy teniendo son solamente gastrointestinales, problemas gastrointestinales. Por eso es importante que si eres latino, ya eres de alto riesgo. Si tienes latino con condiciones preexistentes, ya eres de alto riesgo. No esperes, hazte tu prueba y entonces aíslate. El aislamiento es importante para parar la infección, especialmente en latinos. Y a veces nos preguntamos por qué en latinos, por qué estamos sufriendo la devastación de este virus en latinos. Porque tenemos los factores determinantes sociales que no nos favorecen. Okay. Nosotros somos los trabajadores de primera línea, somos las personas que vivimos en generaciones, en casas con multigeneraciones. Vemos el abuelito, estamos la mamá, estamos cuidando de la tía, del tío, de nuestros hijos, se casan, y es la manera que nosotros entendemos y hemos sobrevivido utilizando estas maneras y amparándonos, ayudándonos. El sentido de comunidad de nosotros, de los latinos, es fuertísimo. Y eso es nuestra protección, pero en este virus ha sido nuestra devastación, en cierta manera. Entonces, este virus es tan infectivo que una persona, por ejemplo, Oscar, si miras aquí la distribución, una sola persona es capaz de contaminar a 3 personas y en menos de 60 días ya tenemos 306 infectados. Esto es un número desproporcional, nunca antes visto. Y entonces, aun cuando usamos los métodos que están funcionando, mascarilla, si estamos usando distanciamiento social, si estamos lavándonos las manos frecuentemente, pero no lo hacemos consistentemente, por ejemplo, yo decidiera, hoy me visto y me arreglo y me cuido y me pongo mi máscara y salgo afuera, y mañana no. Si mañana decido no salir, la infectividad de 406 baja a 15 infectados, pero no desaparece. Y así sucesivamente. Entonces,
Gracias,
como yo
doctora Luna. Perdón por interrumpirla. Le quería preguntar esto. Entonces, ya tenemos un minuto apenas, pero ¿cuáles son las recomendaciones que usted haría en vista de este gran nivel de infección que hay en nuestra comunidad latina?
Sí, aquí tenemos ahora la vacuna y la vacuna ha sido una bendición, es una bendición, pero en nuestra sociedad latina, donde estamos salpicados de tradiciones, de mitos, también ofrece nuevos estragos, porque hay una resistencia natural por los latinos que siempre hemos estado. Hay uno de los estudios han demostrado, Oscar, que nosotros como latinos le tenemos miedo a pensar en las cosas negativas porque las atraemos. Universalmente pensamos, eso es uno de nuestros mitos. Si piensas en algo malo, que me voy a morir del COVID, de seguro se me viene encima. Y eso hace, también la resistencia que hay y desconfianza al gobierno. Eso es algo que nosotros tenemos, que es muy distintivo de nosotros, y por razones, porque tenemos una historia que favorece esa desconfianza en el pasado, donde se hicieron horrores con la mujer latina. Por ejemplo, le estaban haciendo esterilizaciones sin que la mujer consintiera, solamente para bajar el número de latinos o personas indeseables en la comunidad. Así que yo les recomiendo a mis latinas que están allá afuera, a los latinos, a todos en general, que nos sigamos protegiendo. La vacuna ya está, vamos a ser un poquito más abiertos a ver las probabilidades, sigamos haciendo las medidas preventivas de usar las máscaras, distanciamiento social, lavarnos las manos, mantenernos aislados. Acuérdense, en estas festividades vienen, no viajemos, No es necesario de viajar. Cada vez que uno viaja en Chicago, por ejemplo, 1 de cada 17 personas está infectado con el COVID. Si vamos a viajar a un área donde el COVID está más alto, acuérdense que cuando regresen se pueden traer el COVID con usted y matar a sus abuelitos, a sus ancianitos. Como no muramos, no nos tragamos la muerte a nosotros mismos. Y hay muchos mitos allá afuera, pero Oscar, nosotros somos gente muy resistente. Somos gente muy unida, somos gente muy alegre, somos gente con un sentido de comunidad increíble y luchadores, a diferencia de lo que puedan decir o lo que hayamos escuchado. Así que yo les recomiendo, mi gente, vamos a mantenernos sanos en la casa, vamos a protegernos, vamos a seguir luchando y necesitamos más latinos que ocupen esos puestos donde podamos hacer diferencia. Necesitamos más latinos en política. Necesitamos un presidente latino o latina. Si puede ser una latina, mucho
You got
mejor.
my vote.
Ok, entonces pues cuídense en su casa y los queremos siempre.
Thank you, Dr. Luna. I want to ask Dr. Katia Cruz Madrid, whose experience is basically taking care of adultos, older adults. En su experiencia, doctora Cruz Madrid, ¿qué nos podría decir de lo que está pasando en la comunidad, de las cosas que usted está encontrando en su práctica clínica?
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias a Latina Expo por invitarnos a este panel y a Mola pues por reunirnos a todos y tratar de informar y educar a nuestra linda comunidad. Gracias por la pregunta, es bien importante. Mira, bueno, yo soy internista y geriatra y esta pandemia, como tú sabes, ha afectado muchísimo a los pacientes mayores. De mis pacientes en el nursing home, la mitad de ellos pues a este momento han muerto y los estragos que esto ha causado, no solamente en los pacientes, pero en las familias, es devastador. Cada día pues encuentro una complicación, ¿verdad? En cuanto al tratamiento y en cuanto a la vida de estos pacientes que se ha completamente caído o que está cambiando a pasos agigantados. Las actividades físicas de ellos han disminuido de tal manera que pues ahora están muchísimo más frágiles, ¿verdad? De que pueda pasarles algo. Depresión ha aumentado grandísimamente. El aislamiento es de todos los días, ¿verdad? La ansiedad, la depresión, o sea, muchísimos cambios, no solamente en el aspecto físico, pero en el aspecto mental, en el aspecto social, en el aspecto funcional, pues ha traído, tú sabes, muchísimos cambios.
¿Cuál, doctora Cruz Madrid, cuál diría usted que son las estrategias más efectivas para combatir esa problemática que usted ha descrito de aislamiento, de depresión? ¿Y cómo lo describiría usted? ¿Está presentando?
Sí, estoy presentando.
Perfecto,
Muchas
perfecto.
gracias. Mira, yo traigo esta diapositiva acá. Yo creo, como lo explicó muy bien la doctora Luna, que estamos un poquito ya cansados de oír lo mismo, pero yo creo que tenemos que tomar conciencia. Y como miran acá en la primera gráfica, pues no estoy tratando de enseñarles ni de ser negativa en ningún momento, pero sí quisiera, ¿verdad?, que tuviéramos conciencia de que se vienen las Navidades, de que se vienen las épocas festivas y nosotros como latinos somos de familia y de amigos, queremos estar con ellos y esto como que nos está tocando fuerte. Pero si miran esta curva, la curva va para arriba, los casos van aumentando y con ello los números de muertos, los hospitalizados, es realmente bastante deprimente y es bastante pues triste, ¿verdad? Saber esta realidad. Sí, lo que tú me preguntabas, muy buena pregunta. Tenemos que usar todos estos recursos que tenemos. No podemos usar nada más la mascarilla y dejar a un lado el distanciamiento social o hacer el distanciamiento social sin usar la mascarilla. Todos estos recursos que tenemos y sabemos que están funcionando, tenemos que hacerlos todos a la vez, ¿verdad? El distanciamiento social o el distanciamiento físico, más de 6 metros, evitar salir si no es necesario, tratar de usar la mascarilla siempre que estemos afuera o cerca de personas que no viven con nosotros en la misma casa, lavarnos las manos cada vez que venimos de fuera o cada vez que nos tocamos la cara, la nariz, la boca, tosemos, estornudamos, usar papel, ¿verdad? Para tocarnos la nariz, la boca, depositarlos en el bote de basura, en ningún momento escupir o otro tipo de secreciones que puedan pues, ser un recurso para propagar la infección. Sabemos que esta infección pues, se propaga de persona a persona y es a través de estas gotitas respiratorias que todos hacemos cuando estamos hablando, cuando estamos cantando, cuando estamos tosiendo, estornudando. Estas secreciones respiratorias de una persona infectada van a ser inhaladas o van a ser puestas pues, en las mucosas de las personas, de la nariz y de la boca de otra persona susceptible. Así que pues debemos de evitar esto. Otra manera de que se puede transmitir en menos porcentaje es en espacios cerrados con poca ventilación, donde este virus es tan pequeñito que puede quedar suspendido en el aire y a través de la inhalación, pues también puede ser una fuente de contagio. Otras formas menos frecuentes son las superficies contaminadas. Por eso también debemos de tratar de limpiar, ¿verdad? Todas esas superficies donde la gente toca mucho, por ejemplo, los interruptores de la electricidad, el teclado de las computadoras, las manecillas de las puertas, por mencionar algunas. Las mascarillas, mira, una imagen dice más que muchas palabras. Acá, pues, si ustedes pueden observar, el tipo de mascarillas que debemos de elegir, generalmente de algodón para toda la gente que no trabaja en el sector de salud, los respiradores y las quirúrgicas las usamos en el hospital, pero las de algodón de dos capas de tela son las mejores, evitar las que tienen esas válvulas porque pues el virus puede salirse por ahí y no están recomendadas para niños menores de 2 años, Oscar, ni tampoco para personas que no puedan manipular la mascarilla en algún momento, ¿verdad? Que tengan algún problema también para respirar, enfermedades que los haga susceptibles para poder pues ahogarse en el caso. Y el lavado de manos es bien importante. Saben que han hecho un estudio y aproximadamente más del 90% de las personas no sabemos cómo lavarnos las manos. Yo les recuerdo, pueden ir al CDC, en sus siglas en inglés, pues que es el Centro para Control de las Enfermedades. Ellos tienen unos videos de cómo poder lavarnos las manos adecuadamente. Cuando comenzó esta pandemia me llamaba muchísimo la atención cuando entrevistaban a personas acerca del lavado de manos y casi nadie se lavaba las manos durante el día. Yo porque pues soy médico estoy acostumbrada a lavarme las manos a todo momento, pero tú sabes, cuando yo oí esto no lo podía creer, pero es cierto y muchos solamente se la lavaban una vez al día. Tratemos de lavarnos las manos con frecuencia. Cuando no tenemos agua y jabón a la mano, está el alcohol gel, que tiene que estar aproximadamente más del 60% de alcohol, ¿verdad? Y pues eso lo tenemos que usar en todas nuestras manos y dejarlo secar. Es bien importante, Oscar.
Doctora
Y
Madrid,
pues,
una pregunta.
sí.
Para avanzar un poco, estamos avanzando en el tiempo. ¿Qué nos puede decir usted? ¿Cómo nos puede enseñar qué debemos anticipar en relación con la vacuna? Estamos todos ansiosos por obtener esta vacuna. ¿Vamos a tenerla pronto? ¿Va a ser efectiva? ¿Qué riesgos tiene?
Gracias, Oscar. Es una magnífica pregunta. Y desde que comenzó la pandemia, todo el mundo estaba pensando, ojalá que venga la vacuna, ojalá que trabajen en la vacuna rápido. Y estamos oyendo, ¿verdad?, ideas encontradas. Ahora la gente está diciendo, ay, pero qué rápido que la sacaron, yo no estoy segura si me la voy a poner. Pues mire, toda la vida, en la vida tenemos riesgos, ¿verdad? Lo bueno que, pues, hay diferentes fases para trabajar en esta vacuna y el coronavirus, que ya habían habido epidemias del MERS y del SARS en el pasado, pero se pudieron controlar, pues ya habían estudiado y 2 fases ya estaban muy bien estudiadas. Entonces no se ha perdido tiempo para hacer esas fases preclínicas y esos estudios en animales. Y también la genética del virus, eso ya estaba prácticamente. Entonces lo tomaron ya todos estos estudios para continuar las fases clínicas. Por eso es que hemos tenido pues tanto avance y pues estamos viendo la luz al final del túnel. Queremos evitar más muertes, queremos continuar con nuestra vida, queremos que la economía pues vuelva nuevamente. Entonces esto es un gran regalo que tenemos. Así que yo le digo a toda la población, ¿verdad?, que investigue, que hable con sus doctores y que le den mucha importancia a esta vacuna. Mira, ahorita, Oscar, hay 41 productos, ¿verdad?, de vacuna que están en la fase 1 y tenemos aproximadamente 7 que pueden ser utilizadas para emergencia. En los Estados Unidos hay 2 que probablemente van a estar listas para ya 15, van a dar pues la luz verde para este 15 de diciembre y van a comenzar a vacunar, por supuesto, a trabajadores de la salud, a personas que viven en los asilos de ancianos y otras personas más vulnerables, ¿verdad? Déjame ver acá. Bueno, acá es solamente para hacer una comparación de de las 3 que están en las noticias. Quiero informarle también a todos los que nos acompañan ahora y espero que pues esto lo diseminen con sus amigos, con sus colegas, con sus familiares, de que no tengan miedo. Estas vacunas no son de ningún virus vivo, no son de ningún virus muerto. Es prácticamente lo que la están haciendo es a base de un material, de un código genético, ¿verdad?, del virus, que lo han logrado hacer y esto se inyecta, actúa con nuestro sistema inmunológico y el sistema inmunológico crea unos soldaditos, ¿verdad?, de defensa, que cuando ya el virus venga, estos soldaditos ya están preparados. Así que pues ese es lo que yo les quiero decir y para mí, si ustedes ahora de esta plática se llevan de que tienen que echarle ganas, tienen que evitar reunirse con sus familiares porque pues eso es bien importante. Yo ya estoy contenta, estoy feliz que esto tenga, tú sabes, el efecto que queremos.
Gracias, doctora Madrid. Bueno, hemos visto de la doctora Luna y la doctora Madrid como expertas y líderes en el manejo del COVID, que está devastando nuestra comunidad, que ya lo sabíamos, que estamos más expuestos, que somos más vulnerables, que tenemos la fortaleza de tener la unión, que tenemos que cuidarnos más que otros, porque estamos más vulnerables, y que tenemos la esperanza de tener una vacuna que, como dijo la doctora Madrid, es una vacuna segura. Ojalá podamos tener acceso de manera comunitaria muy pronto y ya se sabe que hay inventario de vacunas en los hospitales listos para ser aplicadas a los trabajadores de la salud. Después irían los trabajadores esenciales, de los que muchos de nuestra comunidad hacen parte, y también las personas de alto riesgo que viven en ambientes en donde hay muchos adultos mayores, como los ancianatos o nursing homes. Y después tenemos el resto de la comunidad. Entonces tenemos que seguir pacientemente llevando a cabo nuestras actividades de control y mitigación del riesgo a través del aislamiento, el uso de la máscara, no hacer mucha fiesta, y si hacemos fiesta que sea solamente de la familia íntima, de los que viven en la casa. Y hablando de eso,
virtuales.
O fiesta virtual, como la que estamos teniendo en este momento. Hablando de eso, el manejo del estrés ha sido tremendo, porque además de todos los aspectos que generan estrés de nuestra vida diaria, tenemos un agravante adicional que es de la pandemia y de la situación financiera y de la situación de trabajo, etcétera, etcétera. Y entonces con nosotros está la doctora Amparo Casio, que es terapeuta física y que tiene experiencia y estudios en medicina integrativa. Y entonces usted nos puede explicar de qué manera podemos manejar el estrés y la ansiedad, doctora Casio.
Oscar, muchísimas gracias y muchísimas gracias a Latino Expo por dejarme participar de este evento. Nosotros los latinos y la naturaleza nos ha equipado con unos mecanismos muy sencillos para manejar el estrés. De otra manera no hubiéramos no estuviéramos viviendo en este planeta por más de 6 millones de años. Bueno, lo primero que debemos hacer, el primer mecanismo, y es muy sencillo, es la postura. Para eso hay que pararse o sentarse, siempre manteniendo una postura erguida pero relajada. Y como decimos formalmente, sacando pecho. Entonces, al asumir esta posición, nos ayuda a sentirnos seguros, positivos, fuertes, nos da una sensación de eficiencia, de relajación y que estamos también listos para la acción. Entonces, les voy a pedir, por favor, que practiquemos esto tan sencillo. Entonces, siéntense, por favor, al fondo de sus sillas y separen las piernas un poco, manteniendo los pies firmes y planos en el suelo. Ok, y después de estar con la base firme, que son sus piernas y sus pies, ahora vamos a extender el tronco y el pecho. Y estamos muy bien. Y ahora vamos a sacar pecho, bajamos un poquito la cabeza, descansamos las manos sobre las piernas. Entonces, esta es la postura que nos va a ayudar a mantener nuestra energía, a sentirnos positivos y seguros. La otra técnica, entonces, así que si se sienten tristes, acongojados, angustiados, por favor, se ponen de pie y se sientan de esta manera. Entonces, así aseguran que se van a sentir bien. El segundo mecanismo, también muy sencillo, es usar los músculos de la boca para sonreír. Entonces, después de que estamos sentados y con la cabeza sobre los hombros, bien puesta sobre los hombros, vamos a sonreír. Con la sola sonrisa, eso estimula el modo feliz. Inmediatamente nos sentimos felices y si se sienten tristes, acongojados, ansiosos, levantar el pecho, la cabeza y sonreír. Pueden caminar alrededor de su casa despacio y sonriendo. Entonces, cada vez que se sientan tristes, sacar pecho y sonreír. El tercer mecanismo es también muy sencillo y muy fácil de practicar. Lo estoy haciendo yo en este momento. Es sentir, tomar conciencia de nuestro cuerpo. Por ejemplo, en este momento les voy a pedir que pongan atención a sus pies. Entonces, sin moverlos, sientan sus pies. Sientan el contacto de sus pies con el piso. Y sientan qué parte de sus pies están tocando el piso. Los dedos gordos, el talón, la parte externa del pie. Y sientan. Sientan el peso de sus pies en el suelo. Sientan la superficie del piso. Es dura, es blanda. Sientan ahora sus zapatos, sus medias si las tienen. Y noten que con el solo hecho de poner atención a una parte del cuerpo, el cuerpo inmediatamente se relaja. Ok, entonces ahora que están sentados en su posición erguida, relajados, con una sonrisa y que están relajados. Ahora les voy a pedir el favor que detecten dónde sienten tensión en su cuerpo. En este momento pueden cerrar los ojos si quieren y a ver, detecten qué parte de su cuerpo está sintiendo tensión en este momento. Y simplemente sientan. Es pesada, es ligera, es en todo el cuerpo. Y noten con el solo hecho de tomar conciencia y de sentir, el cuerpo se relaja inmediatamente. Y si se relaja el cuerpo, se relaja la mente. La otra técnica que ustedes las han escuchado muchísimas veces es, les dice, si están angustiados, tomen una respiración profunda. Entonces, ahora que localizaron esa tensión en su cuerpo, les voy a pedir el favor que tomen una respiración profunda. Entonces, toman aire por la nariz y lo botan por la boca. Y una vez más, bien despacio, esta vez tomamos aire y botamos por la boca, manteniendo la sonrisa. Y ahora les pido el favor que sientan su nariz y sientan el aire entrando en la nariz. Al principio se siente raro porque no estamos acostumbrados a sentir nuestro cuerpo. Y esta técnica la utilizan muchísimas escuelas para relajar. Entonces sientan el aire entrando a su nariz. Es frío, es caliente, entra por ambas fosas, solo por una, y quédense ahí un minutito, sintiendo el aire y relajándose. Entonces, mientras están ahí relajándose, sintiendo la respiración y sintiendo el aire entrando por su nariz, hablemos de la quinta técnica, y es que mientras está uno en esta posición, puede usar uno la mente para repetir frases positivas, frases que les lleguen al alma, que estén en coordinación con lo que ustedes sientan. Les voy a dar una frase y después si quieren la pueden escribir. Entonces ahí bien relajados les voy a pedir que tomen aire una vez más por su nariz y la boten por la boca. Una vez más. Y la botan bien despacio. Y una tercera vez. Mantienen la respiración, cierren los ojos y bótenla. Y sientan su cuerpo, cómo se relaja, cómo se siente light, ligero. Y ahora repitan en su mente. No hay persona, pensamiento, idea, memoria, imagen, sentimiento o sensación del pasado, del presente o que llegue en el futuro que pueda impedirme superar cualquier o todos los obstáculos que se me puedan presentar. No hay persona, pensamiento, idea, memoria, imagen, sentimiento o sensación del pasado, del presente o que llegue en el futuro que pueda impedirme superar cualquiera o todos los obstáculos que se me puedan presentar. No hay persona, pensamiento, idea, memoria, imagen, sentimiento o sensación del pasado, del presente o que llegue en el futuro que pueda impedirme superar cualquiera o todos los obstáculos que se me presenten. Muy bien. Y ahora vamos a tomar una respiración bien profunda. Tomamos aire por la nariz. Abrimos los ojos y botamos por la boca. Muy bien. Espero que esto les haya servido y acuérdense, la postura erguida, una sonrisa en la cara, respirar y sentir su cuerpo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, doctora Casius. Definitivamente lo necesitábamos. Ya estábamos tardecito en el día, ya estamos un poco cansados. Algunos tenemos la cara cuadrada de estar todo el tiempo enfrente de una pantalla de computador. Definitivamente esto fue relajante. Muchas gracias.
Con mucho gusto.
Gracias de nuevo. Hemos visto hoy en este panel cómo una lideresa de la ciudad de Chicago, como la doctora Luna, aborda el tema de la prevención, la comunicación y el enganche con la comunidad latina de parte de la administración de la ciudad. Hemos visto también y escuchado cómo la doctora Madrid compartió su experiencia como geriatra y alguien que se especializa en el cuidado de los adultos, y a muchos de quienes han sido víctimas del COVID-19, y ella también nos compartió su grado de especialización en el tema de las vacunas, de qué esperar de ellas y qué tan seguras son. Además de eso, la doctora Casiu nos mostró otro aspecto importantísimo del manejo del COVID y de las circunstancias actuales, que es el de manejar nuestro propio sentido de relajación y manejo de la situación. Pero hay un aspecto que queríamos resaltar también en este panel hoy, que es un aspecto extremadamente importante, y es el papel de la mujer como cuidadora de la familia. Y para eso tenemos en nuestro panel a una experta con muchos años de experiencia y una gran credibilidad en la comunidad. Y se trata de Gabriela Saldaña, debo decirlo en español. Gabriela Saldaña es una lideresa de nuestra comunidad en el cuidado de adultos mayores. Ella trabaja para Caridades Católicas y también es miembro de la organización MOLA. Y Gaby nos va a hablar del papel de la mujer como cuidadora y la inspiración que ello representa. Y nos lo va a hacer en inglés para que sigamos haciendo esto un poco bilingüe y casi que Spanglish.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Latina Expo, for having us today. It's a privilege and an honor to be able to be here sharing with everybody. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the role of the Latina caregiver. As Latinas, we're multifaceted women. We're breaking down barriers today now more than ever before. We're taking on roles as doctors, lawyers, executives, teachers, business owners, politicians, leaders, vice president, even Iris Martinez, who gave the opening remarks today. She's a first in so many. More recently, the first Latina elected to the position of Cook County Circuit Clerk. And there's many more roles, but while taking on all of these roles and making these significant strides and success in many fields, we continue to embrace our Hispanic culture. A culture in which responsibilities and cultural expectations can be somewhat different for the Latino male as they are for the female. In general, males are expected to be more independent, more dominant figures, while females are expected to be more nurturing, which then leads to the role of the Latina caregiver. The caregiver role can take on many forms. It can start off as a young child, someone taking care of their younger siblings, taking care of their aging parents. It could be a young adult that's taking care of a sick child or their ill grandparents. An older adult who's taking care of their spouse, their neighbors, their friends. These are roles that have been cultivated at such an early age through continuous formal as well as informal socialization process, but they're aimed primarily at the female, at the woman in the family. There's studies that have found that Hispanic Americans portrayed caregiving as something that's an instrumental factor in the family. It's something that we do, that we have in our family experience. It's so much so that they don't even look at other alternatives outside of the family. everything related to caregiving, it's an expectation that it happens within the family. You don't look for outside resources. And sometimes people don't even know that they exist. One of my roles in the community is looking for these resources, helping connect people with resources. And there's so many people that aren't aware of the resources, or sometimes they're scared to look outside of the family. Now, I'm not bringing this up to knock down the role of the caregiver. It's al contrario, it's a role that's so important. We fulfill it with so much pride, and we take so much pride doing these things and taking care of our loved ones. And it's something that throughout time and time again, we've seen women doing this. And even though it's men who are expected to be the dominant, independent figures, we see women that time and time again show that they can be even more dominant and independent than men. Also, one of the things that we see or that we think many times is that it's only the older Latina or the old-fashioned generation that are the caregivers. This is far from true. There was a recent study by AARP in 2018 that shows that 38% of caregivers in the Latino community are between the ages of 18 and 34. So there's people that at our younger age are taking on all these responsibilities, and they're doing this while they themselves are just starting their careers and their families. Women are working hard, we're climbing up the ladder, the corporate ladder, becoming leaders, entrepreneurs. And all while doing this, we're continuing to be these caregivers, continuing to work to take care of our loved ones. And we do this and we wear it as a badge of honor. We're proud of this. It's something we keep doing. It is very rewarding to be a caregiver. I've been doing it my entire career. Even within my family, it's something that I've done. It's very fulfilling. It gives you a sense of accomplishment to be able to be a caregiver and continue to have your career and do so many other things. But one thing we need to do is stop glamorizing overworking. The absence of sleep, a good diet, exercise, relaxation, vacation, quality time with family or loved ones isn't something to be applauded. There's too many people that wear this burnout as a badge of honor. Yet there's so many psychological and physical effects that it can take on a person, on our lives, on our bodies, and on our roles as women. One thing that I've learned throughout the years is we need to learn to give ourselves permission to prioritize ourselves, take care of ourselves, and at the same time recognize that doing this does not make us a selfish person. So many times we might hear from other people, you're being selfish if you want to do that. That's far from true. We need to take care of ourselves and prioritize ourselves and give ourselves permission. Personally, I remember a time where if I wanted to lay on a sofa, sit down and relax, I'd feel guilty. I'd have this nagging voice in the back of my head reminding me of all the chores I had, of work that I needed to do, if there was any homework I had, any laundry, if I had to run an errand, when my mom was ill, if I had to go take care of my mom, pick up her medication. It took me years to be able to finally be able to relax and allow myself to relax. We're all busy. We have so many responsibilities, especially now. We've heard about COVID, the threat of COVID. We're stressed. If anything, I feel that so many people have taken on more responsibilities. We're limited in what we can do. We're not going out as much. We're not seeing friends or family. So this is a stressful time. So then you even think, well, how am I going to take care of myself? How can I do something for myself? There are little things we can do. Dr. Amparo, some of the techniques she just shared with us now, just sitting and breathing and practicing those techniques can be helpful. Other simple things can be yoga, meditation, exercise, listening to music that nurtures your soul, enjoying your morning coffee in silence, taking a bubble bath, spending moments outside in nature, talking to your friends, family, therapists. One of the things that I see many of us not able to do is sit down and enjoy a warm meal. Many times we put our plate on the table, we're ready to eat, something happens, something comes up, there's someone to help, there's a phone call, we might be working and eating in between, appointments, we might be driving somewhere, we're eating in the car. Even just taking the time to sit down and enjoy a warm meal. Some people are used to having cold food. They don't even know what it's like to eat a warm meal anymore. But simple things like this can make a big difference. As a Latino culture, We've heard it throughout the day. I've been fortunate to be listening to some of the other speakers, and there's a benefit in that we can build relationships. And there's so many generations that we can learn so much from. Todas las Latinas tenemos valor. There's so much we can learn from each other and teach each other. And there's a huge support system. So whenever we need help, if there's anything that's going on, there's people there to help us. However, we hesitate so much to ask for help. Because of course, as Latinas, we can do everything on our own. We don't need help. But yet, if we have a friend, a family member, someone that's in need of help, immediately we're right there. How can I help you? What can I do for you? We do not hesitate to help them. But for ourselves, it's so difficult to ask for help, to reach out to someone and say, hey, help me with something. And even the ask for help is a manner in which we can help ourselves and prioritize ourselves and take care of ourselves. There's a huge sense of community within the Latina or the Latinas. We just need to be able to reach out to this community and use it for our advantage to help nourish ourselves as well. So my message for you today is actively allow yourself permission to prioritize yourself. We have to actively recognize that this is something we have to allow ourselves, because sometimes we're thinking, well, we're doing it, I'll take care of it, but we still don't give ourselves permission to do it. So just do that. Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you, Gabi. Oh, what beautiful words. And they are applicable to some men too, I have to say.
Absolutely.
But definitely the role of Latino women is so instrumental in the fabric of our society and communities that we cannot remark enough how important it is. So we have here several different aspects of Latinas leading in healthcare. I would like to call also another person that is part of this panel, and that's Erika Arias. Erika Arias is a Latinx medical student. She is attending the university, the Western University School of Medicine, and she's an aspiring physician. She's already on her way of getting her degree, and then she's gonna go after a residency, and then she's gonna start practicing in our communities. So Erika, why don't you give us a little bit your perspective as a younger Latina aspiring physician, aspiring leader in the healthcare field?
Sure. Muchísimas gracias, Oscar y Latina Expo. Me llamo Erika Arias y soy estudiante de Northwestern y estoy obteniendo mi MD PhD. Y he sido miembro de MOLA por 3 años ya. Y soy miembro del Comité de Public Health Advocacy y también representante de MOLA de mi escuela. Y gracias a MOLA he tenido la oportunidad de hablar y trabajar con médicos, médicas, expertos y expertas de salud como estas panelistas increíbles. El MOLA es tan increíble que aunque soy estudiante, médicos me conocen por mi nombre. Y no solamente hablo con las expertas o expertos, pero también trabajo con ellas y ellos para mejorar la salud de los latinos. Y como estudiante he tenido la oportunidad de ser moderadora de un panel sobre LGBTQ+ Health, el simposio de MOLA, y hice una presentación oral durante el simposio. Y también tengo la oportunidad de hablar hoy. Por eso recomiendo MOLA a los undergrads que quieren tener una carrera en salud y a los estudiantes de medicina. Y los estudiantes no pagan nada por ser parte de MOLA, entonces definitivamente vale la pena.
Gracias, Erika. Es muy importante, it's extremely important that we as Latinos, Latinas, believe in our value. That's what is going to propel the position of our community as the leading community, the position that we deserve to have. So you've been exposed today to several different presentations from leaders in different aspects of our social life and institutions. I hope that you have enough inspiration with so much talent and expertise and enthusiasm in building a better society. MOLA, the Medical Organization for Latino Advancement, It's an organization that not only the panelists today are members of, but it's an asset of this community. And we want to help those that are aspiring to be healthcare professionals, not only physicians, other healthcare professionals as well. And this is an opportunity to talk about MOLA's scholarship. So we have within MOLA, we raise funds to apply those funds for underserved or to underserved students, people who want to be physicians or other healthcare professionals in Chicago, and they have the talent, but they have some limitations or difficulties. We help them with financial support, and we help them with engagement with different alternatives and modalities of leadership development and research and education. So go and visit our website. As I said before, this is a non-for-profit organization that is run by volunteers. We all volunteer for it. And the website is www.chicagomola.com. Very simple. We also have a chapter in Wisconsin that is being formed. And I think it's 3:54. I think it's time for us to wrap up. I want to thank Dr. Geraldine Luna, Medical Director of COVID-19 Response Program of the City of Chicago. I want to thank Dr. Katia Cruz Madrid, who's a geriatrician, internal medicine, and faculty at University of Illinois, and also a practitioner with the VA hospital in Chicago. I want to thank also Dr. Amparo Casiu, physical therapist and holistic medicine practitioner. I want to thank also Gabriela Saldaña, a leader in the community in caregiving and housing for adults. And I want to thank, of course, Erika for giving a little bit of testimony of what it is to be an aspiring physician that is in its stage of formation and already showing signs of leadership and engagement with the community so we can affect change. We also have to support us today, Jennifer Taylor, who's our intern. We didn't have enough time to talk with her about much, but Jennifer, would you like to talk a little bit about your experience with MOLA, just in 1 minute?
Yeah, I can do that. Buenos días, I'm Jennifer. Muchas gracias por invitarnos a este expo. So, so I'm studying for my public health degree, and MOLA has definitely shown me that there is a place for Latinos and Latinas in healthcare, in medicine, in public health, in advocacy. And if you are somebody who wants to study, I would definitely say, as Erika said, that MOLA is a place that can help you achieve your goals and can connect you with all the people you need to get to meet your goals and tus metas. So thank you again for inviting us.
Thank you, Jennifer. So we're very grateful for this opportunity with Latina Expo. This is the second year that we participate, I believe, and we're thrilled to be here. Very proud of our community. Congratulations on an excellent event. I want to mention that I was asked to give a reference to the sponsor that is, I think, an activity after this is sponsored by Tito's Handmade Vodka. So even though we talk about the relaxation techniques, which are the leading way of dealing with stress, there is also a little bit of fun that you could have when we have just a little bit control, not much of spirits and things like what Tito's homemade vodka offers. So thank you, Latina Expo. It's 3:57, and I think we did well with time. Just with a general remark, ending this session, that we are here to stay. We're here to stay and to succeed. This is our country, and we're gonna make it ours. It is already ours. We just need a space. The space is there. We need to take it. They are not gonna give it us. We have to take it. Thank you very much, and congratulations on a fantastic event. Thank you to all our panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Oscar.
I think we end up a little late, early.
Elizabeth, yeah.
You are fine, no worries. And we're so live because we can't disconnect. So we're live on YouTube. So thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
Elizabeth, for the invitation.
Gracias a todas.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we have enough time to have a Tito's vodka.
Please join us on the live stream.
We will.
Mhm.
Hi, Carolina.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, good.
Yeah, I think Elizabeth's going to give you a little bit of intro if you're ready to start in a little bit.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
John, I need you to turn on my video, and we're actually waiting for one more guest. Do we have Paulina on yet?
I do not see her yet.
Are we allowed to record the Zoom?
Paulina's here. Hi, Carolina.
Hi.
Well, everyone, this has been an inspiring day. I don't know about you, but I've learned so much from all these amazing women. And you can't end the day without a cocktail. If you are a responsible drinker, we want you to join us for a happy hour with our mixologist. But before we start that, let me thank Tito's Homemade Vodka. They have been very generous in supporting this event, and I am a drinker of Tito's Homemade Vodka, responsibly, of course, and I love, love their vodka. Here are a couple facts about Tito's Homemade Vodka. First, it is an award-winning American vodka crafted in an old-fashioned pot still. It's smooth and it mixes well with anything, sparkling water, lemonade, and even just water and lemon, and I can attest for that. In a serving of 1.5 ounces of Tito's, there are 0 carbs and 0 sugar. Tito is also gluten-free and made from corn. If you want some wonderful recipe, visit their website at titosvodka.com, and we also emailed everyone a Tito list of recipes for your enjoyment. And through Tito's love, Tito's, the company, has given back to and engaged tens of thousands of nonprofit sponsorships since that first vodka donation back in the late 90s. A few examples are lending a hand to communities affected by natural disasters, spreading joy to those who need a little bit more, protecting the environment we all care about, championing the rights of the LGBT community, and so, so much more. Thank you again, Tito's Homemade Vodka. And now I'd like to introduce you to Paulina Rowe. She is an online personality born and raised on the southwest of Chicago. Paulina is the voice within the city and can be heard on The Fred Show on 103.5 KISS FM, which I also listen to, and iHeartRadio. Paulina also hosts her own podcast, Unentitled, where she passes the microphone and shares powerful stories of today's millennials. Amazing. Paulina is heavily involved with local charities and community events through Chicago. And as a Latina Polish woman who grew up in an immigrant household, she has a passion for volunteering with local community organizations and is an advocate for mental health awareness. Paulina founded the Get Your Mind Right initiative, which provides free healing and services to Chicago's underserved communities. Thank you so much for that, Paulina. She loves to give back to the city that raised her. And with no further ado, Paulina will introduce our mixologist, and I will see you in the kitchen.
Hi. Well, my name is Carolina. I am the mixologist and the bar manager for Woodwind Chicago in Streeterville.
Carolina.
I also.
Paulina's actually going to introduce you.
Oh, hey. Well, I actually met Paulina a few months back.
Let's bring up Paulina.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry. This whole Zoom thing is still new to me, but we're all here, which is amazing. I just want to say hello. My name is Paulina. I'm an on-air personality here at 103.5 KISS FM, and I'm so excited to be here, Latina Expo 2020. We're starting off with our cocktail hour, of course, and big shout out to Tito's Handmade Vodka. Amazing vodka. I just have to say that, of course. We've worked with them too at the station, and of course here today with us. The cool thing about it is there are so many different recipes and all these cool things that you can do with Tito's, which is what makes it so special and so amazing. It really is smooth. It goes with anything, and the cool thing is it is gluten-free as well. So that's another perk I love to just kind of add on to there. You can also follow Tito's on all social media at Tito's Vodka, Facebook.com as well, Facebook.com/Tito's Vodka, or Vodka for Dog People on Instagram too as well, because they do so much work with animals and the dogs, and it's truly amazing. So without further ado, yes, Carolina Gonzalez, like waving to you, virtual hugs over here. I wanted to introduce you today. So yes, you and I have met. I'm so excited that you're here today. So beverage director, mixologist, Carolina Gonzalez enjoys working with chefs, right, who bring creativity to the table and providing her inspiration to design whimsical, well-rounded drinks for, the bar, right? I miss those, I do, but it's okay because we're still able to do this virtually, which is amazing. The beverage program she manages at Woodwind includes cocktails inspired by the classics and combined with a flair that utilizes seasonal ingredients as well. So that's awesome. The cocktail menu, of course, designed to cater to different types, right? Compliments to the restaurant's contemporary American shared plates. So while enhancing flavor and taste profiles as well. And Carolina, you grew up here in Chicago with many family members in the restaurant industry as well. So definitely gotta tell us about that. You have a Midwestern hospitality kind of style, right, instilled in you at a very young age. Your relatives dedicated their hard work and their inspiration to the food and beverage industry, and so did you at the age of 15, first as a hostess. Me too, shout out, I love that. And you went on to explore other positions. That's incredible, you were able to experience it all: barista, cashier, wine coordinator, and so much more over the years that have followed as well. So, now you're looking for the new ambition inside you, which I think is so cool. And I'm so excited to introduce you. And obviously you're here to talk more with us about yourself, but also to one more big shout out to Tito's as well. So hi, Carolina.
Hi, nice to see you again. Such a great introduction. I thought I was going to do that all that and I got nervous, but thank you so much for the introduction. I do have a few fun cocktails for us to make here at home. Super easy to make. And then also going back to like the summertime, because I miss it so much. I need some sun in my life. So we do have some seasonal ingredients, as well as some holiday cocktails and some summer kind of throwback cocktails that you guys can make at home. So thank you so much for having me. This is super, super fun. I love Tito's Handmade Vodka. It's such a blank canvas, I like to put it as, and I could like paint my art all over it. And Tito's is just so versatile, and it has so many ways to create things and new flavors and new ingredients and things like that. So going straight to my first cocktail This is called Como la Flor. And yes, it's by la canción de Selena. So I think that's pretty cute. It kind of goes back to like summertime, a riff of your basic vodka soda, but with a little spin and kind of making it a little bit more fun to drink. So is everybody ready to kind of get started? A little bit? Yeah, perfect. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with our vessel. So I love to play around with our glassware, and literally the great thing about cocktailing and mixology is that you get to create any fun cocktails and use whatever vessel you think is creative. So this little glass over here that I have is actually a fishbowl. So I use it now for glassware and to make it like pretty little cocktails in there. So we're gonna go ahead and fill up our little fishbowl with ice. Kind of a little bit halfway. And like you guys mentioned, Tito's handmade vodka is such a great vodka just to enjoy with a little bit of soda water or just plain on the rocks. But it's also a great vodka to infuse. So the infusions, what it does is that Tito's vodka brings out all of the flavors that you put in any other bottles. So I have already infused this Tito's bottle here. I don't know if you guys can see it, with 6 strawberries and 3 basil leaves, and it's a fuel infusion in here. This, I leave it there for about 24 hours to really get all those aromatics, get all of the fruit flavor in there, and it doesn't strip away from the actual Tito's taste. So that's amazing. Here, you're going to garnish your glassware with a couple of cut strawberries. It's important to always put your garnish like on the side so people can see it. And this is just a strawberry basil infusion, but in the summertime, I love to use cucumber, mint, and you could literally just dump it in your vodka bottle, your Tito's vodka bottle, and use it just to have like a nice sparkling summertime drink and cocktail. So I also have a couple of basil leaves here to put. Kind of put it on the side here. And so like I said, like use anything that you could possibly have your imagination on. I love colors, so having that red and green color kind of gives you that little Christmas vibe. But it's more so of just an abstract coloring, and literally my art is just cocktailing. So anything that I do, I like to make it pop. I like to make all those colors pop, flavors pop, everything that I'm super inspired by. I go ahead and create a cocktail with it. And so we're gonna start, and we're gonna start straight into your vessel. We're gonna do 1.5 ounces of our Tito's handmade vodka infused with strawberries and basil. And we're gonna do 1.5 ounces of that. Straight into the glass. I should put this over here for you guys to see. We're gonna do 1/4 of lemon juice. And the lemon juice is really going to just pop all of the flavors of the strawberry and the basil, as well as give it a little bit of acidicness to the cocktails. And it strips away a lot of any sugars coming from our elderflower, which I'm about to pour next. We're gonna do 1/4 of elderflower. And elderflower liqueur is a floral liqueur, really, really, really fun to use, especially on the summertime, to kind of give you that pop of a little bit of sugar and sweetness and that floral aromatic. And we're gonna go ahead and just top this off with some mineral water that I've been shaking all day in the bag, so sorry. And then we're gonna go ahead and top that off. And we're gonna give it a slight little stir here in the middle. Get all of those flavors inside. And we're gonna go ahead and garnish it with a basil leaf in here. What I like to do usually at a bar, or you can also do at home, and this is very important, any herbs that you have, like mint, basil, or anything like that, I like to smack it a little bit to express those oils out and really get those full aromatics, and then kind of like swerve it around the glass, and you really get to enjoy the full aromatic flavor to it. So here is your first cocktail. I don't know if everybody can see this, but here is the Como la Flor, and it's a riff on your vodka soda. So a little bit about what you guys already mentioned with Tito's Handmade Vodka is that they work with a lot of nonprofits. And one of the nonprofits that I really engage is the Vodka for Dog People. I'm such a big dog person. I'm such a big animal lover itself. And I try to help and do charity as much as I can especially for puppies. I have 2 pit bulls, so that's literally where my heart kind of goes to. And it's such an amazing nonprofit. They literally help transport all these dogs from dangerous situations and environments, and then they bring it to a safe haven where they can blossom and become adoptable and could find their forever homes. So I really love that Tito's Vodka really does this. This company helps so much within their community. So it's definitely something that I really were engaged in. And I looked up all the information, which you could look up a lot of their charities and nonprofits at titosvodka.com. So definitely check that out. That's something that I was not aware of, and now that I'm aware of, I will definitely promote that a lot more, as well as try to help, try to be involved in anything to do with helping your environment. So our next cocktail is going to be a riff of a mangoneada. And I know a lot of us are pretty familiar with it, but it is such a Mexican dessert. It's literally mango, chili, and lime. And you could do it in many forms. I've had it in ice cream. I've had it in margaritas. I've had it in so many different forms. So today I'm going to go ahead and do the same form, but with Tito's Vodka. It's going to be a lot more smoother due to Tito's, and it's going to really pop those mango and spice ingredients. So we are going to go ahead and get our mixing glass here. We're going to use 1.5 ounces of Tito's Handmade Vodka. Put that here. We are going to do 2 ounces of mango nectar. And if you guys want, honestly, you can use fresh muddled mangoes, but I love the nectar because it just gives it a much more full force mango blast flavor. We're gonna go ahead and do also 1.5 ounces of lime juice in here. And 1/2 ounce of simple syrup. I also make all my syrup, so super easy to make. If you want to make a simple syrup at home, it's equal parts sugar, equal parts water. Bring it up to a boil, add the sugar in there, stir it until it melts in medium heat, and then just chill it. And then you have your simple syrup. You could also infuse those syrups with a lot of things. Like I have a rosemary infused syrup right here as well. I love to use hibiscus for syrups, all types of herbs, mint.
Anything I can make here.
And so we're gonna go ahead and do that. And then I have some fresh cut jalapenos. There's 2 ways of doing this. The reason why I didn't muddle the jalapenos first is because some people like it super spicy and some people don't. So when you muddle the jalapenos, it's going to bring out a lot of that spicy note in there. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and shake it to get a mild kind of spice ending to the cocktail, but not overpowered the the Tito's vodka or the mango. I want it to be super full force mango and Tito's vodka. And because Tito's vodka is so smooth, we have to make sure that we use and we work with very sensitive and delicate ingredients and make sure that it's highlighted and very well-rounded and balanced. So we're gonna go ahead and shake our cocktail. We're like about 15 seconds or so, depending on how strong your shake is. A lot of people like to do this, and if you're the shaker, then maybe you do like 20 seconds. But just really quick, get all those flavors inside without having it to be super watered down. And we're gonna go get our glassware. I'm gonna use a standard coupe glass here for you. I have some chamoy, which some of you are familiar with, but it's spiced, pretty much spiced candy. So I rim my glass with that, and I go ahead and rim it with tajin. And I'm pretty sure we all know what tajin is. We use it for every single thing from fruits to vegetables, and that's like our snack of choice. And this is our rimmed glassware. And we're gonna go ahead, and I like to use a double strainer just to get all those seeds if there's any. And then pour it right in there. And here is your spicy mango martini. I don't know if you guys can see it fully. And it's such a great martini to have just if you're a fruit forward person, if you like a slight kick to it. This is so smooth and so well-rounded and very, very drinkable. So please drink responsibly when it comes to cocktails, especially when they're super delicious and you want more than one, just drink responsibly. And this is why I'm also always in the kitchen, because I get to like rinse all the glassware and everything. So give me a second. Perfect. Got that rinsed. And so as far as like the first cocktail goes, it's also very important that you guys know that Tito's handmade vodka is 0 sugars, 0 calories and gluten-free, because it's such a refreshing cocktail and you don't have to worry about like those pesky sugars or calorie counts or anything like that of that sort. So super refreshing to drink, very easy to make. Our second cocktail is gonna be inspired by Tito's Love, which is their philanthropic arm that helps a lot of nonprofits and charities. So this cocktail is inspired by them and it's called Romeo Love. Romeo is the name of my dog and Love is the name of the philanthropic arm from Tito's. So I think that putting those two and two together makes perfect sense for me. So this is gonna be in a flute. So very fancy, very sleek, great kind of way if you like anything bubbly. If you like rosé, if you like to drink a nice bottle of Prosecco or anything like that, this cocktail is definitely for you. We are going to go ahead and get started. Give me 1 second. All right, that washed in there. We are going to get started with either, and you guys, this is what this is so much fun to do. When you have a bottle already with infused vodka in here, you can use either or. You can go straight Tito's handmade vodka straight up, or you can use a little bit more of a flavor and spunk it up a little. But for this cocktail, I'm gonna go ahead and just use the original vodka. And I'm gonna do 1.5 ounces of this. Put that in there. I'm gonna use lemon juice and we're only gonna do about 1/2 of that. Just same thing, give it a little bit of an acidity to it. Cut off all the sugars, bring all the flavors out. like citrus, lemon, lime juice, orange juice, anything like that is great in cocktails, especially to balance everything out. And then I have here a agua de Jamaica. So agua de Jamaica is hibiscus water. So I put a little bit of sugar, I steep the hibiscus flower in there and water, and it makes a nice little agua fresca. And we're gonna do 2.5 ounces of that right in your glass. And it's already sweetened, so like we don't need to overpower it with more sugar or anything like that. Super simple. You have Tito's handmade vodka, you have a little bit of citrus in there with the lemon juice, and then you have your hibiscus agua fresca, which is already sweetened, so you don't have to add anything else to it. And we're gonna fill up the glass with a little bit of ice just to shake. It's also such a pretty red color that I love cocktails that have a color to it. So it's something that I really, really enjoy. And the color itself is like a pink, ruby red, mixture of them both. And I'm such a girly girl, so like this is something that's a color that I love. And we're gonna go ahead and strain it in there. Oh, I dropped some. Straight into the coupe glass. You only gave it like about a 5-second shake because you don't want to get it super watered down, and then strip away from all those flavors. Made a little mess here. And we're gonna top this with a little bit of rosé bubbles. Such a fun, cute cocktail to make on a day off, on a day that you have such like, you just need a cocktail and a refreshing cocktail at that, and you want it to be pretty. So, and I like to garnish this with a beautiful hibiscus flower. This cocktail is also very sustainable, meaning that the same hibiscus flower that I use to make the water, I use it for garnish. So I don't really throw away much. In this case, I actually didn't throw away anything because I love to candy these flowers, or I like to just like chew on them to give it a nice little bitterness. And then here you have the Romeo Love cocktail. Super pretty and very, very refreshing and enjoyable. And then moving forward to more of winter cocktails, type of holiday cocktails. I like to be very, how do you say, extra when it comes to presentation, and especially if I'm doing something with the family. I like to present something that it's fun to drink, it's fun to smell and everything, it's fun to look at. So our next cocktail is called Sweet Nectar. Sweet Nectar, I'm using Ball's pears, which is very seasonal right now, as well as rosemary sprigs. Rosemary and pears just work really well together. You get the sweetness and the ruggedness of pears with the aromatic of the rosemary kind of being super present. I actually made this cocktail very, very long time ago, in like the first year that I was ever behind a bar. And here it is. I actually make this cocktail for Tito's handmade vodka. We had a whole like work class on it, and I wanted to create something that was really going to inspire me to use the full flavor of Tito's vodka. So this is what I created for them, specifically just for them. I'm gonna rinse this really quick. This is why working behind a kitchen is like just so much better. You have everything that you need within the vicinities. So with here, you're going to do 1.5 ounces, once again, of our amazing Tito's vodka here. We actually have to rinse this a little. All right. So 1.5 ounces of Tito's vodka. we're going to use some lemon juice, and it's going to be a ½ ounce. Once again, brings out all the flavors, gives it a nice little break from the sweetness. And I made my homemade rosemary syrup, which, like I said, super easy to make. Just add rosemary sprigs in there, let the water boil, and equal parts water and sugar, let it melt and chill. And that's all, that's what you got. This syrup is very aromatic as well, so it's gonna give you a lot of that rosemary aromas without the herbal kind of taste to it. And then here I made a poached pear and rosemary. Once again, a cocktail that's very sustainable. A lot of these cocktails that I like to make, I hate wasting. I'm one of those people that just don't like throwing away anything. So I utilize every single thing, for garnish to juicing to syrups, you name it, dehydrating, like my lemons, my limes, everything. I literally use everything. So this puree is poached pears, a little bit of vanilla bean, rosemary, and brown sugar mix. You put all of that in a pot with a little bit of water, boil, and blend, and then fine strain it into your final vessel. You're gonna do 2 ounces of that. And we're going to go ahead and chill it. Put a little bit of water, ice in here. And when you're making cocktails at home, honestly, have fun. Try everything out. What I love to do when I'm at home is literally I looked into my cabinets, my fridge, anything that's either about to go bad as far as like citrus or fruits or anything like that. I take it out and I start creating cocktails. Have fun with it. No flavor is really the wrong flavor. So literally just test everything out that you have in your kitchen. I could destroy my entire kitchen in 1 second just trying to like experiment with all these like flavors. So it's such a good idea. And then you're gonna go ahead and do a quick little shake. 15 seconds or so, just enough dilution for you to enjoy a cocktail that's really well balanced without having it to be super watered down. And then here I have a nice little wine glass that is edged and it's super pretty. This cocktail I made dozens of times with Tito's vodka in my Thanksgivings and my Christmas holidays, or just at home, honestly, by myself. So feel free to enjoy all of these cocktails at home. And then we're gonna go ahead and strain this. I didn't put any ice in here just because the flavors itself are very delicate, and just putting more ice to it is going to make sure that it's like it gets super watered down, and I really don't enjoy that. So we are gonna garnish this, and this is a super fun part. We're gonna garnish this with a rosemary sprig. Just lay it on top here, and safely with a tiny little torch or even your stove, you could just kind of put the rosemary on top. You're gonna go ahead and burn the little edges of the rosemary. And you're gonna see a beautiful kind of like smoke coming up. And that smoke smells amazing. If you ever smelled rosemary, like burned rosemary, it gives it such a beautiful aromatic to your cocktail that your guests or yourself will enjoy fully before you even drink it. So here you have it, the sweet nectar. And then you see all of that smoke, and it smells so good. It's so delicious right before you even drink the cocktail. So this is an amazing cocktail. And also, if you guys want to go and check out more cocktail recipes, titosvodka.com has amazing kind of archives of all types of cocktails, especially catered to your own taste. So definitely check them out, as well as other information that's there from their vodka. So it's a great great website to kind of like go through amazing recipes and everything all around it. And for our last cocktail here, we're gonna make a mula navideña, meaning a Christmas or a holiday meal with Tito's handmade vodka. And this one is so special to me because I really enjoy this. I was like decorating my tree, and I was feeling into such a Christmas like mood that I wanted to drink something that was very holiday inspired. And what better yet is cranberries and cinnamon. And those two pairings are amazing. The cranberries are gonna give you such great tartness and sweetness to it. And then the cinnamon bark is going to give you such that warm spice kind of kick that you crave during the holiday season. So we're gonna go ahead and just build this last cocktail straight into the mug. And I use a nice copper mug. You could find these anywhere in your grocery stores and Benny's or anything like that. You literally can find it anywhere. Copper mugs are amazing because they stay the temperature. It keeps the cocktail in a nice temperature, and it doesn't melt the ice as fast. So this is a great vessel to have and put your mouth meals in. Actually, I need more ice. All right. All the ice in there. And we're going to do another 1.5 ounces of Tito's handmade vodka here. A 1/2 ounce of lime juice. And I infuse Campari, which is a bitter, into cranberries. And the cranberries just kind of explore all that bitterness and the sweetness. And it gives this cocktail a really nice homey touch. And so I'm gonna do 1 ounce of that. And 1/4 of simple. Not too much sugar. I feel that just the Campari itself is sweet enough. So I don't really want to add too much. So I use 1/4. And if you don't have a jigger at home, 1/4 is literally a tiny splash, just a quick splash in there. And then we're going to give it a nice little swirl. The Campari is also infused with cinnamon bark. So you're also gonna get the nice spicy notes in there. And then you're gonna top it off with a little bit of ginger beer. The ginger beer is gonna give it a little spicy notes to it as well as a great carbonation and a nice kind of crisp, relaxing flavor right at the end. And then we're gonna go ahead and garnish this with a cinnamon bark. You could put it on the side, on top, however you feel. I'm just gonna put it a little bit up here. And for this, I'm gonna go ahead and just use my gloves because you need to find the perfect mint to add to your cocktail. And so, let's see what I have here. With that, and like I told you guys, like when you work with mint, basil, or any herb with such great aromatics, you want to go ahead and open all of it out, and you want to express all of the oils from the mint itself. So you're gonna do a nice little slap on the cup, and then twirl all the oils in your glass. And then you could just dunk the little bouquet inside, and then garnish with a little cinnamon stick in here that keeps on falling down. There you go. And garnish it like that. And here is your mula navideña. All right. So this is all of the cocktails that I have prepared here for you guys. I hope you really enjoy it. These recipes are super, super simple to make. Your purees, your syrups, anything, any questions that you guys might have, please feel free to ask me at this point. And if not, these are simple cocktails that you can make at home. It makes it a lot more fun. And then we're using a great vodka. This entire segment was sponsored by Tito's Handmade Vodka. So a big thank you to them and for all their nice work that they do for the community. And thank you for having me here. This was super, super fun. And I want to go ahead and close this like nice, beautiful segment with a toast. Here, I want to make a toast to our sponsors, Tito's Handmade Vodka, as well as to the Latina Expo. Thank you so much for having me. Feel free to this entire holiday kind of month, feel free to like help everybody else out, help the community, do some nonprofit work. It's such a nice, heartfelt feeling to see a lot of people within my community help everyone else. So it's nice to see that, and it's nice to see that we are all extending our hands to everyone. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and cheers with my infused Tito's vodka. There's a little bit of strawberries in there and basil that I really, really enjoy. And I wanna go ahead and toast to you guys. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you so much for being online with us.
Thank you for having me. I think there's like a chat. Wait a second. Yeah, those rounded glass bowls, literally. It was a fish bowl, honestly. And I saw it in a store with like a fish picture on the box, and I just used it for a cocktail.
It's a great idea. I actually have a few of those that I was going to donate, but I'm going to keep them now to make these things.
Yeah, no, seriously, have fun with everything. Like literally glassware to me, as long as I could put some drinks in it, like it's glassware to me. There's so much fun. There's so many fun vessels out there that you can just create such a cool and cute cocktail. I have someone here that says they like a margarita, and what would I recommend with something with Tito's vodka? Well, this little martini here that I have is literally a perfect cocktail for you. It's mango, lime, spiciness, chamoy, tajin, and you're gonna substitute that tequila with Tito's Handmade Vodka, and it's just gonna give you a nice, smooth, clean drink. You could also put this over ice and then make yourself a nice little Tito's margarita. Anyone else have any questions?
Let's check.
I think we're good. Thank you so much again. Do you have any more questions, Elizabeth? Should we wrap it all up now?
We were good. I asked Carolina to wrap it up with a toast so everyone can just go about their evening. So thank you so much, Carolina, and everyone for attending this amazing day with all of these inspiring speakers and mixologists and moderators that gave up of their time today to be here with all of us today. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning for another full day of great panels and conversation.